note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we meet together here for day 7 of the Adam Montgomery trial. Sorry that I was 2 minutes late there. To the person who guessed it, you're right, I was quickly just running to fetch actually tea now in the afternoon. I was like, wait! I just have to quickly get that, otherwise we can't not have tea and water here. So I've got that. Thank you so much for being here. If you're brand new here, I hope you'll consider subscribing and becoming part of our community. And yes, trigger warning for this entire case and trial. It is very distressing. If you know nothing about this case at all, I would highly recommend checking out the description box because there's a write-up there for you with a case background, as well as a link to my playlist. We did a trial prep part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And of course, every day we've been following the trial so far. This is day 7. And every other day, if you've missed it, you can catch up really quickly and see which witnesses were there because I timestamp it all for you. So if you look in the pinned comments, like in the comment section, right on top, I pinned a comment. You'll find all the witness names and who they are, and you know if it's direct examination or cross-examination, and you can navigate through it like that. Even if you want to be like, wait a minute, what did Uncle Kevin say again? Just go through the days and you'll find Uncle Kevin, and off you go. Okay, so we're going to start with day 7 today. I boosted the sound and visuals for you, of course. But there is Judge Amy Messer. I always want to just check my notes to make sure I get all the names right. So the states is Ben Agadi and Christopher Knowles. The defense is Caroline Smith and James Brooks. And the judge is Amy Messer. And yesterday we heard from, evidence experts, DNA experts. So that was a busy day as well with lots of information, latent print examiners and all of that. And so we've seen so far 26 witnesses. The state said they will have 50 to 55 witnesses. The defense said they'll have 2 witnesses. Okay, so let me just play it from here and make sure that this is where court starts. Should be they entering the courtroom here. And as an FAQ, frequently asked question, people do roll in and say, where's Adam Montgomery? He's not in the courtroom. He's again today. I checked. Is he in the courtroom today? No. Still not in the courtroom. In New Hampshire, he has the right to choose if he's going to be in the courtroom or not. And he has clearly chosen to chicken out and to stalk his own trial from his prison cell. Now, someone had said, maybe he's really scared to come out of his cell and then go back based on the allegations. However, all the other inmates are going to know. They're going to be watching too and be like, wait, you did what now? So him chickening out like that, come on, man. Yeah, Rob says, crickets again. So welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. Welcome to all my patrons, members, everyone, new subscribers, OGs. I really appreciate you spending your time here with me. And lastly, before anyone asks, like, why are we starting late? Why do we start 2.5 hours late? We do it so that we can skip over coffee breaks, lunch breaks, and if the sidebars are long or lots of paper flapping. Okay, so let's get started.
Okay, everybody's here. Waiting.
So Mr. Agadi had to file something this morning. He's on his way, but he should be here within 5 minutes. He filed something in this matter.
What'd you say?
He filed something in this matter that the court should have received this morning.
Did you receive it?
Oh, Mr. Agadi filed a motion in this matter. I'm not sure what this matter is, but there's already a motion being filed, so let's see what goes on today.
Okay. You want to approach so you can tell me what it is?
I'm just making sure I share our stream on X as well. If you guys wouldn't mind also liking and sharing. There's more evidence packages that I believe they're still going to show us, right? I didn't go through all of that yesterday, I don't think. The cameraman's just zooming in on it. So we saw a lot yesterday. The ceiling panels, the ceiling vent, fingerprints, all sorts of things. That was a busy day yesterday, right? Sarah said the chat's flying by. I'll quickly check if it's a little too fast. So far it seems okay. Okay, so let's just make sure we share this to X and you guys could repost it. So Objective Cake says, wait for it. Just play the video. Did someone say it? Are they going to make me snarky already? Just play the video. Okay, let's go forward a little bit here. Sure, look at all that. Oh, wow, this is long prep time. Long prep. See, we could just skip. Oh, there. Wait. We need to see that. Now we need the crickets. Here we go. That's crickets for Adam Montgomery, the coward who can't even be at his own trial. He's like, I look forward to my upcoming trial to refute these offensive claims. Okay, and then we get... crickets for Adam Montgomery. Okay. That's where he's supposed to be sitting.
I was told you were going to file something, but I don't see any. But I just checked with the clerk's office.
Yes, Your Honor. If you could approach.
Yes.
They're gonna file something. They haven't filed something. What are they gonna file? What is it? Okay, P.T. Notterman. My goodness, thank you. You said for Willow and Fury. I buy them that little cat milk, okay, and these like meat sticks. And Fury especially loves treats that P.T. Notterman contributes to, which are duck and raspberry. He's so lucky. Thank you so much, PT. I really appreciate it. Oh my gosh, yeah, crickets again. This guy, my word. Forward we go. See, this is the beauty of starting late. We would have had to sit through all this. We would have literally had to just sit through all of that and wait. Oh, no. Caroline's ready for a big day.
Who's the first witness?
Caroline's like, who's the first witness? She wants to know, okay? Look at Ben. That's Ben Agati. I always thought this one was Ben. This one is Christopher Knoll. Ben is like, what? Who's the first witness there? Saturn Murr says, do you think they gave the kids drugs to keep them quiet or help Harmony sleep after a beating? That is such a terrifying thought. I do not know the answer to that. I don't even know how to answer. I don't know what to say because it's so scary. I must say, people are saying things in the comments that put things in my mind that I'm like, whoa, I didn't think of that. Like, one of those. Thank you for your sticker. I don't know. It's possible. It's possible.
Oh, right. DNA.
Thank you, Cheryl Lynn. Oh my goodness, let's go forward. Now this is the definition of fluff, okay? Everything's important, okay, in the courtroom. But some of it we really don't have to watch. Why would we have to watch them flapping with papers for an hour? You know, how long is that now into it? I don't know, but that took a while. They still just flapping around with their files of paper. No, man. We'll go forward. And now we've got that sound, which we had yesterday as well. Mercedes, that's true as well. You said I don't think they would want to give any to the kids, in my opinion. Ooh, probably not. Fur Baby Love says, oh, Caroline, I can't help it. I really like Caroline. She's great. Apples, bananas. Okay, let's make our custom speed as well. .1. Ooh, there's a witness. Okay.
Mr. Ackroyd-Isales, you can remain standing and just raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Is there some water in front of you? And when you're ready, if you can just start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Excuse me. Alan Ackroyd-Isales, ALANACKROYD hyphen ISALES.
Mr. Ackroyd-Isales, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by DNA Labs International.
And how long have you been employed there?
I've worked at DNA Labs International for roughly the last 2.5 years.
What is your current assignment with that organization?
I'm currently a senior DNA analyst.
And what is a senior DNA analyst? What do you do?
DNA analyst examines evidence connected to crime scenes for the presence of biological material and seeks to obtain DNA profiles from whatever biological material they find.
And what's your current role and responsibility in that as a senior DNA analyst?
Well, as I said, I conduct analyses on evidence, write up reports as to my conclusions, testify as necessary. In addition to that, I also participate in continuing education, proficiency testing, training newer analysts in the protocols and procedures of the laboratory.
I hope the sound is good for you guys. I boosted it. The court sound was a little low when I first started here. So I was fiddling with that as well before I went live, just to make sure that we can hear nicely. This witness seems to already be exhibiting some signs of like, oh, as I already said, well, good luck with Caroline then, sir. You're going to say things 20 more times. Okay, let's continue.
And any other duties I can perform to help the lab function smoothly.
Before you were employed by DNA Labs International, where were you employed?
Prior to DNA Labs International, I worked for the Defense Forensic Science Center, which is the forensic laboratory for the armed forces.
And let me back up for just a moment. DNA Labs International, where's that organization based out of?
That's based out of Deerfield Beach, Florida.
You mentioned your prior role with, I think you mentioned the defense. Can you just repeat?
Defense Forensic Science Center.
Defense Forensic Science Center. How long were you employed by them?
I worked there for roughly 10 years.
And when did you start with them? What year?
I started with them in 2011.
Can you tell these jurors about your background, your education?
Well, I got a bachelor's in science and biology from Haverford College, and then a master's in forensic science from Virginia Commonwealth University.
And what year did you graduate from? Did you say Haverford College?
Haverford College, yes. I graduated in 2008.
And what specialized training and experience do you have for your current position?
Well, every laboratory will have its own training plan for DNA analysts. So my first job with the Defense Forensic Science Center, I passed their specific qualifications. And after that, when I was employed at DNA Labs International, I then passed their specific training plan. And in addition to that, I participated in proficiency testing, continuing education, keeping abreast of developments in my field.
Have you testified previously? I know you said that that's a function of your current role, but have you testified in a superior court?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell the jurors what your experience includes with that? How many times have you testified?
To date, not including depositions, I've testified in 2 hearings and 2 trials. Not in this jurisdiction, however.
Oh my word. I thought he's going to be like, I've testified 27 times. You know, I would be like, damn, it's got a good memory. Okay, twice. In 2 depositions.
DNA Labs International, is that an accredited organization?
Yes, it is.
And what is its accreditation?
Well, it's recognized as a laboratory that can be trusted to follow proper protocols and procedures, keep the guidelines set by the FBI. And accreditation was given by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
You mentioned proficiency testing. Can you tell the jurors what that is?
Essentially, a proficiency test is a mock case submitted by an organization outside my laboratory, in which they know what results I should get from DNA analysis on the evidence they send us, and I have to properly follow my lab's protocols and procedures to get those correct results. That demonstrates I can properly do the job.
Also, I'm going to end the poll now. About 1,200 of you voted. What do you think the jury would vote so far? 67% said guilty on all counts. 1% said not guilty on all counts. 14% said guilty on some, not on others. And 18% said not sure yet. Thank you so much to everyone who voted.
So that's proficiency testing in general. Have you completed proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
What were the results?
I passed every proficiency test.
Approximately how many samples have you performed DNA analysis on in your career?
This is a very rough estimate, but I would say that I've worked on approximately 30,000 samples in my career at this point.
30,000?
Yes.
Have you ever been recognized as an expert in the field of forensic analysis, DNA analysis?
Yes, because I've qualified as an expert witness in other jurisdictions.
Your Honor, the state moves to qualify Mr. Ackroyd-Isales as an expert in the field of DNA analysis.
I have no objection to him giving his opinion. The court finds him so qualified.
And you mentioned testifying in depositions. Did you testify in a deposition in this specific matter?
Yes, I did.
And during that deposition, did you reference reports that you had written in this specific matter?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors how many reports you've authored in this case?
I wrote 6 reports for this case.
The material that you referenced during that deposition, that was the defense's opportunity to ask you questions. Do you have those here with you today?
Yes, I have them.
And would referring to those items, those reports, the material that you authored in this case, would that help your testimony?
Yes, it would.
Being able to refer to that information.
It would be helpful.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this witness be allowed to reference his case material as necessary.
I also sorry, hold on. The sound and his mouth are not quite synchronized, and that bugs me too. So let me quickly just see if I could find another feed for us, because that's not nice. That bugs the crap out of me. Especially if it's on a movie or something. I'm always like, wait, what? So imagine a whole trial day like that. I just want to see. Let me just get the sound boosted again. Okay, let's see if this helps.
Did you say Haverford College?
Haverford College, yes. I graduated in 2008.
And what specialized training and experience do you have for your current position?
Well, every laboratory will have its own training plan for DNA analysts, so...
So it's the court feeds, because it's all the feeds I could see. And hopefully it's just with this witness and not all day. But it's very minor, okay? We can deal with it.
My first job with the Defense Forensic Science Center, I passed their specific qualifications. And after that, when I was employed at DNA Labs International, I then passed their specific training plan. And in addition to that, I participated in proficiency testing, continuing education, keeping abreast of developments in my field.
Have you testified previously? I know you said that that's a function of your current role, but have you testified in a superior court?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell the jurors what your experience includes with that? How many times have you testified?
To date, not including depositions, I've testified in 2 hearings and 2 trials. Not in this jurisdiction, however.
DNA Labs International, is that an accredited organization?
Yes, it is.
And what is...
Sorry, as you could see, I went back just a minute or so that we could just make sure about the being in sync, Grizzly synchronization, as someone said. But now we've had to hear the coughs again. Sorry about that. As someone said, Ricola.
is its accreditation?
Well, it's recognized as a laboratory that can be trusted to follow proper protocols and procedures, keep to guidelines set by the FBI. And accreditation was given by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
You mentioned proficiency testing. Can you tell the jurors what that is?
Essentially, a proficiency test is a mock case submitted by an organization outside my laboratory, in which they know what results I should get from DNA analysis on the evidence they send us, and I have to properly follow my lab's protocols and procedures to get those correct results. That demonstrates I can properly do the job.
So that's proficiency testing in general. Have you completed proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
What were the results?
I passed every proficiency test.
Approximately how many samples have you performed DNA analysis on in your career?
This is a very rough estimate, but I would say that I've worked on approximately 30,000 samples in my career at this point.
30,000?
Yes.
Have you ever been recognized as an expert in the field of forensic analysis, DNA analysis?
Yes, because I've qualified as an expert witness in other jurisdictions.
So, my dog is my ear said, AM is a coward. Beats up women and children, now hiding, such a wimp, can't stand being shown for what he is. Woofs. From Hearing Dog Rose. Thank you so much.
Your Honor, the state moves to qualify Mr. Ackroyd-Isales as an expert in the field of DNA analysis.
I have no objection to him giving his opinion. The court finds him so qualified.
And you mentioned testifying in depositions. Did you testify in a deposition in this specific matter?
Yes, I did.
And during that deposition, did you reference reports that you had written in this specific matter?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors how many reports you've authored in this case?
I wrote 6 reports for this case.
The material that you referenced during that deposition, that was the defense's opportunity to ask you questions. Do you have those here with you today?
Yes, I have them.
And would referring to those items, those reports, the material that you authored in this case, would that help your testimony?
Yes, it would.
Being able to refer to that information.
It would be helpful.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this witness be allowed to reference his case material as necessary.
Upon request as necessary.
Thank you. So, Mr. Ackroyd-Isales, this jury's already heard from an analyst, a DNA analyst before, but just generally, can you describe what DNA is?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the basic building block of life. It's present in all living things.
And can you tell the jurors where it's found in the human body?
DNA is found in the nucleus of the cells within a body.
And does DNA differ cell to cell?
Within a single organism, DNA does not differ from cell to cell.
How about person to person?
Person to person, yes, the DNA does differ. That's the basis of DNA analysis.
And can you just explain for the jurors, can you just walk them through the steps of DNA analysis?
So there's a couple key steps that have to be performed once a sample is collected from evidence. First is extraction, in which that sample is exposed to a combination of heat and chemicals. Now that serves to break open whatever cells are present in a sample and purify the DNA within it. Following that is quantitation. All that means is just measuring how much DNA is present in that extracted sample. And if there's enough DNA, the step after that is amplification. Now, the human genome, that's a lot of information. I don't need to look at every bit of that. I'm just interested in roughly 20 or so genetic markers, what I call loci. And that's enough for me to differentiate the DNA from one person to another. So the way amplification works is that it makes millions upon millions of copies of just those genetic markers in a sample. So once that's been done, the last step is injecting that amplified sample into a genetic analyzer. And essentially this instrument just translates that amplified sample into a DNA profile that I can interpret and analyze.
And you mentioned your lab's accreditation. Does your lab follow standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes, it does.
And you mentioned a review process. Can you just describe what that review process is for the jurors?
Well, a review that my reports always have to go through is a technical review. So another qualified analyst has to review my work, make sure that they agree with my conclusions, and that I wrote up my results appropriately.
Mr. Ackroyd-Isales.
Just quick pause. Gen X Love Jesus said, Grizzly True Crime, I'm usually lurking and railing in chat, but I want to thank you for all you and your mods do. You're truly the queen. Now, this one I haven't heard yet. Okay, I've heard like Queen of True Crime. Okay, that's pretty cool. Queen of whatever's pretty cool. This is like, you're truly the queen of defluffing. Yes, I will take that crown. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here. It's unbelievable to me. I'm so grateful that you guys, even though I start, 2.5 hours after the court actually starts, my word, there's so many of you here with me. And then later other people, of course, also join us when they understand what it is we're doing, when we skip over that lunch break and coffee breaks and everything and save ourselves a bunch of time so we could just get to the witnesses. Like, we want to hear. And obviously, if there's conversations outside of the presence of the jury and things like that, we want to hear that too. But silent sidebars, long coffee breaks or lunch breaks, no. So thank you so much. I really, really appreciate every single one of you. And also, thank you for the coffees and the PayPals and everything. And also for the coffees for the moderators. Nightbot will be sharing a link here and there. But if you want to just find links, it's on grizzlytruecrime.com. Thank you so much.
I want to switch gears and I want to talk about your work on this case. And again, if you need to refer to your notes at any point, just let us know. But did you conduct DNA analysis in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what known DNA samples were you provided during the course of your work on this case?
To be clear, DNA sample references that the laboratory work or DNA profiles that were provided, but from another agency.
Let's first talk about DNA profiles that were provided by another agency.
If I can refer to the reports. DNA profiles for Harmony Montgomery and Adam Montgomery were provided by the New Hampshire Department of Safety Forensic Laboratory.
And that DNA profile for Harmony Montgomery, do you know where that came from? Where that profile was developed from?
That was taken from a toothbrush, presumed to have been Harmony Montgomery's property, and as such was taken as an alternate reference for Harmony Montgomery.
2 known profiles is what you mentioned receiving. During your work on this case, your involvement on this case, did you develop another profile?
Yes. We received a reference sample for crystal sorry, and we developed a DNA profile from that sample within my laboratory.
And was that from a buccal swab?
Yes, it was.
I hope you guys did your homework and you know who he's referring to. Of course, Harmony, the victim. She was only 5 years old when she was allegedly murdered on December 7th of 2019. Although it seems like the timeline throughout this trial has not become more clear. It's actually become slightly less clear. But I just go back to that PCA. They said around December 7th of 2019, right? Somewhere between Thanksgiving and December 7th. PCA says December 7th. And then Adam Montgomery is Harmony's, it's hard to say father. I know we say sperm donor, but biological father, let's say that. And then Crystal Sorry is her mother. So they talk about those DNA profiles. Kayla Montgomery was Harmony's stepmother. She was married to Adam. And Adam and Kayla had 3 kids together. 2 at the time that Harmony was alive, 2 boys. The boys were age 11 months old and 2.5 years old. And then later they went on to have a daughter as well. So they're talking about that. I do also want to quickly show you this image here, which was of this toothbrush that they're talking about, where they got Harmony's DNA from, which was amazingly found in the Chrysler Sebring that broke down on December 7th of 2019 and was towed. And then when the police, because it took 2 years, right, for anyone to even realize that Harmony was missing, and then it quickly became a homicide investigation. When they found the Chrysler Sebring, that we've seen also exhibits of, they found Harmony's toothbrush in it, or this toothbrush, which they later tested for DNA, and they found Harmony's DNA, and they could prove that, of course, by getting Crystal's DNA. She was cooperating a lot with the police, because she was, police, I said, police, with the police, and she was also looking for Harmony that whole time. Adam and Kayla had blocked her. She had lost custody of Harmony because she was struggling with substance abuse. She wrote to the mayor eventually. She called the police. No one would listen to her. And eventually they're like, whoa, I think there's something going on here. Like, we need to look for Harmony. So, yes, this is the toothbrush that they were able to use to get Harmony's DNA. And they used this in comparison tests, like, you know, from finding decomposition stains or things in the ceiling at this fit shelter, families in transition. If you didn't know, Adam Montgomery is alleged to have moved Harmony's body from a vehicle into a duffel bag, where Kayla just described it as folding her in half, which is still like, what a brutal sentence, and she says it just like that. She did cry after she said that, but like, damn, folded her in half, put her in a duffel bag, took the duffel bag around, put it in snowbanks, you know, all of that. Okay, to prevent people from seeing it and to preserve her body in some way. Then, when they stayed at Kayla's mother's house, then her body was put in a red cooler. From there, in the fit shelter, from there to the Union Street apartments, and from there he's renting, and then also at Econo Lodge in a fridge and all sorts of things at the Portland Pie Company. He moved her body around for 4 months. That's still so weird to me. I made a YouTube short for you guys today, so go check it out when you can. Where I asked you, why do you think he did that? Why do you think he held on to Harmony's body for 4 months? Because if you think this case is not bad enough, like the murder of a 5-year-old, it gets much worse after her death. Like what he did with her body is the most morbid thing, the most sinister stuff one can ever really imagine, right? Okay, so let's continue.
So now that we know about these known samples that you received, I want to talk about your work on this case, specific items that you processed and analyzed. Before we get there, though, can you just describe the 4 steps that you go through when you receive a swab, when you start with a swab or a cutting of an unknown DNA sample?
Well, as I explained earlier for the DNA process, we go through extraction, separating the DNA within the cells in the sample from the rest of it, quantitation, measuring how much DNA there is, amplification, making copies of just the genetic markers that I look at in a DNA profile, and then injecting that amplified sample into a genetic analyzer. And that's what gives me a DNA profile that I can look at and interpret.
I'm just going to pause. Eliza says, come on, guys, we are on the Kind channel. Let's not judge this expert on visuals. I'm not too sure why that's happening today. Although when we had the guy on with lots of lip piercings, everyone went off on that. The guy with the face tattoos, everyone went off on that. So let's not do that. I don't know. I'm not like that. I don't judge people on their looks. And I find sometimes people who might look, I don't know, the strangest or whatever, are actually the nicest people. Now, yeah, this guy, I was saying, like, he seemed like he's a little impatient. I think the word is cranky. I think he's feeling a little cranky, and he probably works very hard, long hours, and it's not like they want to necessarily be here all day testifying about all this, but they got to for the case, right? I think he's doing a good job, explaining things well, and it's okay. He could be cranky. He maybe needs a coffee. Wish we could buy him a coffee, right? So I don't know. I feel like empathy can sometimes go a long way, and giving people the benefit of the doubt and just hearing what he's got to say. He's obviously studied a lot and done a lot of work to be here today. So let's hear what he's got to say, because all of this is in the fight for justice for Harmony. And let's hope that there will be justice, and that Adam Montgomery will be held accountable, and that maybe later anyone else that could have been involved will also be held accountable. Okay? So let's listen. If you can't do that, then just don't look and listen, because that's what we are here to do. Okay, we're not here to pick apart people's appearances. People do it to me all day as well. They tell me that my voice sounds like nails on a chalkboard, and I'm always like, well, I was born this way. Like, what do you want me to do about my voice? You know what I mean? And then when people say it about Caroline, nails on a chalkboard, I'm like, she can't do anything about her voice. This is how I look. This is how he looks. Let's not go off, because imagine if we were all on camera all day long, or like this when he doesn't want to be. He's there for the case. No, it's not fair. He's not there to be judged by his looks, okay? Damn, that was a little pep talk. Let's move on. I just want to make sure that the chat stays grizzly, as we say. Keep it grizzly, keep it kind, keep it respectful. We want to hear his testimony. His shirt looks a little lavender too, doesn't it? And we know that Harmony's favorite color was purple, okay? So, let's continue.
The course of your involvement on this case, did you receive an item, MER 3D RL13?
Yes.
Okay. And so let's begin with that item. That's already been admitted in this case as State's Exhibit 74. And it's marked MER 3D RL13. What is that item? Can you tell the jurors?
If I can go to the report.
Please.
That item is pieces of sheetrock with heavy stains. A piece of sheetrock with heavy stains, excuse me.
Piece of sheetrock with heavy stains. Did you perform DNA analysis on that item?
I performed DNA analysis on samples taken from this item.
Okay, and how many samples were taken from that item?
2 samples were taken from this piece of sheetrock, one from the left bottom corner of the staining, and one from the center edge of the staining. And these 2 samples were combined together to go through the DNA process as one sample.
And can you just explain why you do that and how it works?
Well, in this, why two samples were combined?
Yes.
In this case, it was presumptive that that staining all came from the same source. It also tested as indicative of blood, so we went on treating that as from being from the same person.
And you said it tested as indicative of blood. What does that mean for the jurors?
So we did what is called a presumptive test for the presence of blood. So that's generally considered, a presumptive test is very sensitive for whatever material it's testing for, but it's not considered confirmatory, as in it's not considered specific to that material. So in this case, we only did a presumptive testing, so all I can say is that blood was indicated on this item.
So you combined the two samples that you received. What were the results of your testing?
At the end of the DNA process for that sample, the resulting DNA profile indicated at least one female contributor. However, due to some ambiguity in the profile, I interpreted it as two contributors.
And what was the ambiguity? Can you explain that?
Well, there are known side effects of the DNA process that can at times indicate that there's another contributor present. Basically, those signs weren't conclusive enough for me to say that there was definitely at least two people there, but it was suggesting that there were two people. So as a result, my language was that I interpreted that profile as two people.
What other conclusions were you able to draw from those samples in your analysis?
In comparing that DNA profile to the reference profiles from Harmony Montgomery, Crystal Sorey, and Adam Montgomery, none of them were able to be ruled out as possible contributors to that mixture.
Did you perform a likelihood ratio on those results?
Yes. A likelihood ratio is essentially a comparison of two competing ideas. In this case, I'm saying that for this DNA mixture, one idea is that the DNA profile is explained by the presence of one of the references and an unknown person, versus the other idea being that the DNA profile is made up of two unknown people. So by comparing those two contrasting ideas to explain the evidence, I can generate a likelihood ratio which says which of those propositions we say is more likely than the other.
I should make us a pop quiz to make sure you guys are actually listening, not picking apart his looks, right? I think I was just typing there in chat is that people are not here for their looks. They're here for their expertise, and this is a DNA expert, right? And what I see in many of these witnesses is depression and stress, right? And I think we can all relate to that. And just remember that oftentimes these people come and watch the replays. Sometimes I get emails from them. Now imagine if everyone says, he looks stressed, he looks depressed, he looks like he has bags under his eyes, like he never, like all that's going on in this chat. Now you've just added to his depression, you know what I mean? Why are we making people more depressed? We don't want to do that. We are here together. We are definitely, we find comfort in being here together with each other. Let's welcome Alan Ackroyd-Isales or Isales as well. Isales, I want to say it like that. Right? Okay, let's welcome him as well in case he's ever watching the replay as well. You don't know who's lurking while working, who's watching the replay, learning from, well, how did my testimony go? How did the public receive it? How did the international public receive it? You know what I mean? People check. I would check as well. Just be like, well, did I do well? What? Did I do okay?
And what was the likelihood ratio with respect to the profile that you received from Harmony Montgomery?
The DNA, I'm reading directly from the report, if that's all right.
Any objection? No, objection. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The DNA profile from the sample is approximately 4.1 billion times more probable if the sample originated from Harmony Montgomery and an unknown person than if it originated from two unknown persons. And this analysis provides very strong support for the proposition that Harmony Montgomery is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from this sample.
4.1 billion
You just said
times.
very strong support. Why use that phrase, very strong support?
Well, we use a verbal scale to describe the strength of likelihood ratios, and the strongest language that I'm allowed to use is very strong support, and that begins when a likelihood ratio is 1 million or greater. And in this case, as I said, the likelihood ratio is 4.1 billion.
And can you explain the significance of that number, 4.1 billion?
Well, just to give us a scale, a sense of the numbers, a million is a 1 followed by 6 zeros, if you're ever lucky enough to see it on a check. A billion, on the other hand, is a 1 followed by 9 zeros.
If you're lucky enough to see it on a check.
So we're still talking about States Exhibit 74. That's MER 3D RL13, the piece of sheetrock that you mentioned, Did you conduct further analysis of that item?
Yes, as I said, I also conducted comparisons to Adam Montgomery and Crystal Sorey. In comparing Crystal Sorey to this DNA profile from the piece of sheetrock, the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 12 times more probable if the sample originated from two unknown persons than if it originated from Crystal Sorey and an unknown person. In this case, this analysis provides limited support for the proposition that Crystal Sorey is not a contributor to the mixture obtained from this sample.
Any other analysis that you performed with respect to those samples?
In comparing Adam Montgomery, the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 18 times more probable if the sample originated from two unknown persons than if it originated from Adam Montgomery and an unknown person. And this analysis provides limited support for the proposition that Adam Montgomery is not a contributor to this DNA profile.
Still with
And if you guys are listening and you go and do the quizzes on Joe Jacalone's channel, like Forensic Fuhrer and I do, Forensic Fuhrer, I saw you there. I got that one answer wrong that you got right from studying in your biology class. So I am learning, okay? Luckily, then they show you what the right answer is, and I'm like, oh. So I know many of us take Joe Jacalone's quizzes as well. If you don't know who he is, then he's been on the show recently. You can find that when we discussed the Long Island serial killer case. But I always find like these expert witnesses so helpful. It's like, as I said, it's like a free course. You know, we're sitting here listening and learning together, especially if you aren't working in this field. If you didn't study this, it's always interesting. And through all the trials that we watch, like you just learn so much more because there's different ways of describing different things and obviously different crimes and scenarios. So I always find it very interesting, right? Thank you so much, Paula. I really appreciate it. Whoa, 2 years. 2 years you've been a member. Thank you so much.
respect to States Exhibit 74 MER 3D 13, RL 13, which the jury saw yesterday, just for clarification. Did you test another sample of that item at some point during your involvement in this case?
Yes, in a report after this one that I just described the results from, another sample was taken for testing.
And why was another sample taken for testing?
Well, we received permission to use a amplification kit different from the one that is originally approved for the New Hampshire State Police.
Can you walk us through the process of that second sample that you took, or third sample rather, that you took?
Well, I should say that we requested this permission because the DNA was very degraded, we could see, on the sheetrock. And the kit that we wanted to use was an upgraded version of the one we had used before. So it tested for more genetic markers, and we would be able to perform more conclusive analysis, I should say.
You just mentioned the DNA that you observed on that item is something being degraded. Can you explain to the jurors what that means?
Well, DNA is not a very strong molecule, I should say. There's a lot of different environmental factors that can break it down. That includes ultraviolet light, exposure to heat, chemicals, cleaning agents, strong acids and bases, prolonged immersion in water, bacteria. So all that can serve to break down DNA. So there's not many places just out in the world where DNA won't be attacked in some fashion.
How about time? Does time have anything to do with
Well,
degradation of DNA samples?
Generally speaking, yes. The longer DNA is exposed to any of those elements, DNA is going to break down even further with more time, with more exposure.
The third piece that you tested, can you walk us through your analysis, the process that you used?
Let's just flip into that report. So this is still that item, the piece of sheetrock with heavy staining. An additional sample was collected from approximately 3 inches of the bottom of the stained area. And again, blood was indicated on that sample. And the DNA profile obtained from this sample definitively indicated a mixture of at least 2 individuals.
Were you able to draw any conclusions based on your analysis?
In comparing Harmony Montgomery, Crystal Sorey, and Adam Montgomery to this new mixture, again, I wasn't able to conclusively exclude, they could not be conclusively ruled out as possible contributors to the mixture.
Did you perform a likelihood ratio as you did with the prior samples?
Yes, I did.
What were the results of that likelihood ratio?
In comparing Harmony Montgomery to this mixture, the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 1.1 trillion times more probable if the sample originated from Harmony Montgomery and 1 unknown person than if it originated from 2 unknown persons. And this analysis provides very strong support for the proposition that Harmony Montgomery is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the sample.
And that terminology that you just used, the very strong.
I'm just going to pause it for a second. You know, yesterday when they showed Adam Montgomery's fingerprints on that ceiling vent, there was someone in the comments that said, I generally try to read all the comments if you guys didn't know, so do leave comments, okay, after the live streams. But they said, why do I keep saying like busted? Because it's not a bust. It doesn't matter if his fingerprints are on there, but it does, because to find his fingerprints 2 years later on that ceiling vent, it's not like people are just opening the ceiling vent all day long, you know? So to find his fingerprints on there and find Harmony's DNA from decomposition in that ceiling vent, and then you put that with Kayla's story that Adam had put Harmony's body in that ceiling vent. Wow, that was, I think, everything slowly but surely coming together. You know, initially it's like, damn, the waters are getting muddier and muddier, but I think things are getting clearer now. I think the state's on a path to, like, you know, start proving their case. And remember, we're still going to see body cam videos of Adam Montgomery, and we'll see his demeanor, whether he's in court or not. I showed you a little clip of that earlier. If you were here for the trailer before the live stream started, I actually put in clips of the police interview that we'd watched together, as well as some body cam as well. So we're still going to see that. We're still going to hear from many more witnesses. We're about halfway through the witnesses that the state has. So I'm excited to see as they, you know, build layer by layer this case. I think, to me, the fingerprints were like, yeah, you're busted, at least for the things that he conceded guilty, which is abuse of a corpse and falsifying physical evidence. That's what he conceded guilty. It's not quite the same as pleading, from what I understand, even though I'm not a lawyer. They say as the trial starts, then you could concede guilt. Okay, so he's admitted to that. I know it's hard for the state to prove second-degree assault and second-degree murder. That's difficult because her body's never been found. Harmony's body's never been found. That's going to be a tough one, but I think they're doing a good job. What do you think so far? What do you think?
Support. That, again, is the highest level of support that you can provide. Is that correct?
That is the strongest language that I'm allowed to use.
And can you explain the significance of that number, 1.1 trillion?
Well, a trillion is a million multiplied by another million. Or to put it another way, as I was saying, a million is a 1 followed by 6 zeros. A trillion is a 1 followed by 12 zeros.
You mentioned two potential contributors. Was there a second profile that you were able to obtain from that item?
Sorry, do you mean, was I able to perform a likelihood ratio for that second contributor in the mixture?
Correct, yes.
I wasn't able to conclusively, I was able to perform a likelihood ratio for Adam Montgomery and Crystal Sorey to that mixture. For Crystal Sorey, the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 1.5 times more probable if the sample originated from Crystal Sorey and one unknown person than if it originated from two unknown persons. But we consider that uninformative if a likelihood ratio is between 1.1 and 2, because that's just not strong support for either proposition. In comparing Adam Montgomery to that mixture, the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 69 times more probable if the sample originated from two unknown persons than if it originated from Adam Montgomery and one unknown person. And this analysis provides limited support for the proposition that Adam Montgomery is not a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the sample.
Just to clarify, from that third sample that you took, how many profiles were you able to obtain? How many profiles did you obtain? DNA profiles?
It was only one DNA profile, but I could see that there were at least two individuals within it.
And what does that mean for the jurors?
Well, essentially, I was only able to, we treat it as identifying Harmony Montgomery in that mixture, given the likelihood ratio, but I was not able to conclusively identify the additional second contributor in that mixture.
The second contributor, what can you tell the jurors about that profile?
Well, it was a very partial person. There was not a lot of genetic information for that person in the DNA profile. So I would not honestly expect to be able to identify that person even if we had obtained the reference that matched that person in the evidence.
Oh my word, Ronald, thank you for becoming a member. That is so sweet. We will have a member stream again very soon, and patrons will have a Patreon-only stream again very soon too. We have Patreon-only streams and members-only streams. So we're getting to the end of the week now. Of course, that means we'll have it pretty soon again. Okay, Sarah Paulson said, I'm here for this expert. Love him. And you also asked Sarah if Adam is in the courtroom, and my answer is... Yeah, no, he's still chickening out. This guy, my goodness. I wonder where he's watching. They said on closed circuit. What does that mean? Is it like watching on the TVs, like, you know, at the prison? Is that what that means? Or does he have like a tablet in his cell? Ugh, gross. Either way. Kind of hope he's watching here so he can hear all the snark we've got for him.
What does that mean scientifically, a partial person?
Well, essentially that there just wasn't a lot of genetic data. There wasn't a lot of DNA from that second contributor present in the DNA profile.
So I want to turn your attention now to another item. Did you have occasion to test samples from MER, 3D, RL14, and 12? That's DLI number 22-07495.01.
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
The DLI number or
The DLI number.
Yep, it's 22-07495.01. And just to clarify, DLI applies its own numbers to items that it receives. Is that right?
Yes, I did have occasion to perform DNA analysis on that item.
Okay. And sorry, you were looking at your notes when I asked, but DLI, when you process items, you apply your own item numbers to the evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And so this item has previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 81. What is that item? Can you tell the jurors?
That item, 22-07495.01, that is two rails screwed together.
And I think you answered this already, but did you perform analysis on that item?
Yes, I did.
How did you perform analysis of that item?
Well, there was staining visible on this item, so blood was indicated on the rails that were screwed together. And following that, the sample was collected from that staining for DNA analysis. And already went through the DNA process, and the resulting DNA profile of that indicated at least one contributor.
One contributor now.
Yeah, a single contributor.
What results and conclusions were you able to draw from that?
Well, Harmony Montgomery could not be ruled out as a possible contributor to that DNA profile.
And just as with the prior samples, were you able to perform a likelihood ratio?
Yes, I was, in comparing Harmony Montgomery to that DNA profile. The result of which was the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 1.4 trillion times more probable if the sample originated from Harmony Montgomery than if it originated from an unknown person. And this analysis provides, again, very strong support for the proposition that Harmony Montgomery is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the sample.
Again, can you explain the significance of 1.4 trillion?
Well, again, the language for very strong support for a proposition that starts when a likelihood ratio is 1 million or greater. And a trillion can be explained as a million multiplied by another million, or a million is again 1 followed by 6 zeros, and a trillion is a 1 followed by 12 zeros.
I want to turn to the other items that you analyzed during the course of your involvement with this investigation. And so I want to go through those items individually and talk about the conclusions that you were able to draw, starting with an item LH, a pillow with rope, drawstring.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
What conclusions, if any, were you able to draw from your analysis of that item?
Well, staining was visible on the pillow with the drawstring, but no blood was indicated on this item. And following that, 2 samples were collected from the item for DNA analysis, one from the rope and one from the exterior of the pillow. However, no DNA was detected on either sample, so we didn't do any further analysis past that point.
How about item BE017? BE017.
BE017 was a clear, thin zip tie. Again, there was visible staining, but no blood was indicated on the zip tie, and an insufficient amount of DNA was detected from a sample collected from it. So again, no further analysis was performed.
I want to turn your attention to item number JP88. Did you test that item?
Yes.
And what conclusions, if any, were you able to draw from your results?
This item was a pink child sock. Apparent hairs were visible on the sock. We did not conduct any analysis on that. We did take a DNA sample from the interior of the sock, and the DNA profile obtained indicated a mixture of at least 3 individuals with at least 1 male contributor. And furthermore, Crystal Sorey could not be ruled out as a possible contributor to that mixed DNA profile.
And did you further analyze that in another report?
Yes, I did.
What were the results of that additional analysis?
If I can flip to it. And further reports, I was also able to compare the DNA profile for Harmony Montgomery and Adam Montgomery to the DNA profile obtained from the sock.
What conclusions were you able to draw from that comparison?
Well, first, in comparing Crystal Sorey, probabilistic genotyping results supported their exclusion as a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the interior of the sock, when a proposition of 3 overall contributors was considered. In comparing Harmony Montgomery, again, the probabilistic genotyping results for Harmony Montgomery supported their exclusion, again, as a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the interior of the sock. In comparing Adam Montgomery, the probabilistic genotyping results for Adam Montgomery, again, supported their exclusion as a contributor to the DNA profile previously obtained from the interior of the sock, when a proposition of 3 overall contributors was considered.
Any other conclusions you were able to draw from that item?
No, that was all the analysis that was done on that item.
I want to turn your attention to JP 216-C. Did you have an opportunity to review and analyze that item?
Yes, I did. This item... sorry, one moment. This item was a cutting from a sweater.
I'm sorry?
This item was a cutting from a sweater, JP 216-C.
Okay. What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from your analysis of that item?
Blood was indicated on that cutting. However, an insufficient amount of DNA was detected from a sample taken from the cutting, and because of that, no further analysis was performed.
I want to turn your attention to MER 3D1A. Did you have an opportunity to analyze that item?
Yes, this was a metal cutting.
What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that item?
Just a quick pause. That's a good point, though, Susie. You said this testimony is the proof that Harmony is no longer living. Just in case some of the jurors are like, wait, what if Harmony is just missing? You know? That's a good point. This testimony is very sadly proof that Harmony is no longer living.
Blood was indicated on this cutting. However, an insufficient amount of DNA was detected, and therefore no further analysis was performed.
Turning your attention to MER 3D-B, were you able to analyze that item?
Yes, this was a lab cutting of stained drywall backing.
What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that item?
Blood was indicated on this cutting, but an insufficient amount of DNA was detected, and therefore no further analysis was performed.
Turning your attention to JP 251-1, were you able to analyze that item?
Yes, this was a section of string.
And
I apologize. Blood was indicated on the string, and the DNA profile obtained from the string indicated at least 1 male contributor. Crystal Sorey and Harmony Montgomery were excluded as contributors to that DNA profile, and Adam Montgomery as well was excluded as a contributor to that DNA profile.
And that was in a later analysis, is that right?
Yes.
And just to clarify, you said the defendant Adam Montgomery was excluded, Crystal Sorey was excluded, and Harmony Montgomery, they were all excluded from that DNA profile?
That's correct.
Understood. Turning your attention to MER 3D-A2, did you have an opportunity to analyze that item?
Yes, this was another lab cutting of stained drywall backing. Blood was indicated on the cutting, and the resulting DNA profile obtained from the cutting indicated a mixture of at least 2 individuals with at least 1 male contributor. However, due to the complex nature of this mixed DNA profile, it was inconclusive for comparison purposes.
turning your attention to JP216. JP216, were you able to analyze that item?
If I can, I'd have to go to the report that it was analyzed in. JP216?
Correct.
Okay, this was a sweater with stains.
Were you able to analyze that item?
Yes. Blood was indicated on the sweater, and a sample was collected from a possible blood stain on the wearer's right side for DNA analysis. However, the resulting DNA profile obtained from that sample indicated a mixture of at least 4 individuals, with at least 1 male contributor. And due to the complex nature of that mixed DNA profile, it was inconclusive for comparison purposes.
Turning your attention to MER3D-RL3, did you have an opportunity to analyze that item?
Kelly D says, "Hello, Grizzlies. I was in a panic. My wife took my phone this AM. She works 45 minutes away and I couldn't comment. Luckily, she had an employee bring it back to me. Now I can comment. I feel your pain. I'd be so stressed." Oh, my word. Mr. Grizzly was just doing something earlier with my phone and the computer. We're trying to sync something up so that I could make the little intro for you and everything, right? The trailer today. I wanted to send myself something from my phone. I'm like, it's not working. But just that little bit of not having my phone for that second, I'm like, oh my word, I'm panicking. So 45 minutes away? Damn. Thank you for being here and thank you for commenting. It's always nice when you guys are here and chatting. And if you are a lurker, which is not an insult, it means you're just watching, you're shy to chat, don't be shy. Come out and say hello. We're a nice bunch, okay? If there's someone that's not nice here, they're probably new and they don't know how we roll. And eventually they know. And they also become nice because we're a nice bunch, okay?
And if it helps, it's DLI item number 22-07494.01.
Okay, yes, I have it. Yes, I did have opportunity to analyze this item. It is screws and a rail.
What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that item?
From the rail, blood was indicated on the rail, and the result of which was that a sample was collected from the staining. However, an insufficient amount of DNA was detected from that sample, so no further analysis was performed.
I want to turn your attention to a final item, TSC8. Did you have an opportunity to analyze TSC8?
I'm sorry, can you give me the DLI item number?
I can have just...
Oh my word. Cheryl Ann van Wyk says, sock pillowcase. I think this is the other kid's DNA in blood. I did not think of that. I didn't think of that. That I wonder, because we always wonder, you know. Janet says, lol, Dieter, give me back my phone. Yes, exactly.
Just a moment. It's 22-11851.
Yes, I did perform analysis on this item.
And what was that item, or what is that item?
It is the carpeted floorboard from an Audi.
You said from an Audi?
Yes.
What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that sample?
No blood was indicated on that carpeted floorboard, and a sample was collected from the entire surface of the item for DNA analysis. But no DNA profile was obtained from the sample.
So, Mr. Ackroyd-Isales, I just want to summarize. You were able to develop a profile from MER3D-RL13.
Sorry, I need to flip back and see what item that is.
Damn, there's a lot of notes. Of course it would be. It's just like, wow. And he's got all these little, like, what do you call those? You know, those like sticky notes to flip through it. He's very thorough. Caroline said, all of this totally rules out any third party doing something to Harmony. There's no sign of somebody else. Yep.
Yes, I was.
And that was 4.1 billion times more likely to be Harmony Montgomery and an unknown person?
For one of the samples taken from that item, which was the piece of sheetrock with heavy stains, yes, that was the resulting likelihood ratio.
And when you tested another location on that item, you were able to obtain another likelihood ratio?
That is correct, yes.
Specific with respect to Harmony Montgomery, what was that likelihood ratio?
That likelihood ratio was 1.1 trillion times more likely if that DNA profile had originated from Harmony Montgomery and an unknown person than if it originated from two unknown people.
And you were able to develop a profile on the item MER 3D RL4 and 12.
Yes.
And can you remind the jurors what the likelihood ratio was for that item with respect to Harmony Montgomery?
That item was two rails screwed together, and the resulting likelihood ratio in comparing Harmony Montgomery was that it was 1.4 trillion times more probable if the sample originated from Harmony Montgomery than if it originated from an unknown person.
1.4 trillion?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Ackroyd-Isales. I have no additional questions for you, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Here we go, everyone. It's time for cross-examination. Are we ready? I mean, here and there, I think Caroline does a really good job. And other times, I'm like, why? You're going to hear me type now. A little bit of typing ASMR. Cross-examination. So the defense is going to ask questions now. I always put that on the screen for you guys in case you want to know who's on the stand and who's asking questions now. Of course, it also helps me later. I didn't really realize how much it would help me with my timestamps, right? I could really see the moment when they switch over to cross-examination. So, let's hear, and let's see, let's see his patience. Is it going to be tested?
One of the reasons that states would say a state lab like New Hampshire that does DNA sends items to you or DLI labs is because you do a different type of DNA analysis than most other places in the country, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're asking.
The genotype probabilistic testing.
Yes, so probabilistic genotyping is what is used to perform likelihood ratios. Essentially, that's a combination of statistical methods and biological concepts to help in DNA analysis.
And what that does is, like, complex means more than one, can mean more than one DNA sample, right?
Well, in saying that a DNA profile is complex, that can potentially mean that that sample is from more than one person. That's possible.
It could mean that the DNA sample was somewhat degraded,
That's possible.
and it could mean that there's less of a sample.
That's possible, yes.
Okay. And there's other reasons that people, well, for the most part, I'm going to call it PGT, probabilistic genotyping. Is that what?
We usually just do PG, but I will understand what you mean if you say that's what PGT means.
Okay, because I will stumble over the words if I have to do it each time. PG is essentially a way to get better information from less DNA or more complex DNA.
Compared to traditional analysis methods, yes.
Okay, so if there was like a finding of two sources on a DNA sample, but the lab wasn't capable of further analysis, it might come to you.
That's possible.
Okay. And probabilistic genotyping is actually a computer algorithm, right?
Computer software is used, yes.
Okay. And it combines all possibilities and runs whether or not the likelihood of this possibility being achieved. Why don't you explain?
Well, essentially, you're asking how a likelihood ratio is performed?
What it means. Yes, how it's performed.
Essentially, the software makes at the start random guesses as to what genetic, well, what alleles, so what specific genetic markers apply to each contributor in a mixture, and in what proportion for each of the genetic markers that we look at. And by comparing that, and then for each successive guess that it does blind, it compares to the actual DNA profile, and it can see how closely or how badly it fits the actual data. So as a result of that, it makes successive guesses as it goes through what's called Markov chain Monte Carlo. So essentially, as it's making these random guesses, it does assess whether the next guess is better than the previous guess. And as a result, it kind of narrows in on what the actual genetic alleles, what DNA profile applies to each contributor in a mixture.
And a person who compares DNA profiles can do the same thing, but it would take an astronomical amount of time, right?
A computer can do it in a fraction of the time that I could do it by hand, yes.
Okay. And when you hit numbers like trillion, billion, things like that, that the DNA probabilistic result is 1.4 billion. You said it's very strong support for the DNA profile matching another person?
I would say that it's very strong support for the proposition that the DNA profile resulted from the person who's being compared, as well as however other unknown individuals are present in that mixture.
Okay. So one of the things is this can't make a match,
I can't conclusively say it's someone's DNA or not, no.
but the likelihood is so high that you might be able to accept it as a match.
I can't say that.
The likelihood that it is that person when we're in the billions and stuff is pretty high.
It is high, yes.
Okay. And
The likelihood when we're in the billions and stuff it's pretty high. Well, yes, a trillion is a million times a million, or 1 with 12 zeros. So if it's a trillion times, or actually 1.4 trillion times more likely to be someone's DNA rather than anyone else. Yeah, it's pretty likely. Oh my word. Okay, so yeah, we're confirming all the things he said again. Yes, indeed.
you can have likelihood ratios right down to 2 that mean something, right?
Yes,
Because under 2, it's uninformative, I think you said.
that's correct.
Okay. So if we can sort of say it's probably somebody by a probabilistic ratio of 10 versus a billion, the more likelihood that it is that person at a billion is really, really high, right?
Well, a billion is a lot larger than 10, if that's what you mean, yes.
Okay. And, okay.
Hold on. I just posted this for you guys on X because I don't know how else to show you. This is basically what Caroline's asking. So you're telling me there's a chance? Or a chance, like you guys would say. You see, Rob, you also know. So you're saying that there's a chance that if it's 1.4 trillion times more likely to be Adam, there's a chance it isn't, right? Like, no, it probably is. It probably is. Okay, let me bring this over here again. And off we go.
Somebody might walk away from that pretty comfortable that it is the person that the matching says it probably is. The DNA is from that source that the probabilistic ratio says it is.
I can only speak to the statistical weight. I can't
Okay.
tell anyone to come to a conclusion.
So you can't conclusively say that Harmony Montgomery is the source of the DNA on the sheetrock or the rails, but the probability is very, very high.
That's fair to say.
Okay. Now, on the sheetrock, you found a possibility of 2 sources.
Sorry, we're talking about...
MER 3D13? RL13?
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't quite sure, but that probability was there, right?
I wasn't quite sure about what, I'm sorry.
Whether it was 1 source or 2 sources, but there was enough to raise that possibility.
For the first 2 samples that were taken, yes, it was at least 1 person, and there were some suggestions of it being 2 people, and as a result of that, I interpreted it as 2 people.
Okay. And then when you did the testing on the rails and the analysis there, that was pretty conclusively 1 source?
There was no indication of any other contributor being present in that DNA profile.
Okay.
There was pretty conclusively 1 source. It was like, yeah, there was no evidence of another contributor. Danielle says, does anyone know if the jury knows that Adam is incarcerated for weapons charges? I do not believe they know that. Can you imagine being on this jury and then afterwards just looking into who this guy really is? Imagine if they watch my video of his dark criminal past, because it's all summarized over there from when he was 12 years old. Yeah, he's killed people before. So I mean, just imagine knowing about that and that he's a career criminal and all the other, he's the prime suspect in an unsolved murder as well. All sorts of things. Like afterwards, it'll be like, I knew it, right? Just a hunch. And hunch, right, Stefan? Just a hunch, but that's just based on what they're hearing. Never mind seeing him. They're not even seeing him in the courtroom. They'll see him eventually.
Right, so if the sheetrock and the metal rails came together and the DNA that was on both of them was from the same source, can we conclude that there was only one source on the sheetrock?
Well, no, because I can't speak for how people in the past might have touched these various items or who made what kind of contact or how DNA came to be on an item. I simply can't speak to the activity that led to DNA ending up on an item of evidence.
Okay, so the possibility that the sheetrock had two sources and the metal rails had one source, the possibility that the sheetrock had two sources still exists even though the rail had one source.
Yes, the DNA results support that.
Okay. And did you receive any profiles from Kayla Montgomery to compare?
Kayla Montgomery? No, we never received a reference for that person.
Okay. So I want to talk about some of the other testing that you did in this case. You reviewed it, some of them with the state. And let's talk about JP88, which was the pink sock.
I do wonder why they didn't test the hairs on the sock. Someone was asking that earlier as well. I don't know. Clara said maybe defense doesn't want Adam's teardrop tattoo to be seen. Yeah, in case the jury will then be like, maybe he's killed someone else before, right? Which we don't have to get into the tattoo meaning again. Whenever I say that, people go off for the next hour. Okay, so Leanne said, do you think he will testify? My personal opinion is, he's obviously watching this from his prison cell, so he'll have to see, he's going to calculate if he should or shouldn't. I think he might. I still think he might, and if he does, I think he's going to come out in those shackles and look like this. He's going to act it out. Act big time. We're going to see him like we've never seen him before. Although we saw a snippet of how he could be when he spoke to the judge of like, just these, all these offensive claims and all of that with his little eyebrows that he was making. Do you remember that? My goodness. Okay. Kelly D says, is your face that small or do you have the largest cups ever? And it's huge cups, and this one is actually what I would call a small cup. Because my other favorite big cup, then people really get a fright. So I've actually sized down for these streams so that it looks more normal. This is tea, okay? And the little label says, keep calm and drink tea. Okay, we'll keep calm and drink our tea.
And JP, the jury has learned P stands for Pittman, who collected evidence from an Audi. And you found DNA on the child's pink sock, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And DNA degrades over time, right?
Yes.
And weather conditions can affect the amount of degradation.
Yes.
And weather meaning extreme hot and extreme cold, right?
Yes, those will both play a factor.
Other environmental factors such as mold and stuff like that might affect DNA degradation.
Yes, that's true.
And the jury has heard the condition that the Audi was in at the time that it was searched. You were able to obtain DNA from the Audi, right?
Are we still speaking of the pink child sock?
JP88, sorry.
I was able to obtain a DNA profile from the sock, yes.
And you were able to exclude Harmony and Adam from that DNA?
In comparing their DNA results by probabilistic genotyping, the statistics supported them being excluded.
Was it in this? It was a very high number, right?
10 likelihood ratio supporting exclusion, 10,000 or greater. We consider that, that this is the phrasing we use, that they support their exclusion.
And this was,
May says, so the jury's never seen him at all. I do believe they saw him before, like on that first day, even the day before the first day. I don't know if they were preparing or what they're doing, because the judge mentioned, well, something about like you saw him yesterday, but now he's not going to be in the courtroom, all of that. And then the sheriff put out that note to say that he's refusing to be strip searched, so that's why he's not going to court. I think it would be more calculated and a control thing and all of that than just strip searching. I don't know if he would really. It's not like that sounds enjoyable, but I think that he's probably been through a few of those. So I think it's more a strategy to just not be in the courtroom, right?
was well above 10,000.
If you want the exact number, I need to go into the case file.
I don't need to, but it was a lot over 10,000, right?
It was at least 10,000. I don't remember the number exactly from memory.
Okay, but it is a, within your realm, that strongly supports exclusion.
That's correct.
And you talked about $1 billion strongly supports exclusion earlier on other items.
I believe we were speaking of inclusion when I was...
Okay. So anyway, it strongly supports exclusion on the pink sock, right?
In comparing Harmony Montgomery, Crystal Soria, and Adam Montgomery, yes, the resulting statistics all supported their exclusion from the pink sock.
Okay. So DNA survived.
Oh my word, I'm just going to take pauses every now and then just to keep our energy up in this cross-examination, right? Okay, so Annie said they also showed his photo blown up to a large size, right? They did show his photo as well, and they are going to see body cam and probably that police interview as well, because the jury's never seen that. You know, we've seen the probable cause affidavit, and we've seen the police interviews and some about the body cam snippets that are out there and things like that. But the jury's going to see that still, so that's why we know. You know, the case, the state is still building their case, slowly but surely, painting the picture, and I think eventually it's all going to come together.
The conditions that the jury has heard that the Audi was in, sufficient to make a comparison of DNA and make a determination that supports exclusion.
In this case, yes.
Okay. Now the JP 216 was a sweater with stains,
Yes.
and it was an adult sweater with stains.
I actually don't have that information in the reports,
Okay.
what size or
Okay.
what person that sweater is intended for.
And I think the conclusion was at least 4 individuals on that.
For the sample taken from a possible blood stain on the wearer's right side, the resulting DNA profile was a mixture of at least 4 individuals with at least 1 male contributor, but it was, due to its complex nature, yes, it couldn't be used for comparison purposes.
Okay, so you're comfortable with the conclusion that it is at least 4 people contributed to the staining?
I'm comfortable with the conclusion that I got DNA from at least 4 individuals from the sample taken from that stain.
Okay, and that at least one of those individuals was male?
That's correct.
And did you determine if that staining was blood?
Blood was indicated on the sweater, yeah, but I wasn't able to conclusively identify it as blood.
Okay. And again, blood can survive extreme conditions of very, very hot and very, very cold?
It's possible, and I don't know the exact weather conditions and what other factors might have come into play with where the sweater was found.
Okay. And if a conclusion of different testing was that it was blood on the sweater, you can't say one way or the other if that conclusion was correct or not?
I'm sorry, can you say that again? I'm
If
not sure I
other
understand.
testing revealed blood on that sweater, you can't determine whether that other testing was correct or not.
Well, if my laboratory or I didn't perform that testing, I can't speak for whoever did it.
Okay. And I guess the thing that I'm trying to get to is that DNA and blood, while it can be degraded by many different conditions, it can also survive in many different conditions, right?
That's fair to say, yes.
And it can survive over years.
Possibly. Again, it depends on the specific conditions.
Okay. If I may have a moment.
Ooh, we're going to get some water ASMR. Things we look forward to in this trial, right? We're going to hear him pour some water. Now look at him. He's going for it. We're going to hear it. We know. Okay. So I've just asked lawyer, mystery maven, Andrea Burkhart, and Bob Motter from Defense Diaries on X. Does Adam Montgomery also have the right not to attend his own sentencing if found guilty? So let's see what they say. Because you guys are saying, yeah, for verdict, he doesn't have to be there. He doesn't have to be there for the verdict. But sentencing, I do believe he has to. So he doesn't have to be there. It's his right to choose to be there or not to be there in New Hampshire, right, for this entire trial or the verdict. But I believe for sentencing, he has to be there. So, but I will confirm that with these excellent attorneys as well. I'm sure I could have tagged another 10 of them on X. There's always a lot of excellent attorneys all over X, okay? And I will ask them. Those three answer very quickly, though. So let's see what they say. I will let you know, okay? And if you've never heard about, because I see there were lots of questions, if you've never heard about Adam Montgomery's criminal past, there is an episode that I did. It's part of the playlist, and it's part of the trial prep. It's called His Dark Criminal Past. I think it was part 3 that we did. I think. I'll have a look now to double check. But yeah, he's... I'll quickly read some from my presentation. His interaction with the New Hampshire courts began at the age of 12 when a petition seeking to have him treated as a juvenile delinquent was filed, court records show. In 2006, he was charged with possession of a dangerous weapon on school grounds at Northwest Elementary School in Manchester. That's when he was 16. In 2007, when he was 17, he was charged with burglary and misdemeanor simple assault after following a 15-year-old girl home on Plainfield Street, shouting, and he called her a little bitch, okay, and said that she was in possession of his stolen phone. So he's saying, hey, you stole my stolen phone. Okay, he instructed a girl that he was with to punch her in the face, which she did, and the case was dismissed. In September of 2007, he was charged with criminally threatening his 15-year-old former girlfriend from Manchester with a knife, and he was sentenced to 110 days in jail. In May of 2008, he was charged with stabbing a youth in the leg and pushing him out of a moving vehicle in Manchester. Apparently, Adam had sold this guy aspirin instead of Percocet, and the guy got upset, so Adam stabbed him in the leg and threw him out of a car. In 2008, Adam Montgomery held 2 women at gunpoint and pointed a gun at an officer's chest, and he was convicted of robbery. In 2009, he was convicted of first-degree assault in Hillsborough County Superior Court, Northern District, on felony, criminal, threatening in the same court. In 2008, felony armed robbery, and it just goes on. It just goes on and on and on. He's also the prime suspect in an unsolved murder from February of 2008. And as I say, it goes on and on and on. 2014, charged with shooting a man in the head. Okay, he pleaded guilty to larceny from a person, assault and battery with a dangerous weapon, and all of that. And so we go. So imagine when the jury afterwards, whatever happens in this trial, if they're like, this guy sounds like a bad, bad man, and they go and look into his past, or look at that video I made for them and for all of us. Wow, they'd be like, oh my word, like this guy is a really bad man. Okay, so I don't think he'll ever get out of prison either way, but yeah, he's really a terrible human being. Is he even a human being? A soulless creature by the sounds of it. And his actually Harmony's mother, Crystal, said that his own mother abandoned him when he was younger. His mother apparently said, oh, I wanted to give him up for adoption, but then he just went to go and stay with his dad. And so he hates women. That's what Crystal said. He hates women, clearly, and girls, little girls, my goodness, because his mother abandoned him. So he's got major mommy issues and takes it out on everyone. Okay, then. I mean, obviously being abandoned by your own mother is terrible. But like, damn, like he really went on to be a violent career criminal. Okay? And there's so much else. So it goes way beyond everything. Okay. So now let's hear the water ASMR. Here we go. I just laugh because it's the first trial I've been at where we really hear all that pouring of the water. Okay.
And I think the other was TSC8, a carpeted floorboard from an Audi, you testified? Or a piece of a carpet?
Carpeted floorboard.
Okay. From an, did you say, does it
From
say?
an Audi, yes.
Okay. And TSC8, do you know what those initials stand for?
TSC8, I don't. That was assigned by the New Hampshire authorities.
Okay. And in any event, on there was no blood nor DNA, right?
No blood was indicated from the staining, and sorry, can I just double check
Sure.
the case file quickly?
Jessica says I saw the eye roll from him.
There was DNA detected on the carpeted floorboard, but there was no, while it went through the DNA process, we weren't able to obtain a DNA profile.
Okay, okay. No blood, but DNA.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further from the state? Yes. Okay, we'll have some redirect.
Mr. Ackroyd-Isales, you were asked about the type of testing that DNA Labs International conducts. Do you remember that line of questioning from the defense?
I believe so, yes.
The defense attorney asked you specifically about your lab conducting a different type of DNA analysis than other places in the country. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, it went into probabilistic genotyping, I believe.
And let's talk about probabilistic genotyping. That's a mouthful.
Yes.
Probabilistic genotyping, is that something that's not done in other places in the country?
It's actually a pretty standard method at this point. My laboratory certainly isn't the only one in the country that uses it.
And is this a new method?
It's been in use since 2015.
You said that this computer software that you use, it runs the tests in no time.
Well, far quicker than I'm capable of doing by hand.
And that's my next point. You are able to do this by hand, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
I want to talk about the likelihood ratios that you were asked about. What threshold is required for very strong support?
So, again, going to the verbal scale used to describe likelihood ratios. When I'm able to describe a proposition as having very strong support, that results when a likelihood ratio is 1 million or greater.
You were asked about a second contributor to the source from MER 3D RL13.
Yes.
I think on direct you said that second profile was really uninformative. Can you just explain that to the jurors?
So, while I could see that there was a second contributor in this mixture, as I think I said earlier, there just wasn't a lot of data of that person. So there was enough for me to see that there was someone there, but not enough for me to feel that I could conclusively identify who that second contributor is.
During your involvement with those pieces of sheetrock, the metal framing, did you receive a known profile for someone, for a detective, Scott Riley?
I did not, no.
No further questions, Ruben?
You said that this type of testing, PG, has been, your lab has been around since 2015?
No, it's older than that, but I don't recall the exact year it was established. However, the program used, StarMix, that employs probabilistic genotyping, that's been used in forensic analysis, DNA analysis, since I believe it's 2015.
Okay. And are there more than 8 labs now that apply StarMix?
I believe so, but I would need to check the numbers to be sure.
Okay, so it's growing, but at first, weren't you all the only ones doing it commercially?
That's possible. I actually don't know offhand.
Okay. In any event, it's been verified and validated and everything else, right?
It's a respected and trusted tool for forensic analysis, yes.
Okay. But not necessarily every state has the ability to do it.
Well, investing in new technology, that's an immense, that costs a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort. So, yes, it's not everyone uses it as of yet.
And that's why state labs might send it to a private lab to be analyzed rather than doing it themselves.
That's possible.
Okay. And the likelihood ratio, I think a little bit of confusion may exist. Very strong support. You mentioned the thing 1 million, and then earlier 1,000. Do you need 1 million to include somebody?
No. The verbal scale just describes the relative strength of a likelihood ratio. And I believe what you're referencing was when a likelihood ratio is 10,000 or greater supporting exclusion, that we treat that as excluding a reference from a mixture.
Okay. So it's like not even very strong support. Once you hit 10,000, you're excluded.
That is how we treat it, yes.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, just to clarify that point, I can't outright say they aren't there, but just that's what the statistics support. So that's why we use that language.
Okay. And on MER-3D-RL4 through 12, Adam was excluded, right?
Mr. Montgomery?
I'm sorry, yes.
He was excluded from that DNA profile from that item, yes.
But you also believe that that item had one source?
The resulting DNA profile only indicated one person, yes.
Okay. Sorry, I know it's very precise terminology and I'm not being so precise, so I apologize. On MER-3D-RL13, there was, that could have been 2 people, right?
Well,
2 sources, sorry.
in the first sample taken, it was at least one contributor that I interpreted as 2 based on ambiguity in the profile.
Okay.
The second sample taken at a future date, that indicated a mixture conclusively of at least 2 people.
Oh, my misunderstanding. Okay. And then probabilistic testing, it was uninformative as far as Crystal was concerned and limited support that Adam was not a contributor.
We're talking about the second sample taken from a piece of sheetrock?
Yeah.
Or rather, I should say, the third.
9/14/22.
Just to be clear, for the sample that was taken at a later date using a kit that was an amplification kit that we received approval for, yes, Crystal Story, the likelihood ratio for her to the mixture from there was uninformative, and there was limited support for the proposition that Adam Montgomery was excluded from that mixture.
Okay.
Mrs. Melissa says, he's nerdy like me, like all of us, right? You said, I bet he has some snark or sarcasm in there. We call that snarkasm over here. I think he probably has potential to be very snarky like us. Is he a grizzly? He could be. He could be. Donna Ravidi says, this guy is a really good expert witness. He really is. He really is. And being very patient, actually.
And a conclusion that there's probably 2 sources and Adam Montgomery is probably excluded.
Well, there's limited support.
Okay. And there's no support on the other side that says he's included, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And like I said, that side can go down to 2 and mean something, right?
Well, at that range, again, we use limited support to make it clear that it's a small number.
Right. Thank you.
His face is like, okay. She's like, thank you. He's like, we're done now. K9 Dream Dog, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate your sticker and the very sweet message. You said it's 5 a.m. where you are, and you said you're addicted to the coverage, yes, of this horrific case and trial. Thank you so much for being here and for being a patron as well. Oh my goodness. Really, really appreciate it. Tracy, thank you so much for clarifying that for everyone. And yes, thank you, Mods, for helping me answer some questions as well. Kayla doesn't have immunity. She has a plea deal, especially these frequently asked questions. She doesn't have immunity. She's got a plea deal with conditions. So that's obviously very different. And another frequently asked question is, why is Adam not in the courtroom? Because in New Hampshire, he has the right to choose to be or not to be, and he's choosing not to be because he refuses to be strip searched, which didn't know he had the right to choose that either. If someone's like, I don't want to be strip searched, you might need to strip search them then, right? What a red flag. But there, he's refused to be strip searched, and he's refusing to be in the courtroom. So that's how that is, and it's not a death penalty case because it's not a death penalty state. So I think I answered all the FAQs right now. Yeah. Rob says he's thinking, finally. Okay, yeah. Sarah says, Alan is an honorary Grizzly. Imagine the snark. I think his snark tank is full. That's what you guys are picking up on, right? He's like, oh, my word, Caroline. Okay, let's see what else they say. Further?
No,
All right. You may step down, sir. He may be excused.
Yes.
And you are excused.
Thank you.
May we approach?
Yes? Okay, some sidebar time. Phoebe says, yes, I very much like this witness. Lots of DNA info. Caroline's just trying to state that Adam's DNA is not on certain items. Where do they have found Adam's DNA is important? Yeah, they want basically like, so his DNA isn't on anything, is it? It's basically he's innocent.
I think, it makes sense to have our mid-morning break now, so we'll break for 15 minutes. We'll be back at 25 up. All right, please rise for the jurors.
Okay, let's see if they say anything outside of the presence of the jury. Jenny said, Grizzly to crime because Adam conceded to tampering with the body, so abuse of a corpse and falsifying physical evidence. Kayla said he dumped her. If he took the stand, he'd have to admit to all of this. This is why the coward won't testify. I would think that he admitted to those things so that they can blame everything else on Kayla. And if he's watching from prison and he thinks it's going that way, that maybe it looks like it's all Kayla's fault, like she murdered Harmony and he just helped to cover up, to get rid of the evidence, I think there's still a chance that he would testify, so that he could really bring that point home, which is, of course, not just his strategy. It also would be the defense strategy to be like, okay, roll it in. Come in there with your shackles. Because before the trial started, he requested to have shackles instead of leg braces. So I can only imagine him like slinking there, clink, clink, just like I was just trying to help cover up. Not that helps at all. All of it sounds absolutely horrendous. And we just probably, most of us wish they were both on trial, right? Okay, so let's see if they say anything outside of the presence of the jury. If not, we are going to teleport, which means we are going to time travel right through this little mid-morning break they had here.
Counselor, just approach for a minute.
Okay. Got some silence here. Oh, okay, we're going to see crickets again. Here we go. That's Adam not being in the courtroom. Okay, crickets for Adam the coward. Now, look, we're going to teleport right through this mid-morning break. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We didn't go anywhere. We just went ahead. Did you all make it? Were you buckled up? Okay, let's go.
Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Miss Emily Watson, Miss Emily Thompson to the stand.
Emily Thompson, they said,
Thompson, could you please remain standing just for a brief moment? Would you please raise...
which is witness number 28. 28 out of 50 to 55 for the state, okay? P. Cooper says, I think the cameraman does that for now for Gisela. Maybe he's seen the crickets. Now we know. Yeah, crickets for Adam.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear it.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Thompson, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and then spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Emily Thompson, EmilYThompson.
Okay. And Ms. Thompson, currently, what state are you living in?
Maryland.
Okay. And back in 2020, what state were you living in?
New Hampshire.
What city were you living in New Hampshire?
Manchester.
Okay. And let me ask you briefly, just so we can understand a little bit about your background. How far did you go in school?
I graduated in 2020.
Okay. From high school?
College.
From college.
Yes.
And what did you graduate with? What degree?
Bachelor's of Fine Arts degree in creative writing.
And let me ask you, back in the winter of 2020, so I'm talking about January, February, March of 2020, where were you employed?
Portland Pie Company here in Manchester.
How long were you working for Portland Pie Company?
I worked for them on and off for about 5 years. I started in 2015 up through the time the branch closed in 2020.
Okay. And that was, right after COVID started, is that right?
We shut down just before COVID,
Just
shut
before.
everything else down.
Okay. So during your time there, what did you do at Portland Pie Company?
I was a delivery driver.
In the winter of 2020, let me ask you, did you ever work with an individual by the name of Adam Montgomery?
I did, yes.
And what did he do there at that restaurant?
I believe he was a dishwasher.
Did you ever see Adam Montgomery there with a bag in the walk-in cooler?
I think I did, but I couldn't say with any absolute certainty.
Okay. And what do you think you remember of that?
I believe I recall him either coming into the walk-in or leaving the walk-in with a bag.
Where was this cooler?
It was in the kitchen, between the dishwashing room and the exit into the main dining area.
And correct me if I'm wrong, it was my understanding that there were almost two different areas where you could be. There's the basically the ground floor, and then there was a basement area as well with additional storage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So were there any other coolers down in the basement, or just this one on the ground floor you're talking about in the main dining area?
There was a walk-in in the basement. That was where alcohol would be stored, beer, wine, etc.
And so which cooler are we talking about then? The one on the main floor or the one down in the basement?
Main floor.
Main floor. And I believe you said a minute ago you thought you saw him carrying it either in or out?
Correct. It's been several years, so my memory is a bit hazy.
Okay. Did you yourself store personal bags inside coolers at Portland Pie Company?
No, I did not.
And how many times do you believe that you may have seen him doing this, bringing it in or out of this cooler?
Would have been just once.
Just one occasion?
Yeah.
Okay. And again,
I just have to say, for those who don't know, Adam had kept Harmony's body with him for about 4 months, but moving it around, right? So it would have gone from the car, the duffel bag, a cooler, then a CMC bag, and eventually that CMC bag went to the Portland Pie Company. And who took it there? Kayla. Kayla took the CMC bag with Harmony's remains in, put between her two boys in a double stroller, and wheeled it all along that Elm Street to this Portland Pie Company. As someone just said, pie in this instance would be pizza, okay, especially for those of us who are not from America. I don't know if we ever call pizza pie. I don't think so. With pie, to me, I just think of a pie, but okay, pizza. And so at some point, Kayla brought the CMC bag there with Harmony's remains in, and Adam put it in the refrigerator or in the freezer there for a bit. Oh my word. So this is probably the employee, although she's saying the memory's a little vague, of course, it was a long time ago, but this might be the person who saw him bringing some kind of bag to work and putting it in the freezer, right? Wow, okay.
you worked there until it closed, is that correct?
Correct.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Thank you very much for your time. I don't have any further questions for you, but I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
We do not.
Questions? You may step down.
Thank you.
If you'd ask the witness to be excused, please, Your Honor.
Any
That was
objections?
just so quick. What's the point of that?
The witness is excused.
What is the point of that? If she can't really remember, it's not her fault, not the witness's fault. I'm just like, come on, man. Maybe they're gonna build on this with another person, like they did last time with the drywall and metal framer from the fit shelter that we heard from yesterday with the translator. We were like, okay, what was the point of that? The point was to rule him out as a suspect because his fingerprints, we later found out, were also found on the ceiling vent because he went to check it because of complaints of an odor. So, okay, this lady remembers working with Adam, so that helps the jury know, okay, he did work at Portland Pie Company. And allegedly, Kayla said that he worked there and that he put the bag in the freezer for a bit. All right. Yeah, you guys. Purple Amaris. It says pizza? Wow. Okay, never heard it called pie before, right? Donald King says Portland, Oregon is considered the pizza capital of the USA. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so let's see what happens next.
Excused.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Mr. Cameron Gibney to the stand. Good morning, Mr. Gibney. If you would kindly remain standing just for a brief moment, would you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Mr. Gibney, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Yes. Cameron Gibney, CameronGibney.
Okay. And Mr. Gibney, would you tell us, what town do you currently reside in?
Hooksett, New Hampshire.
Hooksett, New Hampshire. Okay. And might need you to just scoot the seat in just a little bit more close to the mic.
Is that better?
Yep, that's
Okay.
perfect. Thank you. And how long have you been living in Hooksett?
For about 3 years now, originally from Manchester, but
You said originally from Manchester. How long did you live in Manchester before you moved to Hooksett?
for about 15 plus years.
Okay. Let me ask you, are you currently employed?
I am.
Okay. Where do you work?
I work over at Manchester Music Mill,
And what do you do for them?
pro audio and installation.
Prior to that, do you have any sort of work experience in the restaurant business?
I do.
What is that?
So prior to that, I worked at Portland Pie in Manchester.
Were you working there in the winter of 2020? And by winter, I mean January, February, and March of 2020.
I did, yes.
Okay. What did you do at the Portland Pie Company? What were your job duties?
So I was originally a server, and then I became front of house manager about maybe six or so months after that.
As front house manager, if I say server, I imagine you're serving people food and waiting on them, correct? Front house manager, what does that job entail?
So that job entailed doing taking care of the front of basically the servers and the bartenders and anything that happened in the front as far as management wise.
Did you ever meet a person by the name of Adam Montgomery there?
I did.
Okay. And how did you meet him?
Through work there. He ended up getting hired on a little bit. I would say a little bit probably before I became manager in the front. I did see him, and that's how I know him from.
Do you know what his job duties were, what you saw him doing for the business?
Yes, he was originally in the back in the kitchen area. I believe he did prep and cooked as far as pizza and food.
So I'm guessing he saw something more, or what? What are we going to hear? Also, I think we've all confirmed pizza, pizza pie, all of that. I think we could stop talking about it now, right? It's amazing sometimes how many things go on. Like if we say pinch or grain of salt, off we go for an hour. Let's focus. Everybody, okay, focus. Let's hear what he's got to say. So now he said Adam was doing prep. He was a cook. The other lady also said it started off as a dishwasher, so he did all sorts of things there. Imagine that. Imagine if you went to that restaurant in that time and now you know that Adam Montgomery was helping make your pizza. Oh, no, 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 no. Sorry about that.
Mr. Gibney, permission to approach you.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I'm going to show you Exhibit Number States 101. Do you recognize this person?
I do.
Who do you recognize him to be?
Adam Montgomery?
So that's the same person that you worked with?
Yes.
And in the winter of 2020, first of all, when did that restaurant close?
It closed, I believe, I'm not 100% sure. I don't remember when it closed. I was there prior to that, a week before it closed, but I'm not too certain when it actually closed off the top of my head.
Let me ask, was it just kind of before the beginning of the COVID lockdowns or afterwards?
It was before.
Before, okay. And in the winter of 2020, did you ever see the defendant at Portland Pie Company with a bag?
I did.
Okay. And where did you see him with this bag?
Inside the actual restaurant and around the restaurant itself. Also, I've seen him inside of of our walk-in cooler that we used to have that was inside where the kitchen area was.
A walk-in cooler where the kitchen area was?
Yes.
Okay. And which floor was that kitchen area cooler on? The main floor or the basement?
Main floor.
Main floor. What did you see the defendant, Mr. Montgomery, doing with this bag?
He always would just place it inside the walk-in cooler on the lower shelf. Sometimes he would move it to a different location, but it was mainly on the lower left-hand side inside the cooler.
Like, can you believe that Adam did that? Harmony, his daughter's remains were in the CMC bag that he had squished in there, and that was a horrifying. We've already heard all of that in the first days. I won't go over that all again, but like, and then you get your wife to bring the baggie, okay, to work, and then he moved it around because he said he always did this and sometimes did that and sometimes it was here and there. He moved it around. Oh my goodness. It's amazing that he didn't get caught, that no one thought, well, what the hell is this bag? Like, let's look in the bag. Imagine if someone looked in the bag. Oh my word.
And I'd like to show you what's marked States Exhibit 52.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize this bag, sir?
I do.
Okay. What does this bag look like?
It looks like the bag that was inside the cooler.
Is this the bag that you saw Adam Montgomery moving inside the cooler?
Correct.
How many times did you see him moving this bag?
Either when he left or when he arrived to Portland Pie.
But it was more than once.
Correct.
Where in the cooler did you see him with the bag?
It was through the actual walk-in itself, door to the left lower shelf is where it was always located. So how it sat was the door was like this. You walked around. There was a door to the right. The walk-in cooler opened, and then to the left of the cooler on the lower shelf, because there were like grates that were typically in there for like tomatoes and stuff.
Okay.
It was typically on the bottom shelf.
What else would be stored on that bottom shelf?
So it was we had like mustard and just a bunch of other condiments that were typically down there.
This is worse than any Gordon Ramsay Kitchen Nightmares episode I've ever seen in my life, hearing this, right? Some of that's pretty gross. Sorry to pause him there, his eyes closed. This is terrible. Oh my word. Okay.
Did you ever see anyone else handling this bag besides him?
No.
Did you ever bring bags inside and store them in the cooler at Portland Pie Company?
No.
And do you know of any other employees that brought bags such as that one inside Portland Pie Company and stored them in the cooler?
I do not.
Thank you, Mr. Gibney. I have no further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may step down.
Oh, I don't have any questions for that one. Wow. Jessica, yes.
Any objection? All right, so you're
Obviously. Freaking love that. Wow. I can't believe, like, just to think that Adam, I mean, he was so paranoid, but yet he's carrying this bag around at his work and putting it in the cooler and places where people could just check on it. It's amazing that no one checked on it, that no one asked about it from what we're hearing. That he was allowed to do that, and then he wasn't caught. But yet he's so paranoid. Like, that's quite something, isn't it? Whoa.
you are excused.
Your Honor, with regards to the state's next witness, it may be appropriate to take up the defendant's motion filed this morning.
Okay.
What? Did they say the defendant's motion filed this morning? Oh, no. Does Adam have the audacity to, through his defense, file motions? We're gonna get so snarky? If so, let's have a listen.
Counsel approach.
Oh, we need the crickets again. Crickets for Adam. There you go, coward. This coward not sitting here. Ooh, it makes me so mad. Okay, let's go forward and see what they say.
Send you to lunch yet. The parties have raised a legal.
Wait. I think they're going to take a little break now.
The court is gonna, what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna send you to lunch yet. The parties have raised a legal issue that the court needs to review with the lawyers. That's not a matter for the jury's consideration. So at this time, we're gonna take a break. Depending on where we land, we'll determine whether or not we come back, we hear testimony, or whether or not the timing is such that I let you go to an early lunch. So at this point, we're just gonna call it a break. So have a drink of water, use the restroom. I'm not exactly sure how long this will take us. So just be patient, please. Thank you so much. All rise for the jurors.
Okay, now we're going to hear a defense motion filed.
Counsel, you know what? I do want to read it before I hear arguments, so I'm just going to step off the bench, read what you've written, and then I'll hear arguments from both sides, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm going to go forward. Judge is reading it. And we're going forward. This is the beauty of starting later. I just love this. That we don't have to now wonder how long is this going to take. We can just go forward. Let me say this. If you guys did not watch the Burgos-Aviles trial with us, then you might not get why we do this. Trust me, go and watch that trial. You're going to come back feeling like, thank you. That was the tardiest trial of all time. Okay? We'll never be caught up like that again, waiting around for 80% of a trial. Hell no. We're just going to go forward where we can.
And
Okay, wait. Should be starting any minute here.
So I'll...
There. Okay. Teleporting through all that, where the judge left to read what this motion is.
Seated. All right, I've had an opportunity to review your filing, Attorney Smith. I also reviewed my original order on this motion. So I'll hear from you hitting the high points, but you don't have to repeat everything that you've got in there.
thank you, Your Honor. Yes, in the motion I laid out the original filing and the argument, and the state provided the unsworn affidavit of a detective with regard to what Kayla Montgomery purportedly had said in the past. And it's not like there were quotes or anything like that.
The reality of it is, at where we are right now, you can focus on the
Correct.
on what testimony we have, and they can provide officer proof for what testimony they think is coming. I think it's not especially relevant if there are things within Rahill's affidavit that are not identical.
So,
Okay, now we're going to have to listen very carefully, because what is this motion going to be about? You guys are all saying, we must make a Let's Get Snarky t-shirt. Been there, done that. Not many people bought it, unfortunately. There's like 10 very excited people, and it's just not worth the time and the effort and the cost to set that all up, unfortunately. Okay, could make some stickers. I might do that. I've got 2 stores, if you didn't know. It's on grizzlytruecrime.com. You can go check out the accessory store or the merch store. It's all there for you. So first check out what we do have, okay? Because through trial and error, we've streamlined to make sure that it suits everybody. Okay, so you can go get your Grizzly merch or accessories there, including dog tags and all that. Now, I wasn't trying to promo that. I just see like now the comments are all, make a snarky. Yeah, don't worry. We can be snarky right here. Let's listen to... Oh, she's already got a picture. Wait, sorry. It's not wide enough for you. Of the angle grinder or something in her hand. Wait. I've got to move it across like this. There, you see? You could just see Caroline holding a picture here. Are they going to complain about that? Let's have a listen.
Right, which is why I say I'm renewing, because the testimony did not come out as purportedly she would testify at trial. At trial, she was asked again about tools, and she talked about a conversation with Adam at her mother's, and during that conversation, she testified that Adam was apparently interested in her mother's grinder, or she may have only called it a power tool, and said that he wanted to take it to use on Harmony's body. And she then identified the State's Exhibit 63 as the item that she recalled her mother had. And if you will recall, the 63 is the fuel grinder, Milwaukee red, and she identified her initials on the bottom of the photograph. Turns out that this was not something that she had initialed at a prior recording. It was during the trial prep that apparently that photograph was given to her, and as far as I know, before that prep, there was no mention of a fuel grinder ever, and I believe that photograph may have been part of the photographs. We introduced photograph defendant's eye, that was a circular saw that she identified as the image closest to the image of the power tool that she had seen in the house. It was an old power tool, and it was corded and looked most like the circular saw.
I'm sorry, she saw in which house?
Sorry, Union Street apartment. Then she identified, was shown a miter saw, which is defendant's Exhibit H, and said no, that was not the saw that she saw. I do not know if State's Exhibit 63 was included in the photographs that she was shown back then. I assume that it was, because I think they had already collected this Home Depot information, but nevertheless, they go to a prep session with a saw, a photograph of a saw that she has never seen. She tells them this story, and on the stand she tells them that she talked Adam out of stealing her mother's fuel grinder. So in regard to that,
but her mother did say she never had a grinder. And my question is, why bring this up now? Like Kayla was a few days ago now. So it's such odd timing, but okay. Interesting.
Christine Lubin testified she does not have a grinder. She's never had a grinder. She knew what the picture was of, and no, she had never had one. So the credibility with regard to that testimony has several layers, but essentially none. Then she also testified about tools, and she did not see tools other than the scissors. She testified with regard.
She testified that she saw tools in the apartment, right?
The one that looked most like the chainsaw was in a box under the cupboard.
Okay, so it's not that she didn't see tools.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
What she identified as the corded circular saw was in a box under the kitchen. She did not see any tools other than the scissors in the bathroom, and it was a small bathroom. The only thing that she saw there, other than using the scissors, was a bag of lime. She testified that the photograph of the lime was the most similar to what she saw. She did not say that she could identify the lime, but the lime in the picture, and I forgot to pull it out, was the one most like what she saw. She did not say that it was a 40-pound bag of lime, and she did not see tools. She did not hear tools. She didn't see tools outside before or after Adam was in the shower for a time period with the body while she was out. She did say she didn't hear a power tool. She did say her neighbor's music was loud, but I think common sense with regard to power tools, if a power tool was used, it would have been heard. She did not, and she admitted that she was there when the body was in the bag and Adam was trying to zip it up. She did not claim that there was any dismemberment, as the state put it in their opening. She didn't say anything about pieces. I'm sorry, it's sort of grotesque to talk about. But she didn't mention anything other than lime and shower in the bathroom as far as activities that she was aware of. And tools, again, that she was aware of were only the scissors and the circular saw underneath the thing that was old. She also, although she claimed that she limited her time in the bathroom, she also testified that she saw Adam put the body in a trash bag on the floor in lime. She later retracted and said, no, he said that, she didn't see it. But in any event, she testified to both. So if that tool was there, she would have seen it. She did not. She assisted in closing the bag, didn't see any sign of dismemberment or tools at that point. She never ever saw any new tools in the house. And you may recall from the original motion, what was purchased in the receipt by some unknown person included extra blade and extra battery. And so she didn't see anything new tool related in the apartment while at Union.
I see what you guys are saying. Some of you are saying that maybe the defense attorneys have since spoken to Adam, since he might be watching, from his prison cell, which is what they apparently say he's doing, or from prison, wherever he's watching from. I don't know. He's not in the courtroom, that we know. So I don't know if it's like in the where he would be watching. That I do not know. But maybe he's nitpicked a few things that Kayla said, which would be interesting. Or maybe they're just finding their motion to, I don't know exactly what the point of this would be, to help her client. Mary says this is one of the most sickening cases shown. Where is harmony? Right? Her body's never been found. And it sounds like Adam dismembered her body and also, I never know how to say it, just like discarded multiple packages all over the place, all over the county, is what one of the friends said. We read through the probable cause affidavit, like things wrapped in plastic, multiple things wrapped in plastic. So that we could speculate would be multiple body parts. I don't know if that's what it is, but you just can't. This case has so many layers, and each one just gets more and more gruesome and sad, right? So let's continue to hear what they say. Alibi from Tennessee says, when defense attorney says this is a bit grotesque to talk about, it's bad. Yes, that too. Sure. Thank you for your
She
sticker.
testified about, I think she testified about a call for service for taking care of the bathroom. In any event, the state will have, I believe, a witness to talk about a call for service.
Well, they did introduce the document regarding the call for service, so that's in.
Okay, and I think that she mentioned that, no, so I guess they're not going to call the guy for a call for service, but they have a document. I think she described a call for service, and if she did, she didn't do anything about that call for service vis-a-vis the events in the shower. So we don't know if the events in the shower happened, and she moved into the apartment at the end of February, and I think she said the 21st or the 22nd, and so there were a number of days prior to that call for service, and she did not say that it was the next day or anything, or the same day or whatever the complaint was, so we don't know if a day or 2 or 3 or 4 went in between.
I think the other thing you mentioned, that you raised, was the bank records. Do you want to
Yes.
discuss that?
Okay, and the bank records, they have bank records that show a withdrawal from Citizen Bank. The state put in its motion that Citizen Bank is about 0.4 miles from the Home Depot. I believe one of the officers will probably be able to testify that Union Street is over a mile from Home Depot. There's no evidence whatsoever of anybody giving a ride to the Montgomerys. There is testimony that when they got rides somewhere, it was sometimes through a service. There has been testimony about the number of friends, acquaintances of the Montgomerys that the police went out to talk to. It can be developed more, but there were a lot. There was also testimony about the crime tip line, and that people, as this was being publicized in the media, the search for Harmony, tips were coming in from the crime line, and they were following up on that. And there has been a discussion about the amount of media exposure. Nobody called in with the tip of a man walking down from Home Depot with a 40-pound bag of lime, a box of a power tool, and the like, nor has anyone called in who's...
Why would anyone call that in? I mean, maybe one could, especially if they watched, all these cases with us. We know a walking red flag when we see one, right? But that's what people could buy from Home Depot. Like lime and tools. I mean, come on, lady. She's like, nobody called a tip in for that. Okay, still not innocent in my opinion. I'm Jess said earlier, hubby, who works at Max Security Prison, is convinced that Adam Montgomery is not showing up to hide his face. Other inmates may not connect the name, but they would connect the face. So that's an interesting take on it as well. Maybe he doesn't want to show his face in this one, especially being an alleged child killer. Because now in prison, right? So it's new inmates compared to the jail he was in before, because he's already been sentenced before. Interesting, okay.
perhaps an acquaintance of the Montgomery saying, oh, by the way, I think I gave him a ride. So there's no evidence whatsoever connecting the $500 purchase to a $400 purchase of lime at Home Depot. And finally, not in the motion, is that there's no evidence that the lime was purchased at Home Depot. There are other places that sell lime. And I believe the testimony will be that they only searched Home Depot. So there is no connection. The state in their opening alleged that Harmony was dismembered by Adam, and they are seeking to introduce these tools to suggest that Mr. Montgomery had tools to cause that event, where there is no connection, and without that connection, the prejudice of this evidence so far outweighs any probative value that it should be precluded.
All right, thank you. I'll hear from the state. Go ahead.
As we said in the opening, she was compressed. We did not say this number. Most of what you just heard was the same argument that's been presented before with regards to time. Attorney Smith just mentioned with regards, and I'll just try to go backwards in order so I can address the different points coming on. Yes, that the Citizens Bank is across the street from the Home Depot on South Willow Street. There are many different ways to get back and forth in the city that don't involve calling a ride or necessarily a ride for it. The fact that there's no testimony or tip of a person carrying a bag of lime and a power tool in a bag that came in does not make it any less relevant or less admissible for this Home Depot purchase to occur. Let's go back to the timing. The Citizens Bank withdrawal is on the 26th. A matter of minutes, less than an hour, minutes later, at the Home Depot across the street, there is this purchase of lime. This purchase of lime with power tools by cash. Other purchases of lime that were made for the entire month of February, with the exception of one other one, were accounted for, and the other one was outside of this time frame. It was far later than after the O'Connell Lodge stay, and we believe that Harmony was placed somewhere in the U-Haul, which we were going to get to in our witnesses later on. The testimony of cross-examination was just cited to you, but not necessarily the testimony of direct. Specifically, Kayla Montgomery testified that she did not see the body once it was in the bag. She also did testify that she saw that the bag was dismembered. There was no testimony on that. The call for service, Your Honor, the defense immediately brought up the fact that there was a call for service that had been introduced. Just to clarify, that's a call for service back at the Lake Avenue address, the FIT shelter. The call for service to Union Street, which is the day after this Home Depot purchase, for a tub drain that needed to be snaked as well as repaired, that will be coming in through a witness later on this afternoon who works for maintenance at 644 Union Street, where they were living at the time of the Home Depot purchase, at the time of the bank withdrawal, 45 minutes across the street from the Home Depot for this Home Depot purchase. With regards to photographs of what Ms. Montgomery testified to, legal testimony was that the identification of the identification of the grinder saw, and it is important to use the right term, as Christina Lubin testified to and has described, that is a grinder, the photos that were shown. There was no chainsaw here, so I don't know where the term chainsaw is coming from, but there is no chainsaw that's been involved. We've talked about a miter saw, which is also known as a box saw. We've also talked about a cordless circular saw, and then we've talked about this grinder. Specifically, the testimony of Kayla Montgomery was that the grinder was a box she recalled seeing before, and I believe in her testimony at one point saying that she had seen it somewhere before, and then she recalled seeing it at her mother's house, she believed, and that Adam Montgomery stated that that was the type of saw that he wanted to use when he was talking about dismembering her, so that she had seen a saw, a new saw in a box. And Ms. Lubin's testimony was that she did not own any such saw. It's a grinder, and it is not for woodworking, which is what she testified she did in her spare time and on the side, so she doesn't own it. So the testimony we have is that Kayla Montgomery has seen it in a box. Adam Montgomery has talked about seeing that in that box and wanting to use that for dismembering, not that it's one that Christina Lubin owned. Yes, she did testify that there was a circular saw that was there, and she was very adamant with regard to it being a corded saw, not a cordless circular saw. But she identified the bag of lime when she was shown that by detectives, not at the proper session, but back before in March of 2023. She was shown that photo of the lime, and from that SKU, the SKU, which is the identification number that a business uses to identify that particular item in their inventory and to make sales, and reports the sales of those on the receipt. She identified that bag with that SKU, and that SKU matched up to the purchase of lime that was made from the Home Depot less than an hour after the withdrawal of cash from their ATM account across the street. Yes, the Citizens Bank was a little over a mile away from Union Street, but there were a number of different ways that the defendant could have gotten there. Could have walked, could have taken a bus, could have used a private service to get there. The relevance is that it's their account that the money is being drawn from. That 45 minutes later, approximately so, it is a cash purchase that is made. It is one of only two cash purchases that is made of lime with the same bag that she identified, with the same SKU that she identified, that, oh, look, if we go to the receipt, we see that there is this grinder, it's the same type that she said, and she remembers seeing with the defendant talked about wanting to use in this matter. All of those goes in to make this particular purchase of lime, the purchase from Home Depot, admissible. And the jury can give it whatever weight that it deserves. The defendant certainly has plenty of different things that they can cross-examine on, but this is a question about admissibility, not about weight. And when it comes to admissibility, under 403, as the court has ruled two previous times with regards to this is admissible.
Oh, so they don't want to admit certain evidence And that's what I'm understanding. That's why Caroline has decided to file this motion now, right? Because there's probably going to be upcoming testimony about the Lime and Home Depot purchases and cash withdrawals at an ATM, and Caroline doesn't want that. They've already filed before to keep that evidence out, and that motion was already denied. So this would be a second time asking for the same thing, just about.
And there hasn't been anything about testimony that's come in to change the admissibility of the evidence.
All right. I don't think it's necessary to recount all of this. I don't even think it's a close call. I think the state has sufficient evidence to show that it's relevant, that it has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence, and that the fact is of consequence in determining the action. There's no question about that. There has been significant testimony regarding the saws. It's not essential that she have identified the exact saw. She saw a saw in her own apartment, or the grinder. I mean, I think that there is sufficient evidence. There is evidence related to there will be related to the bank account. I think the state has made an offer of proof. The proximity to the Home Depot purchase, the facts that were set forth in the original motion related to what the police did to narrow the issue related to both the cash withdrawal and the use of the cash for the purchase. She testified that although she didn't hear the power tool being used, that there was music. She wasn't in there the whole time. I think that there is sufficient evidence to allow the state to bring in the information from the Home Depot. So for all of the reasons that I said in my original order, for the reasons set forth by the state today, and after having reviewed the motion to reconsider is denied. All right, everybody ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Please rise.
That's right, Caroline. Shame. Motion denied. Again. They're going to bring in the evidence of the lime and the tools, cash, withdrawals, all of that.
For the jurors. I guess for the record, I should also say that I think it's admissible under 403.
Sorry.
Steve said, can't believe no one ever questioned the bag. I know, right? At the Portland Pie Company. Okay, so Zen Cat said, gee, can you please clarify, didn't Adam admit to disposing of the body? Not sure why they are quibbing about saws. The thing is, the state still has to prove their case, even though he conceded guilt, which means he admitted guilt to abuse of a corpse and falsifying physical evidence. They still have to prove all of the charges, including those two, and second-degree assault, second-degree murder, and tampering with a witness. So even though he conceded guilt, yeah, they still have to present all the evidence and prove all of that, and the jury still has to decide on a verdict for that, from what I understand. Okay, thank you so much for your sticker. So yeah, that's why they're talking about that, especially because the defense doesn't want that evidence in, because now really the more they go on, you know, the more evidence is going to be coming out, and yeah, I think that could obviously change the course of the jury's opinions in general, I would think. So let's see. I wonder if we're going to see like Home Depot videos. It's not Walmart, but Home Depot videos, are we going to see it?
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. The legal issue that needed to be resolved has been resolved, and we can resume the testimony. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Eugene Wasson to the stand.
Eugene. We'll have to see how to spell his surname here.
And Mr. Wasson, you can remain standing. If you can raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you'll provide this jury will be the truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
You can have a seat and make yourself welcome. And when you're ready, Mr. Wasson, if you can just start by giving us your name, stating it and spelling it for the record.
Okay. Real name is Eugene Robert Wasson, Eugene, Robert, Robert. Nickname Bob. Last name Wasson.
And you go by Bob, is that right? Okay. Well, Mr. Wasson, can you begin by just telling the jurors where you work?
I work at Home Depot, Manchester, Londonderry, so I was a med supervisor. So
Do you travel between those two locations for work?
I now transferred to the Londonderry location, so I'm in that location now.
At some point, were you working at the Manchester?
Yes.
He's like standing right in front of the camera. Sir Christopher Knowles, can you step aside, please? Okay, thanks. Now we can see Eugene, Robert, Bob, Wasson. Worked at Home Depot.
So what are the dates of that? When did you transfer to Londonderry?
I transferred to Londonderry last April of 2023. Was in Manchester for 11 and a half years.
11 and a half years. What role do you currently hold at Home Depot?
I'm just a med associate now. I mentally had to take a step down and became an associate instead of management.
Before you took that step down, you mentioned management. What were your roles and responsibilities at Home Depot?
I had vast different roles. Last position that I had was merchandising execution team supervisor, so I was in charge of about 20 people. At the high, we did all the resets. So if you've been to Home Depot, we went in and did the Christmas resets and spring resets and pretty much get new merchandise out and stuff like that.
What is the Home Depot and the business of the business? What is the business of the Home Depot? Sorry, that was a...
Home improvement retail sales.
And so if you could just remind us of your current duties.
My current duties
Yes.
are basically doing resets, getting sales and promotions ready and stuff like that.
I'm showing the defense what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 92.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Wasson, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 92 for identification. Can you take a look at those items? Just look up and leave them. So you can remove that paperclip, and if you like, you can remove the actual pages from the plastic.
You want me to remove these?
Yep. So you can review them. And that final page, if you can just take a look at that.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Are you familiar with these documents, Mr. Wasson?
Yes. The spreadsheet kind of is something that you pull for a report if you're looking for something for receipts and transactions. And the last one is a receipt.
So let me ask you this, Mr. Wasson. Are these
Ooh, receipts.
records?
Okay, we're going to see some receipts now from Home Depot and the lime purchases, right? Lenny, it's so nice to see you in chat. You said cheering from the sidelines because of my knee injury. Hashtag justice for harmony. Great job, guys. Thank you so much, Lenny. Yes, everyone, if you could please like and share this, not because you like the content. This is a very grim topic, of course, but if you like the way that I present trials and true crime, please like and share. Hashtag justice for harmony is a good suggestion. Lenny, thank you so much for that. And also, while I'm interrupting now, Tina, oh my goodness, thank you so much for your PayPal gift. I really appreciate it. PayPal is the most direct way to support the work I do, and you guys are so sweet. Thank you so much. Okay, so lime receipts and maybe power tools and things. Oh my goodness.
It's typically held in the ordinary course of business.
It's something that if you had to look up receipts and transactions, then you would. Most people wouldn't get them.
Most people wouldn't, but employees of the Home Depot would. You're able to access those.
If you worked in a certain department, which I did, I ran the service desk, so I had to do audits on this stuff every so often.
And that last document, what did you describe that as?
Receipt from a transaction from the Manchester location on 2/26/2020 around 11:42 a.m.
Were you working at that location
Yes.
on February?
I'm just going to remind you both, this is a very big room, so it's really important that all the jurors are able to hear both
Okay.
of you. So if you could keep your voices up, please.
Sure.
Were you working at the Home Depot on February 26th of 2020, Mr. Wasson?
I was employed with them then.
How were you so employed at that time?
I was merchandising execution team supervisor at that point.
You said you had an opportunity to review these records previously. Let me ask you this. Are those fair and accurate to the best of your knowledge with the records that you reviewed prior to taking the witness stand?
Yes.
And at this point, the state moves to strike what's been marked for identification, strike the ID of Exhibit 92 and mark as full.
Counsel?
We rest on our prior objection.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Okay. So, Mr. Wasson, I'm going to ask you to just take a look at these items, and I want you to start with, it looks like they're in order still. What's the first date you're able to see? And I want you to go to the last date. From the first date to the last date, what is the first date you're able to make out on those documents?
February 5th, 2020 to March 4th, 2020.
And I'm just going to ask you to talk to the back of the room so the jurors can hear you. What is the first date you're able to see?
February 5th, 2020 to March 4th, 2020.
And if you can do me, so if you can count how many transactions you're able to observe on those documents.
About 33 of them.
33. Okay. And what do those documents capture? What are we looking at? What are the documents?
Different stores, different addresses, and store numbers. So there's quite a few of them for around this area. And then
And when you say different stores, what is
there's Manchester, Londonderry, Hooksett. So the different Home Depot stores in this section.
and are these transactions that we're looking at or something else?
They are transactions for the different times, and it looks like for a specific class that they were looking for.
Okay, and what is that specific class?
Looks like lime and gypsum, so anything under that category.
Are you familiar with what lime and gypsum is?
Yep, it could be anywhere from drywall to powdered or stuff for gardening.
Stuff for gardening. Okay. Is there a specific SKU number associated with those purchases? And when I say SKU number, let me back up. Are you familiar with that term, SKU?
Yes, we use it every day.
Can you tell the jurors what it means? Let me ask you this. Is the Home Depot able to track specific purchases?
Oh yes, we can look up different line items.
Okay. When you say line items, how do you look up those different line items?
Typing in the SKU number or description into our computer system, and you'll be able to validate what somebody has purchased.
Those specific SKU numbers, are they related to specific items that you sell at the Home Depot?
Yes,
Does each item have its own unique SKU number?
it does.
And are you able to make out the SKU number specific to those purchases? Let me strike that question. You mentioned a receipt.
The
Can you
receipt.
tell the jurors again what the date is of that receipt?
The receipt for the piece of paper is February 26, 2020.
And do you see one of the SKU numbers that you mentioned?
Limestone 221-104, which is unique for that one, for limestone.
What else do you see present on that receipt, Mr. Wasson?
Looks possibly like a tool, a fuel grinder, and a blade for a tool.
And that's a Diablo blade for
Yep.
the tool. What else do you see on that receipt?
Total cash, change given, the price of everything, each line item, and the total.
Okay. When you say the total cash, if you can set the receipt down and turn back to the larger document. How many cash transactions do you see present on that list of 33 sales?
3.
Okay, and what are the dates of those cash transactions?
Rob says, I believe that lime can be a preservative. So it generally helps to reduce odor, right? In situations like this. That's also how John Wayne Gacy, that was what he resorted to, covering the crawl space with lime. But it can actually slow down decomposition, which I would assume that Adam just didn't know that. I think he bought it thinking, this is, I don't know, going to help or something. But then that would be lie. Yeah, okay. So.
February 15th, February 26th, and March 2nd.
All right. And specific to this receipt, turning back to the receipt rather.
Which would have been the February 26th, Manchester location. Where is that? Sorry, my eyes got lost.
Take your time. So you said February 26th, Manchester location. That's February 26th of 2020?
Yep.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier when you were reviewing.
Just pause. And Officer's Queen says lime speeds it up. He's got a Google. Uncle Google will tell you differently. Lime does not speed it up. No, it can actually show that it can slow it down. I had to research that a lot with that John Wayne Gacy book that I wrote. If you guys didn't know that I wrote books, I wrote 4 true crime books about serial killers. There's also audio books available, which I narrated myself. And I only stopped writing books because I came to YouTube and I do everything immersively. So now I'm here full time. Otherwise, I would have continued. I can't do both. Unfortunately, I'm not that type. I'm like 100% in with what I'm doing, right? So lime helps with odor, but it does not speed up decomposition. But lye, which is caustic, that speeds it up. And Joe Jackalone, a former sergeant with the NYPD, was here as well the other day, confirming that as well. So that also helped to just back up the information that we have, right? Okay, so I can't wait to see more of this, like evidence and receipts. Let's go, people.
Doing the receipt that there was a cash total.
Yep.
What was the cash total for those items?
$400.
Sorry.
Oh, the total for the product was $396.35. Paid $400 and got change of $365 back.
So the person that made that transaction gave $400.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And thank you, Mr. Wasson. No additional questions.
Come on, show us some evidence. What? What do you mean? That's it? What? Okay. Oh, we've got Jamie Brooks up next. He's going to be like, uh-huh. And what else could he have bought? Are we going to go through the whole of Home Depot of what they could have bought with $400? $400 cash transaction to buy lime and maybe power tools. Okay, so let's hear it from the cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Wasson.
Good morning.
Can I grab that microphone?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
So let me introduce myself, Mr. Wasson. I'm Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam Montgomery. I'm also going to ask you a few questions. So, Exhibit 92 consists of 2 documents, correct?
You talk about this right here?
Yes, the exhibit in front of you now, Exhibit 92.
Okay.
There's 2 separate documents there, correct?
Yes.
And the first one is a document collecting all of the limestone purchases made at various Home Depot locations in New Hampshire from February 1st of 2020 through March 4th. Is that correct?
No, February 5th.
February
2020.
5th through March 4th.
Yes.
And if I may approach,
Yeah. Yes.
Let's take a look at that document.
That's the receipt. That's the pages. And
That's the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Miss North Musing says, the one mic is kind of absurd. It is, right? To carry it around across the room. Oh, man.
Where are the SKU numbers? Which page?
Miranda, you gotta check out the Dark Criminal Past episode I did. She's not the first person he killed at all. In fact, I speculate in that episode he could be a serial killer, based on what we know. We know he attempted to kill a man, we know he killed a man, we know he's a prime suspect in another murder, and he's now accused of killing Harmony. So, yeah.
You have a spreadsheet out in front of you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And this spreadsheet represents 33 separate purchases of some kind of limestone.
So the SKU number is right here, the 22104. This is all the 221104. Right
So
here.
these are all different SKU numbers then.
This is mostly the SKU number for, looks like for the limestone.
What are these other
That's
lime
the-
gypsums?
So that's the subcategory. So it goes subcategory and then subdescription. So there's like a big, how Home Depot does it is they have like a class of like hand tools. And then it goes into either a manufacturer, and then it goes into what kind of hand tool, and then it goes into the SKU specific. So it gets categorized in different things. So this is your start of your top class, and then it goes down to more specific of the SKU number. So it's like parent, kid, grandkid.
Okay.
Like, I like space, so this guy, this defense attorney being that close to him, I'm feeling uncomfortable for him. Maybe it's just me. I'm just like, ooh, dude, you're like literally in my face, in my space. Just back it up a bit, sir. He's like, let's look at those receipts, shall we? Let's analyze everything on them. Like, oh my word.
But all 33 of these are various limestone products?
It's all the same SKU number. Looks like there might be another. Yes, so it's all the same SKU number here, except for two of them, which is a green and grow limestone, which is a totally different product, but it's still a limestone category.
Okay. 33 purchases from, was it 5 locations? Manchester, Hooksett, Londonderry, South Merrimack, and Concord?
It looks like it, yep.
It's fair to say, though, that Home Depot is not the only store that offers limestone products.
There is other retailers that do sell limestone.
The next document, it is a receipt for a February 26th purchase,
Yes.
cash purchase.
Yes,
It does not, that receipt does not indicate the identity of the purchaser.
it does not.
And based on your managerial experience, Home Depot retains long.
I'm not sure on that. I never, as the position I was in, we never really had to go to the cameras unless we were asked to validate something. But we have no access to it except for loss prevention and corporate.
And those cameras and the footage obtained therefrom, to your knowledge, is it kept forever?
I'm not aware of, I'm not sure.
It's possible that it gets lost over time?
With the company as Home Depot, probably stays for a long time.
I don't have anything further. Thank you for your time, Mr. Wasson.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may step down. You are excused. Counsel?
Well, those were some vague questions. So somebody can buy lime anyway, right? Anywhere else, huh? Walmart? Yes, they could, but I'm sure there's going to be more evidence to corroborate what they found with this $400 cash purchase. It's probably going to be exactly $400 and it was drawn from an ATM by Adam Montgomery or Kayla, right? Dave T says, amazing channel, love your commentary, you make this channel great, thank you so much. And you said justice for harmony. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. Miranda Jane said, we buy powdered lime for our pastures. That's definitely what he would have gotten. Yeah, he got pelletized lime is what they had said in that probable cause affidavit. So let's hear it. Yeah, got some sidebar. Got some more crickets. Crickets for Adam. The coward who's not in the courtroom. Hope he's watching here. There's Matt Johnson from Court TV, working hard. I don't see Crime Curious, not on that side of the courtroom. Oh, they want us to do crickets, okay. Yeah, the jackass, not in the courtroom. Okay, so maybe we could go forward now. Ooh, another witness, okay.
And Detective Rahill, if you can just start by...
We do love that. Water ASMR. Love that. Okay, so off we go.
stating and spelling your full name for the record.
It's Max Rahill, Rahill.
And Detective Rahill, I've called you a detective, but how are you presently employed?
I am a detective with the Manchester Police Department.
And how long have you been a detective with the Manchester Police Department?
I've been a detective for about 3.5 years, but I've been employed with the Manchester Police Department for 9.5 years.
When did your employment begin with the Manchester Police Department?
July of 2014.
And prior to being a detective, what was your assignment?
I was a patrol officer.
What are your duties as a patrol officer with the Manchester Police Department?
Responding to in-progress calls, accidents, thefts, doing proactive work, traffic stops, things of that nature.
Remind us, what year did you become a detective?
In 2020.
In 2020 until now.
Correct.
What are your current duties and what are your role and duties as a detective with the Manchester Police Department?
So I'm currently assigned to the General Investigations Unit, and we typically do general investigations, more specifically burglaries, thefts. I'm kind of more geared towards the violent crime and evidence aspect in the unit.
Any prior law enforcement experience prior to the Manchester Police Department?
I was actually a court officer at this courthouse in Manchester District Court.
And how long did you have that role for?
A little less than a year.
Detective Rahill, did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did.
And what year was that?
2014.
Do you recall what class you were?
165.
And do you participate in regular trainings through the Manchester Police Department?
I do.
Okay. How often would you say you participate in trainings?
I try to do a couple to a half dozen a year. More so, I mean, since I've been employed there, I've done a wide array of different trainings. But since I've been a detective and before I became a detective, I started to do more trainings and towards the investigative aspect of law enforcement.
So is it fair to say the trainings that you participate in currently are more geared towards your duties investigating?
Correct.
I want to switch gears, Detective Rahill. Were you assigned duties in your official capacity as a law enforcement officer with the Manchester Police Department regarding the investigation into the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery? I know that was a mouthful, but...
Yes.
Okay. And just briefly, if you could describe for this jury what your role and participation in the case was, just a bird's eye view.
Okay. So I originally started working on the case early January of 2022, where we would help with searches, follow-ups, things of that nature, but I didn't actually get assigned the case with Detective Dunleavy until February of 2022.
You mentioned a Detective Dunleavy. Is that Jack Dunleavy?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of his role in this case?
The lead investigator.
And so what was that interaction like between yourself and Jack Dunleavy?
We had a good rapport, just going back and forth on different things that needed to get done.
I guess my question, did you split duties?
Oh, yes, yeah, correct. Sorry.
And I think you said this, but your involvement in this matter began in January of 2022?
Correct.
2022?
Yes.
I want to discuss specific processing of an item, sealing.
Yes.
Can you describe your role and involvement in the processing of a sealing for the jurors?
Yes. So we arrived to process the scene June 4th of 2022.
Let me stop you
sorry.
there. When you say you arrived to process
Oh,
it,
sorry, 177 Lake Ave, which is the Families in Transition building, also known as FIT. So we arrived there that morning to get consent from the CEO and the president of FIT, along with the occupants of room 1 in the FIT building.
and when you say we arrived, were you with other detectives?
Yes, I originally arrived there with Detective Dunleavy.
And when you arrived, what did you do?
We vacated the residence and to get it prepped for processing it.
Did you process the sealing specifically?
Yes.
And how did you go about doing that?
So when we walked in, there was 3 areas of interest, and the ceiling that we're talking about, MER 3D, that was further back in the residence of room 1. And so the processing of that, it was a huge piece of evidence, so we needed kind of all hands on deck when we actually took the ceiling down. And
You just mentioned the evidence number, MER 3D. What's
Yes.
the significance of the MER?
so those are my initials.
And so did you log that evidence in under your own name?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was tasked with documentation and collection that day when we arrived to FIT.
You mentioned collecting MER 3D. Did you also collect a vent cover?
I did.
And what was that logged under?
I believe the vent cover was MER 3A.
At some point during your time, is it fair to say that during your time at the Fit Shelter, you did more than just document the ceiling?
Correct.
What else did you do that day?
So after we processed the ceiling and packaged up and got it out of the residence, we ended up cleaning it to make sure that there was no dust on the ground. And we went and processed the scene with, not the scene, processed the room and the bathroom with Blue Star.
And walk us through that process. What was your specific role in the processing of that room and the bathroom?
So my specific role was documentation of what we were doing, and I was with Detective Bombard and Detective Bergeron Rosa. Mm-hmm.
So I want to switch gears with you, Detective Rahill. During your involvement on this case, did you have an opportunity to review Meta bank account records?
I did.
And specifically an account ending in 5270.
Yes.
And what is your familiarity with that account?
That is the bank account for Kayla Montgomery.
And to your knowledge, is that one that was a shared account?
Yes.
Objection. Source.
Counsel?
So sorry, I was just typing a reply there to someone. I'm quickly going to go forward a little bit.
Do those records document? So, Detective Rahill, you mentioned your familiarity with the records.
Yes.
How did you go about collecting? Did you collect those records?
I didn't physically collect them.
Did another officer
Yes.
involved with this matter collect those records?
Yes.
How did they go about collecting?
Search warrant.
And you had a chance to.
I'm trying to adjust the sound as we go because that just got really loud. Tracy says, welcome to all the new subscribers. Yes, welcome everyone. There's lots of new Grizzlies that have just recently, in the last few days, subscribed. We're almost at another new milestone. We've just got a few to go until we had 261,000 Grizzlies, which I'm always so proud of this community. Thank you so much for being part of it. I hope that you'll check out some of the other cases I've covered and other episodes and things so you can, get the vibe. And I hope it is for you and that you will stay. Okay, so by the way, I've boosted the color. I've sharpened up the image, like I boost the audio. So his jacket does look a little bit like lavenderish, tiny bit purplish. But it's just a little bit boosted. I've tried to adjust it a bit, but then it makes him look too pale, like on the court feed. So I think his jacket is a little more like grayish, but it looks nice how it is here. So we've given him a bit of a hue. Okay.
to review those records?
Yes.
Do those records document that? Well, let me back up. You mentioned that this was a shared account.
Yes.
What's the source of that information for you?
On the record.
Your review of the records?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I first?
Yes.
Showing the defense what's been previously marked for identification as State's Exhibit 138. So Detective Rahill, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 138. I'm just going to ask that you take a moment and review those records. Once you've had an opportunity to review those records.
Paper ASMR.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID of State's Exhibit 138 and mark as full.
An objection? Yes.
Sidebar.
For identification. Fair to say that's a pretty lengthy document.
Yes.
I'm showing you now what's been marked for identification. So if you can take a moment and review State's Exhibit 61. Just look up when you're ready. Do you recognize this document?
Sorry for the distraction here. Susan says, Harmony would have liked his jacket color. So the distraction that I want to show you quickly is, look at this. If I do this and do a little bit of a hue shift, we can really make it purple. Oh, there we go. Look at it. Yeah, all the way. we can, you see, you can change the color a little bit. Well, quite a lot, as you can see. So I'm just going to try and make it neutral again, around about there. Okay. See, the court feed is like a little bit more pale, so that's what I've done there. You could just see, just so that the color, I always try to boost the sharpness and, you know, just the color and everything, so we get the best quality we possibly can. Sometimes the court feeds are at 720p, and I don't understand why. Why can't it at least be 1080p, man? Come on. Okay, moving on.
Yes.
What can you tell the jurors what it is?
So this is the a withdrawal from Citizens Bank at 688 South Willow Street. The transaction was.
And let me stop you there.
Sorry.
You're familiar with it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Is this taken from that larger record, State's Exhibit 138?
Yes.
Okay. And there's something highlighted on it.
Yes.
And I think you were talking about that just now.
Yes.
Is this item, State's Exhibit 61, is that a fair and accurate representation of a portion of the records that you have in front of you, State's Exhibit 138?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, the State moves to strike the ID of State's Exhibit 61 and mark it as full.
Any objection?
Other than overall.
Okay, other than the previous objection that was noted, the court will strike the ID and enter this as a full exhibit.
Okay. What are they bringing in? Oh, here we go.
I'm going to take those exhibits back from you, Detective Rahill.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that microphone. Come on, man.
61, I'm gonna put it up on the screen behind you. Is that the same document that we were looking at?
Yes.
And that yellowed in portion, what does that show us?
That shows a 500 withdrawal from 688 South Willow Street, which is the Citizens Bank.
And does it say the date on that document, the date and time of the withdrawal?
It does.
And you mentioned that it was 688 South Willow Street.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what the date and time is?
It is February 26, 2020, and the time is approximately 11:20 and 13 seconds.
11.20 and 13 seconds.
Yes.
And what was the amount that was withdrawn?
That was $503.50.
Your Honor, if I may approach this. Join the defense, what's been admitted as State Exhibit 92. I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 92. I'm just going to ask that you look at the back page, the last page of that document.
In the plastic. Okay.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a receipt from Home Depot on March Ave. The date. You want me to go into detail what it is?
Nope.
Okay.
You're familiar with it, though?
Yes.
What to say? Okay. So let's talk about 688 South Willow Street.
Yes.
What's your familiarity with that location?
So it's a close proximity to the Home Depot at 129 March Ave.
When you say it's in close proximity, what does that mean?
It's within half a mile. So South Willow Street and March Ave are connected. So they're very close to each other. Well, they touch each other.
Are you aware of how long it would take to get from the ATM to that Home Depot?
It depends if you walked or drove, but it would take about 10 minutes. Maybe a little less, 9 minutes.
Have you personally made that commute from the ATM?
Driving wise, yes, but not walking wise.
What prompted investigators to get these bank statements?
These specific bank statements
This transaction specifically
from the bank?
from the bank.
Okay. So we requested the meta bank data for the Montgomerys to get a history of purchases. And when reviewing those purchases, we located this.
Adam probably thought he was so smart, being like, ooh, I'm going to draw this cash and then like go to the Home Depot right there. Well, no, you're pretty much busted. So welcome also to MB Inc. There you go. I couldn't see you at first. I just see everyone saying hi to you. Thank you so much for popping in here. If you guys haven't checked out MB Inc.'s channel, he is streaming the Troconis trial and also streamed lots of press conferences, lots of crime cases, of course. And yeah, we definitely deep dive that Delphi case, both of us. So go and check out MB Inc. as well. And let's continue to hear, you know, how Adam Montgomery thought he was so smart. I know so far, from what we hear, we can't say because they said they don't have a way to identify who bought the $400 worth of stuff, including the lime, at Home Depot and the tools. But it's all going to come together. The puzzle pieces are starting to fall into place. And now they're showing, okay, so there was money drawn over there, and that would have been by Adam or Kayla because of the account numbers. And then just a few minutes later, there's these purchases at a Home Depot within half a mile from there.
And did this specific one stand out to you?
Yes.
Why is that?
Due to the close proximity to Home Depot on March Ave and due to the fact that this was the day prior to a work order at the Union Street, 644 Union Street.
What's your understanding of who lived at 644 Union Street?
Adam and Kayla Montgomery.
With respect to that Citizens Bank, did officers request surveillance footage from the Citizens Bank?
Yes.
Did you receive any?
No.
And if I may approach again, right?
Ooh, Caroline would be loving this. I'm going to put MB Inc. I'm going to put MB Inc.'s X link, so for formerly Twitter, right? In the chat right now, if you do want to go and follow me there, so that you guys, there's lots of Grizzlies on X. So go and check MB Inc. out. He's also got a buy me a coffee link. And I really appreciate MB Inc. because he helps me a lot to find press conference links. You know, when we're all scrambling around for like, where is the press conference? Even though they tell us it's going to be here, sometimes it isn't. So we work together on that, and also to find documents in all these various cases that we cover. So some team effort there. So thank you so much, MB Inc., for what you do. I'm going to put his link to X in the chat now.
I didn't hear if you permitted that.
You can approach them.
So Detective Rahill, I'm handing you what I've shown the defense. It's marked for identification as State's Exhibit 91. And I'm just going to ask that you take a look at that document. Just look out when you're done.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
Can you tell me what it is?
So this was a request for video in regards to the ATM that they did not have, and we also wanted the actual transactions from that ATM, which they did not have either. And this is.
Go ahead.
This was requested. I actually don't know when this was requested.
Fair to say several years ago.
Yes. Yeah.
And then this is a newer document from, can you read the date on it?
Yeah, the top date says January 18th, 2024.
But you recall several years ago requesting that footage.
Years ago? Yes, a year ago.
In terms of your experience as a detective with the Manchester Police Department, do you typically request surveillance footage?
Yes.
Is it typically available?
It depends on when you ask for it. Depends if the incident just happened or it's something that is past tense and the video is no longer there.
And in this case, you mentioned beginning your involvement in January of 2022.
Correct.
The purchase that we're talking about, can you remind us of that date?
Yes, it's February 26th of 2020. It's almost 2 years before.
Okay. Is that typical for your experience as an officer with the Manchester Police Department, as a detective with them, that they wouldn't still have this footage?
Correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 91 and mark it as full.
Any objection? Subject to the fire. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
So no surveillance existed, no transaction existed.
Correct.
It did exist through the Meta Bank.
Correct.
What was the next step in the course of the investigation into this specific purchase?
So due to the close proximity to this transaction, we requested lime purchases from Home Depot.
Was that a specific Home Depot or was it multiple Home Depot locations?
We requested multiple Home Depot locations.
And with respect to State's Exhibit, what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 92, is that reflected in State's Exhibit 92?
I haven't fully looked through this.
Oh, please do.
I just did the back page, sorry.
I just want to add, you know what MB Inc. and I really have in common, besides not being based in America, because MB Inc. is in the UK, is we both like to de-fluff. Now, if you like de-fluff, no fluff, okay? Yeah, MB Inc., there's not even, you don't make commentary, so it's really de-fluffed footage. So if you're interested in that, if it's body cam videos or trial coverage or press conferences with zero fluff, well, we don't like that, yeah, the fluff. So so we have that in common. So if you like this channel, I'm sure you'll like that as well. All right. I think the puzzle pieces are coming together, don't you think? I see a lot of people in chat saying that there's no way that the state's proving that Adam committed this murder. It's second-degree assault and second-degree murder and tampering with the witness, right? It is a lot of circumstantial evidence, though, and I think in the big picture, and especially as we go along, because this is day 7 now, and they're on witness number 30, I think it is. Yeah, number 31. I think it's all coming together slowly but surely, especially because they don't have to prove first-degree murder. I know that they've never found Harmony's body, you know. But in my opinion, they're starting to prove their case, right? And being says, haha, I lurk my own channel with zero fluff.
Is there papers in here?
There are.
Oh, okay, so there's more in there. Yes. There's multiple locations on here.
Okay. Which locations do you see?
Merrimack, Manchester, Hooksett, Londonderry, and Concord.
During the course of your... Did you have an opportunity to review those documents once they were received?
Yes.
And that was during the course of your involvement in this investigation? Yes. And Do you recall when those items were received from Home Depot?
We requested them on in August of 2022, and we received them about a month later.
What specifically were investigators looking for with respect to the purchases at Home Depot?
We were looking for lime purchases
Why were you looking for line purchases?
due to a statement made by Kayla Montgomery.
And I've asked you to look at the last page of that material, the documents in front of you. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, so this is the receipt from a transaction at Home Depot on March Ave.
I'm just going to ask you to turn to the TV monitor behind you. Is that consistent with what you're looking at, the papers that you have?
Yes,
What is that?
it's a receipt.
And I want to talk about the receipt. You mentioned the
So here it says fuel grinder. So no wonder Caroline said fuel grinder, you know? We were saying, what the hell is she saying fuel grinder for? Limestone fuel grinder. Is that a diamond blade? He bought a diamond blade. Okay. What is this 199 one? Wait, I'm just quickly going to go back to what they said before that they bought. They said he bought a saw, a backup saw, a diamond cutting saw blade, lime, and a backup battery. Wow. Okay. Shine Like a Diamond says, I have to say, I love how supportive you are of other channels. Wish all channels were that way. Well, I give credit where it's due, and MB Inc. helps me a lot. Because, you know, I do everything myself. I don't like I have a whole team helping me. So when people can help me find documents or press conference links and things, especially when I'm highly stressed, oh my goodness, it goes a long way. So thank you so much for that help.
ATM transaction at 11:20 in the morning on February 26th of 2020. What is the date and time of this Home Depot transaction?
11:42 a.m.
That's roughly 22 minutes after.
Correct.
And I want to discuss the amounts. Does that receipt tell you the amounts?
Yes.
And can you just point them out to the viewers?
Yes. It was $396.35.
And it says cash there.
Yes.
What's your understanding of what that means?
So the transaction was paid with cash, $400 in cash.
What's your understanding of the size of the lime bag that was purchased?
20 minutes
It was
later.
a 40-pound lime bag.
40 pounds?
Yes.
Okay, so I remembered correctly. Just now someone was asking how much lime did he buy? And I remember hearing earlier it was a 40-pound bag of lime. That's also what Kayla said on the stand, right? Ellie B from Tennessee says, wow, so 20 minutes later. So yeah, that while this is all circumstantial evidence, it does start painting a picture, hey.
And what additional items were purchased during that transaction?
So there was a Milwaukee M18 fuel grinder, which is also known as an angle grinder, size 4.5 blade. There was also a Diablo 4.5 blade purchase and an M18 Milwaukee battery.
So Detective Rahill, I'm handing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 63. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And is this consistent with what is represented on that receipt?
Yes.
Was there a specific item number associated with the limestone?
Yes.
And what is it, if you can read it from the receipt there?
So it's 4 zeros, and then it's 221104.
And again, the jury's heard that's an item number specific to that item.
Yes.
J.S. the cat is saying what we were saying earlier, you guys, that Adam is a savage and has a violent history, but unfortunately the jury doesn't know any of this. They can't gauge him since he's a coward and won't come to the courtroom. If you missed it earlier, I will try to find that timestamp for you. We went over some of Adam Montgomery's dark criminal past, some of his rap sheet, right? I do have a separate video for that. We did that as part of trial prep, and it was, deep diving his criminal past, which started when he was 12 years old. So I'll have a look quickly just to see if I can see it on the playlist and tell you which part it is in a moment.
So, Detective Rahill, I'm showing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what it is?
So this is a screenshot of lime bags that are sold at Home Depot that was presented to Kayla Montgomery during our third proffer with her in March of 2023.
The item that I just showed you, State's Exhibit 62, if you can just turn to the monitor behind you. Is that what's reflected on the monitor?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of presenting this to Ms. Montgomery?
To figure out what lime that might have been used in the disposal of Harmony.
Oh, pelletized
Without
lime.
saying what she said. Was it bag indicated?
Yes.
And can you point the bag out that's indicated?
Yeah.
That was indicated by that.
Yes.
You can stick. Now, we talked about a specific item number. Is that present on this item?
Yes, you can't see it in that screenshot, though. I don't believe.
Were you able to compare the item number from this exhibit with the item number from the receipt, the Home Depot receipt?
Yes.
Are they consistent with each other?
Yes.
Sustained.
How did you compare those?
By researching and finding the SKU number associated with that bag.
Did you compare that to the receipt?
Yes, and that bag is
Sustained leading.
What was the result of that comparison?
Yes.
Alrighty. Caroline's not loving the lime evidence, of course.
Detective Rahill, you mentioned doing research to find the SKU number of that particular bag. What research did you do?
I went on the Home Depot website and searched for that specific lime.
And did you compare that?
I did.
What did you compare it to?
I compared it to the receipt that we received from Home Depot, and they had the same SKU number.
Was that the same receipt that you just looked at?
Yes.
So the item number that's indicated in the previous exhibit is consistent with the Home Depot receipt that you reviewed?
Yes, it just didn't have the 4 zeros in the front, but it was 221104.
Okay, trigger warning for this answer I'm about to give. May said, I don't understand why they had to de-thaw her just to take her clothes off so no one could identify her. That's not why. It's to de-thaw, to dismember. That's why, with all these tools. Like the diamond blade cutter. That's the allegation, right? And Travis Beach, who helped him rent a U-Haul, although Travis Beach didn't know for what, saw Adam have all these like multiple little packages, something covered in plastic that he was chucking out all over the county, which one could speculate would be remains, dismembered remains. So that's why he did that. But at first he had to remember, at first it was also to fit into a CMC bag, of which Kayla was sort of implying she doesn't know if all of Harmony's remains went into that CMC bag, which is like, wait, what? Like all kinds. He was doing all sorts of things in that shower, which we're not going to go over now again. But it sounded like this case is already so bad, but what he did with Harmony's body afterwards is even worse. It's so, I don't know, it's unbelievable to think how he was in that bathroom for hours, manipulating her body, like de-thawing it and squeezing it and doing all kinds of things. Just horrible. And there was that bag of lime in there as well.
Your Honor, may we approach the bench?
Yes.
Let's go forward. Okay. Wait. What happened?
We don't need the detective now. So I'll ask you to step down. I'll remind you during the lunch break on the.
Just hold on. I went forward a little too much because what just happened there? So they went to the sidebar, and then.
This is a good breaking point. So we're going to break for lunch now. Please come back at 1:30. I remind you, do not discuss the case with each other or with anybody else. Avoid any media, social media, or other coverage regarding this case. Don't do any independent research. and we
Lunch
will see
break.
you after lunch. Thank you so much for your time and attention this morning. All rise for the jurors, please.
Let me speed it up for us as they go.
We don't need the detective now. So I'll ask you to step down. I'll remind you during the lunch break. The lawyers will communicate with you about that further.
What would you like me to do with this? Just in here?
You can leave it right there,
Right there?
and the lawyers will do it. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank
All right,
you.
very good. Okay, counsel, we're gonna take one more minute to discuss the issue that you want to discuss. So, approach. Why don't you approach?
Okay, and now, here we go. Everybody buckle up. It's time to teleport right through the lunch break. Some people who come here for the first time must be like, we're so nerdy. We are teleporting. We are time traveling here, okay? So here we go. Thank you so much, Ashley Valentine. We go right through the lunch break, okay? And we're back. Looks like cross-examination time. Yes? Okay.
Please be seated.
Thank you so much, Carol. Sweet little things.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So, Detective Rahill, just a few more questions for you. During your involvement in this investigation regarding those records that you received from the Home Depot, did you attempt to obtain surveillance footage from the Home Depot? Surveillance footage of specifically that February 26th transaction?
Yes.
Were you successful in
Surveillance footage of a home. Okay, let's hear what they got to say. You guys were wishing for that.
retrieving that, obtaining it?
No.
Can you tell the jurors why not?
It was the date that we needed was too far back from when we asked for that, on the date that we asked.
Detective Rahill, will you recognize the defendant if you saw him today?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
Detective Rahill, I'm showing you what's been marked. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual depicted in that image?
Yes, that's Adam Montgomery.
During the course of your involvement in this investigation, the homicide of Harvey Montgomery, did you make an arrest?
Yes.
Who did you arrest?
Adam Montgomery.
The same Adam Montgomery I just showed you an image of?
Yes.
And when did you make that arrest?
It was October. I don't know the exact date, but it was back in October of 20. It was back in October of 2022 at the Valley Street Jail, which is 405 Willow Street, the Hillsborough County Jail.
If I can have just a moment. No further questions. Thank you.
Adam Montgomery was arrested on January 4th of 2022. So Harmony was reported missing officially around November of 2021. And, it started off as a missing persons case, a missing child, and then very quickly developed into a homicide case. So the arrest was actually pretty quick. after learning that Harmony was missing. Okay, so now cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
They're gonna make us have comfort breaks if they keep pouring the water. Stop it.
When Kayla was on the stand, she was asked questions about purchasing drugs from Mr. Bedard on the day that she claimed Harmony died. And she testified that she couldn't remember if she got the drugs from Bedard. Did she tell you on June 23rd, 2022, that she got drugs, she went up and got drugs from Mr. Bedard? I think she claimed after they had come back from Burger King, but before the car broke down.
I'm not sure. I would have to refer to my report.
Sure. I'm going to show you a copy of the transcript. Actually, show you the official.
Seriously? The water. It's gonna have to get up. He's like, he's thirsty. Debbie, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. If it's for me, thank you. If it's for the mods, thank you. Really, really appreciate it.
And do you recall being present at her June 23rd, 2022 interview?
Yes.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of her transcript, would that assist you?
Yes.
I point you to page 224, and this is actually what I'm going to ask you about, but you can read before or after the word numbers.
Interesting take on it. It's kind of like the questioning went a whole different way from cross-examination, right? If you guys are only joining the stream now, welcome. Welcome to Grizzly True Crime. My name is Gisela K. I am South African. I live in Europe. And today, we have seen some more witnesses, including a DNA expert, okay, that was Alan Ackroyd-Isales, and then Emily Thompson, and I scribbled this so fast I can't see his name. Mr. Gibney, that guy. There were two people that worked at the Portland Pie Company. Also Eugene Wasson, who works at Home Depot, and now Detective Max Rahill. So we have seen 31 witnesses so far in this trial. This is day 7. I hope you'll catch up on the other days. If you haven't yet, it's all time-stamped for you. It's all on the playlist. And there was also trial prep, part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of trial prep, which has lots of information that you might find interesting, like a whole case overview, timeline overview, the probable cause affidavit that we read through, which might help if you've never heard it before. I would recommend listening to that as well, especially if you've heard some of these horrifying details. Yeah, that probable cause is kind of like a summary of all of that. And we've also, we've also looked at Adam Montgomery's police interview already together. So the jury hasn't seen it yet, but we've seen it together. So go and check that out if you've never seen it before. The state is expected to have 50 to 55 witnesses. The defense is expected to have 2 witnesses. The trial is set to last 3.5 weeks or so. And that would take us, they said, it's booked for the month of February, basically, from when it started, right? So it could go until the last day of Feb or so. So we are on witness number 31, just in case you wondered. Thank you for being here. Please like and share, not because you like the topic or what's being discussed here, because you like the way that I present trials and true crime and keep you guys updated and all the nerdy things we do, as we say, all the prep and the documents and everything. If you could like and share with any combination of the hashtags in the description box, that would be great. And then also in the description box is a case background write-up if you just want like a quick reminder, right? And a link to the playlist. Now, let's continue. Okay, he's read it. Let's see what he says. So they're going to definitely ask things about what Kayla said. That's what we can hear from today's line of questioning. Also, I see throughout the chat every day people ask, have I seen the interview with Harmony's brother's adoptive parents? Yes, I have. It's on the community tab. And I've also seen just about all of Crystal's interviews, including the one on Court TV. And there's others that you could find on Facebook. We've looked at some of those together in the trial prep as well. So yes, indeed, I have. I hope that you have also. And Uncle Kevin and all of them. And an aunt.
Do you recall the photograph of that fuel grinder?
Yes.
And that was a photograph that Kayla initialed for you, is that right?
No, I don't believe so. She initialed the lime bag.
Well, were you present for the December prep session with Kayla Montgomery?
No,
December of this past December?
correct. I was not present.
Okay.
They're like whispering there. Page number. Okay. Mary says, did you ever find out if Kevin really jumped from the bridge? I did get some screenshots of Facebook posts where it was said that he, or I'm just going to say speculated, because there's no like news articles about this or something, right? That wouldn't have been in the news. But there was something about that Kevin stole money from Adam while Adam was in jail the one time and jumped off a bridge at some point when Adam got out, because I don't know. It seemed like he was so scared of him or something. So I haven't clarified the details, but it does seem like it happened. Okay, so I don't know. I hope that answers the question. Vaguely, it seems so, but I don't have solid proof.
Present for Kayla's March
16th.
16?
Yes, I was.
2023 interview, is that correct?
That's correct.
That was also called a proffer,
Yes.
right? And during that proffer, you came with some photographs, right?
Yes.
And is State's Exhibit 62 one of the photographs you came with?
Yes.
And that was the pictures of several four types of line, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about that in a second. Also, I'm going to show you a copy of State's Exhibit 63. Did you go with a copy of this photograph?
I don't recall. I'm not sure.
Okay. Is it possible?
It's possible, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit I. Did you go in with this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you a copy of what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit H. Did you go in with this photograph?
Yes.
So Caroline's motion was denied. The defense's motion was denied, to not bring this evidence in. And so now she's going to grill. She's going to grill Detective Rahill about this, which she wanted denied. Go Georgia says, does Kayla still have custody of her two sons? So Kayla's in prison, and she has 3 children with Adam and 1 other son from before. She had 2 sons and a daughter with Adam. She had a daughter with Adam after Harmony was murdered, which is like, oh my goodness. So you still had more kids with him, you stayed with him, wow, covered for him, huh? Until he moved on and had other girlfriends. Then she turned on him a little bit, seems like. So does she still have, she said on the stand she lost her parental rights at this point. But I do wonder when she gets out, what happens then?
And you had been to collect the receipt from Home Depot prior to that March 23rd, 2023 interview, right?
Yes, we received those before that interview.
Okay. And is one of the things in the interview that you wanted to talk to her about was tools?
Yes.
And was Exhibit 63 one of the tools you wanted to talk to her about?
We wanted to talk to her multiple tools. I honestly don't recall that specific tool.
Okay.
Beba says, just like with Little William, if you guys didn't see that trial, the Teresa Black trial, go check that out. You said so much time has passed, some evidence is gone. And in this case, they've never found Harmony's remains. Pretty much just that stain in the ceiling, which is terrible, and her toothbrush, a couple of clothing items, right?
Well, I will start with the photograph of the lime. You had already gone to collect information from Home Depot, right?
Yes.
And you had collected receipts for something that was purchased that day.
Yes.
And one of the things that set you to looking at purchases that day was a mention by Kayla in June of 2021.
22.
That lime was in the Union Street apartment used in the shower.
Correct.
And so you were in part looking for purchases of lime.
Correct.
Right? And when you came across this receipt at Home Depot, it talked about a cash purchase of lime, right?
Correct.
And the purchase of the lime was $5.38, right?
That sounds about right, yes.
Okay, and that was for a 40-pound bag?
Yes.
And did you also do research on what lime does?
For the soil,
Uh-huh.
it raises the pH.
And it reduces growth in bacteria?
Yes, I don't know if I can't answer that question.
Okay. So the only information that you have is putting it on lime to lawns to increase the pH?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And the $199 item that was purchased, it only has a bunch of, and this is, I'm sorry, Exhibit 92?
We're talking about Exhibit 92 now, or are you talking about the previous exhibit?
I thought I was referring to previous exhibit. I'll withdraw that objection.
Okay.
Oh, so this is one of the pages, and I'll have it all together, of what's been marked as State's Exhibit 92. And after the limestone, there was an item that is referenced for $199, right?
Okay, hold on a second. Counsel, could you approach for a second? Wait, you just handed it to that bar.
Okay, sorry, what did I say? Let's just go forward now.
Right?
Correct.
Wait. Sure, that was a short sidebar. Okay, just leave it there, leave it there. We're back.
$199, right?
Yes, there's a transaction here for $199.
And in your research, you discovered that that was a battery.
Correct.
$200 battery, right?
Yes.
And then the next item was a Milwaukee fuel grinder, right?
Correct.
And how much was that?
$179.
And this purchase of the fuel grinder came with a battery, right?
I don't know.
You didn't check?
I don't know if it came with a battery.
Okay, it came with its own blade.
I don't know that.
Okay. So if the state said on opening, that he bought an extra blade and a battery, that information would not have come from you.
Correct.
Okay. So that is almost $400 for a cordless tool, right? And a battery and a blade.
Correct. And lime.
And the lime was only less than $10.
Yes.
So when you took this photograph of various items of lime to Kayla to identify, you only had lime bags from Home Depot, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you asked her to point to the lime bag to see if she recognized it, she said she circled this.
Your foundation,
Overruled.
if we can approach her.
Okay.
I'm going to speed forward now. I just see there's people joining Patreon today. Thank you so much. Just please don't confuse it with YouTube membership. Patreon is a completely separate platform. It's a much better source of support because they only take 10% from content creators versus YouTube, who takes 50% of everything that you donate over here. So Patreon is excellent for me. And over there, I also thank you with lots of extra perks that you don't get anywhere else. So like Sherry just joined and now you're confused that your name isn't green. It's not green because it would only be green as a YouTube member. And for anyone who's new here and you have no idea why some names are green and some are gray, the green names are all the members of this channel. Never expect anyone to become a member. Thank you so much to those of you who are. And if you see a little wrench next to someone's name, those are our Grizzly True Crime moderators. And they're the best. If you want to buy them a coffee, you can. All links are on grizzlytruecrime.com and all explanations for all the differences between everything is there too. Joelle said, thank you, G, for your dedication and hard work in bringing this to us. Happy to be a member for 5 months. You're the best. Thank you so much. And thank you, Sebastian. Shame, this witness. Look at him. He's just like, oh man, it's going to be a long day. Look at his face. All hope is lost. Caroline will be grilling him for the next, I don't know how long, actually. I don't know. Norbeaster, thank you so much. So let me just go a little bit forward here. Okay, she's back.
She circled it as most similar to the item, right?
Correct.
She did not identify this, even though it's circled as the type of lime that she recalled, right?
Correct.
And she did not circle it as the same packaging as she recalled, right?
Correct.
It was just the most similar of the 4 that you gave her from Home Depot.
Correct.
And you didn't go to any other place to check about other lime purchases in the area?
Correct.
Except for the Home Depot purchases, right?
Correct.
And the Home Depot purchases in the 1 month period had about 33 purchases of lime at various Home Depots?
That's right.
Okay. So it is something that is purchased in the wintertime.
Yes.
And, you know if it reduces smell?
I don't.
Okay.
He's not
So
enjoying
then
this.
I'm going to go on to, did you subpoena Tabitha Scott for grand jury testimony?
Did I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. So you went with photographs to talk to Kayla about potential tool searches, right? Tool that may have been used.
Yes,
Not that you had information that tools were used, you just wanted to talk to her about tools.
that's correct.
And you had information that led you to believe that perhaps a purchase of lime and a tool was made sometime around the time of what Kayla described as a shower at Union Street and manipulation of the body.
Is that a question? I don't. Can you
Okay.
rephrase that?
It was very poorly phrased. Break it down. Your discovery of what you think was
That made him blush. It's like, okay, yes, that was very poorly phrased. Let me ask that again. It's like, okay.
connected or could have been connected, the line to Union Street apartment events that Kayla described. When did you make those discoveries?
Of the lime purchases, well, we subpoenaed them. We subpoenaed Home Depot a couple months after her last proffer, where she mentioned the lime. Sorry. So we discovered them 2 to 3 months after we spoke to Kayla about the lime.
So about September of
2022.
22.
Correct.
And then you wanted to talk to her about tools, right?
That's correct.
And since you had a tool that seemed to be connected with at least one purchase, this would be one of the tools that you would want to talk to her about.
Yes.
And so you can't remember, but does it seem likely that you took this picture with you?
I can't recall, but yeah, like I said, I can't recall if we took that specific one.
So Laura said in chat, someone who is jobless and homeless doesn't buy garden lime and power tools just because, right? Even if you think of the whole situation, oh my goodness, to buy that at that time, which they said was in February 26th of 2020. Yeah, odd purchase that, given the situation.
Did you take a picture of this tool? Maybe not this one.
Like I said, I can't answer that. I don't know. I remember the miter saw and the skill saw, or the handheld saw, but I don't remember that one specifically.
If she hadn't described any tools as being used in the shower, why would you take a circular saw photograph?
To check to see if any of these saws or tools were used.
And if you had no information about tools being used in the shower, why would you bring a picture of a miter saw?
Just because she might not have been familiar with different saws, so we wanted to give her a couple different photos to show her.
And if you were wondering whether a fuel grinder was used, you probably wanted to bring a picture of a fuel grinder too, right?
Yes, that seems likely, yes.
Okay. So, you had Kayla describe the tool that she had said was in the apartment, right?
In the apartment, yes, correct.
And not in the shower or anything. This was just something that she recalled was in the apartment, right?
Correct.
And you showed her a picture that was neither the miter saw or the circular saw, right?
Yes.
And was that probably the fuel grinder?
No, I believe it was the circular saw.
Okay.
I-
I'm going to try a little bit slower then. Do you recall showing her a picture that she said, no, that wasn't it?
No, I don't recall that.
I'm going to show you. If I showed you a copy of the transcript of that interview, do you think that might help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
I should incorporate that. Shall I refresh your recollection? And then put a link into my playlist so that you can watch the homework that we already did 2 weeks before the trial started. Let me refresh your recollection. Damn, especially people every single day. The number one question is, what is it, you guys? You know what it is. Why isn't Adam in the courtroom? I think I answered that question about 100 times a day. He's not in the courtroom because he has the right in New Hampshire to choose not to be. And he's choosing not to be because he refuses to be strip searched. He can watch. I don't know if he's forced to watch. He's able to watch from prison. So that's unfortunate that this defendant is not in the courtroom. Madeleine says, I did see all your trial prep videos this weekend. They were so good. But I think I remember that there's a video of Adam buying the lime. Am I wrong? That was not of him buying lime. That was a Walmart video as part of the trial prep. And he was exchanging a phone or doing something like that there. I can't quite remember now actually what he did in Walmart, but it was to do with phones. Yes.
I'm going to show you again a copy of, and this is the transcript of the March 16, 2023 interview, right?
Yes.
And you were present.
Yep.
And I'm going to show you the bottom of 8481. And again, you can read whatever you want for reference, but it's there at the bottom. And let me know.
Can I go to the next page? It
I
cuts
say,
off.
review anything
Okay.
that you want to orient yourself.
You're so snappy right now. That's what I said. Just review anything you want. Okay, Caroline. Slow down there. He's like, whoa, okay.
There are other pages, I will say, if you're looking for it, where we talk about the circular and miter saw.
Yes. So in these questions, it doesn't appear we describe what we're showing her.
Right, right. So
Right.
we'll have to get there.
Right.
I understand that.
Yes.
Okay. So you're, if I may?
Yep.
Okay. She had described the tool the old tool that was in the apartment under the counter.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And you showed her a photograph and said, I'm going to show you a picture of a tool. Can you just tell me if you've seen it in the apartment or not? And she said no, right?
Yes.
And you don't know if it was a picture of the fuel grinder, but you probably had one there, right?
Probably.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
Right?
Yes, it could have been there. Like I said, I don't recall.
Okay. And you don't know if that was the picture of the circular saw, right?
I believe.
She's referring to.
Correct.
Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
But at some point, she actually did identify the circular saw, right?
Yes.
And so it probably wasn't the circular saw that she was talking about there when she said, I never saw that.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
We're hearing
Restate the question, please.
some objections.
Since she recognized the circular saw, it was not the circular picture of the circular saw that you were showing her when she said she had never seen that tool.
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection. Speculation.
Counsel approach.
Things are getting tense in here. Okay.
The picture of the circular.
Here we go.
So I want to have you, so you do recall that she identified when you showed her the picture of the circular saw, she identified that, right?
Yes.
And that was actually at a different part that you showed her that, right?
Yes.
And she was talking about the tool that was in the apartment when you showed her that, right?
Yes.
And you showed her a picture, and I'm at 844, a picture of a circular saw, and she said it was most like that, right?
Yes. I recall that.
And so this picture of the circular saw is the one that she identified, right?
Yes.
So earlier, when you showed her a photo and she said, I never saw that, it wasn't this photograph, right?
Correct.
And then after that, you showed her a picture of a miter saw, and I'm showing Exhibit H. Right?
Yes.
And you put that on the record that after you showed her that, she said, no, that's not the one, right?
Correct.
You put on the record that you were showing her the miter saw, right?
Correct.
So we have on the record identification of the circular saw after that first photograph we talked about, right?
Hmm. Yes.
And we have on the record identification of a miter saw after that first photograph that you talked about, right?
Yes.
So that first photograph that you talked about, which I've lost again, would have been the fuel grinder, right?
Yes, it must have been if those other two were identified.
Okay. And do you need to see the transcript to know that the other two were specifically identified?
No, I remember those.
Okay. Now, Kayla, oops, I get the page, sorry. I'm sorry, Your Honor, my numbers are different, so it takes a little.
Katerina says she makes no sense with her questioning. You know, I always want to I think in general, Caroline does a good job of defending her client. Not that we want her to defend him, but she has a job to do. She's got to defend her client. You know, but I also get sometimes it feels like it's so much, I don't know, clutter and so many questions and mix-ups. It's hard to follow sometimes, right? Especially if she mixes up the dates or the street names or the car names and you're like, what? It's just difficult to concentrate when Caroline is asking questions, unfortunately. Okay, maybe that's positive critique. I don't know. So we keep going with the cross-examination of Detective Rahill. He looks like he's had enough, for sure.
Sorry. Kayla testified on direct, or on cross, I think, that she had not mentioned anything about Adam, or had not mentioned this story about Adam wanting to take a tool from her mother's house that she told prosecutors in December of 2023. And she said that she didn't say it because it didn't come up. Okay?
Yes, Barbara says none of this is relevant because Kayla testified that she knows nothing about tools. Exactly.
Actually, one of you that was in the interview, she was actually asked, and I lost it again. She was actually asked if she remembered Adam buying anything or stealing anything or other types of tools like power tools or anything, right?
Yes, she was.
So she was actually asked about anything involving power tools with Adam, right?
That's correct.
And she did not, in this March of 2023 interview, mention Adam saying that he wanted to take her mother's fuel grinder, right?
Correct.
She did not mention in March of 2023 that Adam wanted to use a power tool on Harmony.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Okay. It feels like the longest cross-examination ever, although we can't say that because every day it's been like that, right? Every day it's like, oh my goodness, thank goodness for the defluff. Otherwise we'd be so tired. Thank you so much, Elder Scrolls Grammar. Okay, long sidebar.
Approval of the Detective Rahill, you also talked on direct about the removal of the sheetrock at Fit Shelter.
That's correct.
And you were present for the removal or one of the participants?
I was one of the participants.
Okay. And we also had Detective O'Reilly, I believe. Maybe,
He was present.
okay. Was the one that was sort of underneath the sheetrock and trying to cut it?
Yes.
And so the sheetrock was cut from underneath,
Correct.
that if you're standing in the room, you're looking at it. And from underneath, it was cut around a very large section of sheetrock, right?
That's correct.
And as it's ready to come down, is that when the paper is laid so that it can be laid on something that will capture anything that falls?
Yeah, so specifically during that cutting of the drywall, we cut the drywall and the studs were the last things that were holding it together. So we made sure that we had a piece of paper ready to go once we cut those studs out and had a team ready to transfer the wall to the paper.
Okay.
Mary says, confuse and mix up the jury, especially since they can't take notes. If you don't know that they can't take notes, we discussed that at length many times yesterday. You guys will go check out yesterday's stream. But yeah, the jury can't take notes. It's how it is for this trial. It's up to the judge to decide if they can or can't. In this one, they can't. But, I mean, if we represent kind of, you know, like a mock jury, we're from all over the place. And, yeah, if I was, if I was a jury there, every time that Caroline went on like this, you know, because it's the same strategy then every time, right? To confuse and mix up the jury, all of that. I would just zone out. So just be like, oh my word, just zone out. It's easier to concentrate with the state, right? Because of how, I don't know, precise they are with their questioning and the information. So I think the state's doing pretty well, even though it's a lot of circumstantial evidence and it's still hard to prove the charges that they have to prove.
And so the team is also underneath at various positions under the drywall, right?
Correct.
And as the final studs are cut through,
Yes.
People are gently bringing it down, bringing it down, bringing it down, and putting it on the paper.
Correct. It wasn't directly down. It was a little to the side from where we took it off. But yes, that was the motion.
Bringing it down and maybe moving it over
Yes.
and bringing it down and putting it down, right?
Yes,
And then paper, it is sort of wrapped up in paper, right?
that's correct.
So that you've got the paper that is bigger than the sheetrock, right?
Yes.
And as it is put on that paper, the paper is folded over so that it's fully covered by the paper.
Yes, we actually had to use 2 sheets of paper due to the size of the piece that we obtained. 1 sheet was not enough, so we had to actually take 2 pieces to tape them together.
Meaning that you had a strip of paper and decided another strip of paper?
That's correct. And I believe we taped it too beforehand before we actually wrapped it.
The
Like taped
seam
it,
of the
yes,
two
correct.
Together, so it's all taped up, you come down, you move it, you put it on the ground, and then you step away and somebody moves.
I just took the banner off for a second just so that we can see, because it's such like a wide view now that sometimes the banner and the pictures that I would like up are blocking what's going on here. Shorty getting low, low, low. When Caroline's going down there, I just hear that apple bottom jean song in my head. She's getting low, low, low. She's demonstrating now what's happening.
Probably on both ends, moves that paper to cover it up, and moves the other side and covers it up so that it is not exposed to anything that you can help, right?
Correct.
And it was an arduous activity, right?
Yes.
But you all took care to preserve everything that you could.
Yes.
right? And it may not have worked, but you were certainly trying to keep anything away from the top of that sheetrock, right?
It worked. We made sure that we did everything we could to make sure that nothing got into that sheetrock.
Okay, so it did work,
That's correct.
and people weren't sweating on the sheetrock.
I mean, I can't speak to that. I don't know. Yeah, I guess that could have happened. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and so certainly while the sheetrock is being cut from the ceiling it's hot in there and y'all are sweating, right?
Yes.
And then as you're bringing it down, it's hot and y'all are sweating, right?
Yes.
And as it being put on,
This, I can't help it. I can't help but giggle with this. Caroline is really demonstrating all this now to prove that they sweated all over it. Okay, the DNA is messed up. Get that evidence out of here, basically. But man, how many times is she gonna squat in this demonstration? My goodness. Okay, got a whole show going on here.
the paper, y'all are hot and you're sweating, right?
I can't speak to everyone, but yes, that's a possibility.
Okay, and you don't want your sweat to go onto the sheetrock, right?
Right.
So that as you're putting it down, you're trying to keep your distance as well.
Yes.
And that's why you covered it up right away.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just getting her squats in today.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just a moment, Ryan.
That's okay. Just make sure you're standing in front of a microphone, please.
Someone pointed that out, that the judge is always telling the prosecution to stand in front of the microphone. But man, the judge really needs to remind the defense as well. I mean, Caroline's always walking all over the place. And Jamie Brooks, right? Wow. Yeah, so Caroline says, so what did that do for Adam? Answer, nothing. I mean, I don't know what that, yeah. So Pistol Amy says this case is rough. Let's thank Caroline for a little comic relief. Yes.
So just two questions for you, Detective Rahill. The defense attorney just asked you about the second proffer with Kayla Montgomery, the June 23rd, 2022 proffer. And then that going into the March 16th, 2023 proffer, where you brought those tools. My question for you is related to the defense attorney's question of what information you went armed to that March 16th, 2023 proffer with.
Mm-hmm.
So information from that second proffer on June 23rd, 22. During that June 23rd, 2022 proffer with Kayla Montgomery, did she talk about the defendant's statements about dismembering Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
Okay. And she actually said, he told me he could put her in pieces.
That's correct.
And did she tell you the context of what he said that in? So did she say what he was doing right before he told her that?
I don't recall.
Did she? Well, let me show you what's. Do you think that seeing that proffer, the transcript from that proffer, would refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
And you can scroll up or down. Just look up there. Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So, do you recall what she said that statement, when he said that statement in context? Or
Yes.
what was he doing?
He was putting her in the bag.
And she described steam coming out of the bathroom.
Yes.
Did she say he was working in the bathroom
Yes.
on Harmony's body?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, Detective. Typically, well, in your experience as a detective with the Manchester Police Department, how would one go about dismembering a human corpse?
Objection.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Fully what she said was, I know he was going to try and like put her in pieces because he said he was going to try, but he said he couldn't, or something like that, right?
Yes,
No mention of power tools, right?
correct,
An inability to actually do what she claimed he was saying.
correct.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Okay.
Your name is False Britney Bedard.
Bedard. Britney Bedard, okay. I think that's what he said. And if I'm not mistaken, Britney Bedard was the girlfriend of Travis Beach, the guy who helped Adam rent the U-Haul. Okay, let's hear it.
Watch your step on the boards there.
Please be careful of the wires.
So, Ms. Bedard, you can remain standing. Just raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you'll provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth and the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. You can have a seat. If you'd like some water, you can.
Thank you.
Make yourself comfortable, Ms. Bedard. Can you start by telling this jury your name and spelling your last name for the record?
Yep, my name's Britney, Britney. My last name's Bedard, Bedard.
And, Ms. Bedard, what city and state do you live in?
I currently live in Daytona Beach, Florida.
Daytona Beach?
Yes.
Prior to that, where did you reside?
I lived in Auburn, New Hampshire.
And how long did you live in Auburn, New Hampshire?
I grew up there. I've spent the last 10 years, minus 3 years, in Florida, and yeah.
Ms. Bedard, what do you do for a living?
I currently I'm opening a business. I work for UPS as part-time, but I work from home.
And what's your highest level of what's the highest level of education you've
I've graduated college a few times.
Okay. Are you familiar with an individual named Travis Beach?
I am.
And how do you know Mr. Beach?
I dated him for a little while when I came back home 3 years ago.
3 years ago?
Yeah, I came back from Florida. I moved back up here 3 years ago, and then I left a year and a half ago.
So I want to turn your attention to early March of 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Back in early March of 2020, were you dating an individual named Travis Beach?
I was.
And back then, during early March of 2020, did you have an occasion to stay at the Econo Lodge here in town?
I did.
And do you remember the specific dates that you stayed at the Econo Lodge?
I don't know. I don't remember the exact dates.
Your Honor, may I?
Remember that Adam and Kayla had allegedly kept Harmony's body in one of those refrigerators in the Econo Lodge before Adam then asked Travis Beach, her ex, Britney's ex then, because she said she used to date him, to help Adam rent a U-Haul. And Adam told Travis Beach, who I'm hoping we'll also see on the stand at some point, that he really effed up, and he needs help, but he didn't want to say with what. And so Travis Beach helped him rent a U-Haul, and then Travis noticed him throwing lots of things away, but he didn't know what it was all about, apparently. So this is Travis Beach's ex-girlfriend, Britney Bedard, who knew Adam and Kayla at the time. So this should be interesting.
Yes, you may.
I like her glasses. I've got glasses envy. I want it. Ooh, somebody's phone is on. Naughty, naughty. Damn, let me go forward a little bit.
So And I've just showed the defense what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 64. And I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 64 for identification. Can you take a look at that and just let me know when you're done?
Yeah.
So having taken a look at that, do you recall with any specificity the date that you stayed at the car wash?
It says on the March 3rd to the 4th.
And does that refresh your recollection as to when you stayed there?
I mean, I remember staying there, but I mean, it doesn't, it says it, so I guess I was there.
Okay. When you say it says it, do you recognize any of the names on that list?
Yeah, my name is there. I remember getting the room. I stayed there quite a few times, so
Did you in fact get 2 rooms during that period?
I don't remember getting 2 rooms.
Woody Deason says, have we heard Travis testify? Not yet. He's going to be a very important witness as well. Possibly the most important. If he saw Adam, disposing of, I don't know what, little parcels, things wrapped in plastic, or what was that all about? And where was it? I really wish he would remember that. So we haven't yet. This is witness number, I like to tell you guys now, because now I'm counting all the witnesses, because we know how many are expected to testify. This is witness number 32, and the state's expecting to have 50 to 55 witnesses. Wow, they're really actually powering through, huh? Day 7. Okay. And the trial is expected to last 3.5 weeks or so, and they've got it booked for the whole of February. The jury selection started on the 6th of Feb, and they booked it for Feb. So, just so you know, and the defense will have 2 witnesses.
I remember them having another room, but I don't remember getting both rooms.
I'm going to take this back from you, Ms. Bedard. When you say you remember them having another room, when you say them, who are you referring to?
I remember Adam and Kayla. It was shortly after I met them that they were staying there too. I don't recall it because it was so long ago. The whole situation on why their room was in my name, but yeah.
Do you remember putting their room in your name?
Vaguely.
Okay.
I don't remember the situation surrounding it, but vaguely.
Okay. Ms. Bedard, let me ask you this. You mentioned someone named Adam. Who is that you were referring to?
It was Travis's friend.
You know Adam's last name?
Montgomery.
And you mentioned someone named Kayla. You know her last name?
Montgomery.
Back in early March of 2020, did you have an occasion to visit them at their home?
I did.
So, Ms. Bedard, I'm handing you what's been marked.
Do we need another pep talk? You'll be like, it's Grizzly pep talk time. Okay, let's be kind to the witness. I don't know. I relate to a lot. Firstly, I love her glasses. Okay, love the ponytail. Number 2. Thirdly, okay, but we don't have to comment on her looks. Okay, anxiety. I think all of us have it, don't we? If we're getting anxiety, if it feels to me like she might be very anxious, I would also be anxious, especially in this situation. My goodness, being on the stand there. Grizzlies worldwide watching this trial, it's a huge case as well, being on there and being like, oh no, being grilled about everything that you can barely remember then. She apparently also, was in the same circle of friends, so I think that they use substances together and all that, so she doesn't remember all that, and it's long ago, I'm speculating there. My point is, we like her. She's here to testify against Adam Montgomery, basically, giving information that might help to get justice for Harmony. Okay, so let's be kind. And remember that a lot of witnesses, district attorneys, jurors, they watch our replays sometimes, right? They watch our replays. They say so. They email. They've been on our shows before as well. And so let's be kind, okay? Let's be kind to them. Woody Deason says, loves me some Grizzly. Thank you for being a member for 10 months. I just try to address everything while I'm talking here. You'll be like, play the video. Bluebird Watcher says, Caroline is probably anxiously waiting to question this witness. Probably yes. Thank you so much for your sticker.
Marked for identification as State's Exhibit 65, or 55 rather, and 56. Can you take a look at those each in turn and just look up when you're done?
Yes, I remember those.
And you're smiling.
I do, because he was the cutest little boy ever.
Okay. Let me ask you this. The images that are depicted on those exhibits, what are they from?
They are from their apartment on Union Street.
Okay, and when you say their apartment?
Adam and Kayla's apartment.
Okay. And is there an individual depicted in the exhibit?
Yes. his name is Declan, I believe.
Declan.
I don't remember. We were there for, me and Travis were there for a short period of time, and I love little kids because it reminds me of my children, so I sat and played with them the whole time, so.
And do you see a phone in that photograph?
I do.
Do you recognize it?
It looks like one of my old phones.
Okay. The child that's depicted,
Mhm.
did you take that photograph?
I did.
Okay. And was that a fair and accurate representation of that photo on your phone?
I wonder if they're going to show us that picture. We've never really been shown those pictures. I think they would protect the children. Some people also ask in the chat if the two boys were ever interviewed, but they were 11 months old and 2.5 at the time, so I don't think so. Right? Also, someone said, be a sweet Grizzly. We're all sweet. When do we get snarky? We can also be very snarky. At the defendants, yes, at the criminals, then you can, be snarky. But to the witnesses, and of course the victims and their families, everyone, we're very sweet.
Yes,
And how about the second photo?
it is.
And that's referring to State's Exhibit 56 for the record. Also fair and accurate representation?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike the ID of State's Exhibits 55 and 56 in Marcus Bolt.
Any objection?
No objection.
The ID is stricken. They are entered as full exhibits. They may be published to the jury.
Sorry, I'm in the way. Wait. Well, we can't really see that. Maybe we'll see some photos later. Sometimes they publish articles and things.
Ms. Bedard, you said that you recalled taking this photo. And I believe you said it was at their apartment on Union Street?
Yes.
Did that photo actually record the time and date?
I don't know if it recorded the time, but I know it had, okay, it must have, yeah.
So specifically referring to State's Exhibit 55, did the photo that you took record the specific time and date that the
Yes,
photo
it
was
did.
taken? And what was that?
It was Sunday, March 1st at 6:02 p.m.
March 1st?
Yes.
Okay, and referring to State's Exhibit 56, did that record the location that you took that photo from?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and what was the location?
It just says Union. It doesn't give the exact address. It just says Union Street.
Is there an intersection?
Yeah, Orange Street and Union Street.
I'm going to take those back from you. Thank you. So you mentioned you recalled being at their apartment briefly. Is that correct? So I want to go back to this stay of yours at the Econo Lodge. You said that you may have recalled putting a room in your name for them?
Vaguely.
So do you recall putting whose name the room in? Do you recall the defendant, Adam Montgomery, also being at the Econo Lodge?
Yes.
During your stay? And during that period of time, your stay at the Econo Lodge, did you become aware of a U-Haul?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what your familiarity is with the U-Haul rental?
There was a U-Haul that was rented in someone's name, but and I don't remember exactly why. They needed a card on file. I'm assuming because they asked if I could use my card to pay for it.
And when you say they asked, who?
It was Adam and the person, I don't remember what his name is, that they ended up putting the U-Haul's name in.
Okay, so you remember another individual being there?
Yes.
Okay, but you don't recall that individual's name?
No, I do not.
And it wasn't Travis Beach?
No, it was not.
So during that time when you were staying in the Econo Lodge, it sounds like you recall putting at least one of the rooms in your name, is that right?
Yes, Travis and I had gotten a room.
And during that period, did you lose your ID?
Yes, which happens quite a bit apparently. That was when I first moved back, and I had just gotten it, and it got stolen from me at the DMV.
So was that recovered? Your
No, it was not.
did you put the U-Haul in your name? Do you recall?
No, I did not.
And I think you mentioned this other individual. You don't know their name.
I do not remember what his name was.
We have just a moment. No further questions.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bedard.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jamie Brooks, and I represent Mr. Montgomery. I'm also just going to ask you a couple of questions. On direct, you were asked about the O'Connell Lodge, and you were staying there with Travis,
Yep.
and Adam and Kayla were staying in a separate room.
Yes. They were on the floor below us, I believe.
Before you checked into the O'Connell Lodge, you were at the Comfort Inn.
No, I've never stayed at the Comfort Inn. They have too high of a security deposit.
Okay, but you were at the Comfort Inn in an effort to try to check in there, right?
Yes, and that's when I didn't have the money for the deposit, and so we were leaving to go to another hotel.
While at the Comfort Inn, you saw Kayla in the parking lot?
Kayla and Adam, yes.
And with Kayla, you saw her with a CMC bag, correct?
I seen this stroller, and I remember, I don't know if it was exactly a CMC bag. I remember there being a tannish, whitish bag in between the seat of the two boys.
And Kayla was in possession of the stroller where the two boys were?
Yes.
Commissioner Poach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ms. Bedard, I am handing you what has been marked States 52. Does this look at all familiar to you?
It does. I mean, from the top, it looked like it had something in it. So, I mean, the bag was set down in between the stroller, so you could only see, like, the top part of it, but yes.
And again, this was a bag that you saw in Kayla's possession.
Yes.
Not
Well, not, it was in the stroller,
in the
and she
stroller?
was pushing the stroller.
In the stroller that Kayla was pushing?
Yes.
You did not see the...
Okay, so she doesn't quite remember the CMC bag, but remembers this bag that looks like the CMC bag in between the two boys in the stroller, which is similar to obviously hearing Kayla putting that CMC bag between the two boys on the stroller and wheeling that to Portland Pie Company. Now, this would be after that, taking that bag out of the cooler there and taking it to this Econo Lodge and putting it in the fridge there. Guilty of crime says she's so nervous, even Gisela's laughing. I'm not really laughing about that or anything like that. But also, let me say that I'm a nervous laugher too. So I totally understand when I'm like, oh shame, I'm just like this, especially in public. See, I'm here in the safety of my studio with all of you, you know? But sure, when I'm out there, I'm just as nervous like this.
The bag in Adam's possession.
No.
Thank you, Ms. Bedard.
Just one question. You said you saw that stroller in the parking lot?
Yeah, they were out. I want to say they were outside when we walked outside to leave to go to the Econo Lodge.
Leaving Kayla,
Kayla and Adam.
two boys.
Yes.
Together.
Yes.
All right, you may step down.
Okay. Britney Bedard.
State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So that was witness number 32. Now they're calling another witness, which will be witness number 33. Okay. So I'm just checking what you guys are all saying. Okay, let's get the next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Mr. Dennis Cloutier to the stand, please. this way, if you please come up to the end here, and once you step on the electrical. And Mr. Cloutier, sir, if you could please remain standing just for a brief moment. I'm going to have you raise your right hand and swear you in. You solemnly swear you solemnly swear before this jury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Sir, is that your phone that just?
Yeah,
Okay, I'm
let's
going to ask you
turn
to
it
turn it
off,
off, please.
Thank you.
Sir,
Yep.
just turn your phone off.
Yep.
And I'll ask you to remove your glasses, please.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cloutier. As we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name, spell both your first and your last name for the record, okay?
Dennis Timothy Cloutier, DENNIS CLOUTIER.
And Mr. Cloutier, what town do you reside in?
Allstead, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in New Hampshire?
Pretty much my whole life, but I moved away for a few years.
Okay. And what do you do for work?
I'm a maintenance man.
How long have you been doing maintenance?
25 years.
25 years. Let me ask you, are you familiar with an address called 644 Union Street?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that address? Could you tell the jury?
I contract for maintenance from the landlord, so I take care of it.
Okay. And when we talk about contract for maintenance, what kind of work do you do for him?
Paint the apartments when they're empty, fix things when they're broken.
Oh, so now we're going to hear about the guy that had to attend to the drain that Adam and Kayla had reported as blocked after all their, I don't know what to call it, sinister things that Adam was doing in that bathroom to Harmony's body, allegedly. Wow, okay. So, okay, let's continue on. The cameraman's like zooming into him. He took his glasses off. Let's all look at his eyes. Back it up a little, sir.
Okay. What about when you say fix things that you'd broken? Just thinking about all my contractors that I might have. Do you do plumbing?
Yeah, basic.
Electrical?
Yeah, outlets and such, nothing more than that.
Okay. Are there sort of lights repairs? There's a hole in the wall or something like that?
Exactly.
Locks?
Locks.
Screen and doors?
Screen and doors.
Okay. And what about flooring?
Flooring, yep.
Okay. And let me ask you, with regards to, I apologize. Also, do you set up an apartment for when a new tenant's going to come in, or do you clean out apartments when old tenants move out?
Both.
You do both?
Yes.
All right. And how long have you been doing that at 644 Union Street?
2007.
Okay.
That's when the landlord purchased it.
And you're still doing it to this day?
Yep, worked there this morning.
All right. I want to know, are you familiar with anybody by the name of Tara Hilbert at that address?
She doesn't live at that address, but she lives around the corner in another building that same landlord owns.
Okay. And do you ever interact with her with regards to doing these setups, clean-outs, painting, things like that?
Yeah, every now and then we need her to transfer keys or drop off paperwork for a new tenant. If they're going to look at an apartment and no one's around, she'll open it for us, that sort of thing.
Okay. If I could approach the witness.
Yes, you may.
I want to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 136.
This is going to be hectic, everyone, so trigger warning, okay? Because cleaning out the drain, I don't know what on earth he's going to say he found. I don't know. Elam, welcome to Grizzly True Crime. This is the way we roll. Exactly. You say this guy isn't a suspect. I think we should all be a bit kinder, especially around appearances. Exactly. Welcome. I hope you are subscribed, because you're definitely one of us.
6 and 137 for identification purposes only. Let me show you States 136 first. Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
All right, what do you recognize that to be a photo of?
The corner of Orange and Union Street.
Okay. And the building you told me about a moment ago, 644 Union Street, is that shown in that photo?
It is.
Is it labeled in that photo?
It is.
Okay. And what does the label look like, just to tell our jurors?
What, the red little icon?
Red icon, okay. And let me also show you States Exhibit 137, again for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that image?
Same property.
Same property?
Correct.
I believe you said before that Miss Hilbert was living in an adjacent property?
Correct.
Okay.
She lives in this building.
Okay. And by that, you're pointing to a building on
137 Orange Street.
137. Okay.
Correct.
And with regards to these two particular photos, other than the fact that obviously they got a little red sticker down here on the bottom right, and they were come off of Google. Other than that, do they look to be accurate for the building that you service and that you're
Correct.
familiar with?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask the identification be stricken on stage 136 and 137, please.
No objection. All right, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
So, Mr. Cloutier, I want to ask you specifically about one other individual besides Ms. Hilbert, and that is
If I were to snark, I would direct it at that printer in the background. Freaking printer is so annoying. Grrr, all day long. Shut up, printer, shut up. Right? We direct snark at the printers. Whew, and at the defendant, who's such a coward he can't even be in the courtroom. My word. Not at the witnesses.
State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize this person?
Adam Montgomery.
Have you interacted with Adam Montgomery before?
I have.
And was he? Did you ever service the unit that he was staying in at 644 Union Street?
I did.
When you met him, did you meet him in person or over the phone?
In person in his apartment.
And how many times would you say? More than once?
I think I was in there twice.
Twice. Okay. Let me ask you, did you ever have a maintenance request for that particular property back on February 27th of 2020?
I did.
Okay. And when you have a maintenance request, what sort of paperwork gets generated for when you do service on a unit?
Well, the way it works is everything is pretty much a verbal agreement. And then when the job is performed, we hand the landlord a bill. And there's a record of that.
And so the record of that,
It's all invoices.
and that was going to be my question, the invoices.
Yes.
Could you describe to the jury what those invoices look like?
They're triple carbon. You know, the white, the pink, and the yellow.
So 3 different copies. So
Yes.
You fill it out one time.
That's
you
it.
top,
Yep.
and then
Yep.
just makes the copies as we go down.
Correct.
Just for a quick second. I'd like to go ahead and
It's amazing that he remembers Adam Montgomery. We want to hear why, I guess. He remembers interacting with him. I mean, this was February 27th of 2020. Okay, very interesting, very interesting. Welcome, Dawn.
I'd like to go ahead and show you State's Exhibit 70 for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that?
I do.
All right, what kind of document is that?
That's one of my invoices.
Okay. When you said before you got the white and then the white, pink, green?
Yeah, no,
pink,
white,
yellow?
white, pink, and yellow.
White, pink, yellow, so this is the bottom copy.
Correct.
Okay. And for that particular invoice, you just told us a moment ago about doing some work on February 27th. Is that the invoice from that day?
It is.
Okay. And other than the fact that there's a red stick on it, any changes to that from when you remember turning that copy in?
Not at all.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the identification be stricken from State's Exhibit 70, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury if you wish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cloutier, I want to ask you just a couple of quick questions about the job that you did on this day. Specifically when going through, and we'll have an opportunity to look at this more later on. What kind of work did you do for that? And I'm going to leave it there in case you have to refer to it, but what kind of work did you do at that time?
Oh, the guy called about his tub not draining. I knocked on his door. I met him in the kitchen, went around to the bathroom, noticed that the overflow plate where the drain lever is was missing a screw, turned sideways, and he said the drain did not drain.
Right.
So I removed the rest of it, went down to the truck, got a snake, snaked out the drain, discovered that he had dislodged the actual plunger that hooks to the lever, so that was stuck down in the drain. So I removed that completely, went back to the truck, grabbed a brand new plate that doesn't have a lever hookup, and he just didn't get a lever.
Okay.
You see what I mean? And I just put a blank plate on that so it could at least overflow water. And that was that. So I snaked the drain and replaced the plate.
Sounds like would you say that that was a fairly easy repair that day?
Yeah, I was in and out of there in maybe 35 minutes.
Okay. While you were there, did you see anybody else inside the apartment?
Yes, I think the woman, Kayla,
Okay.
and some children were on the couch.
Okay. And the children, you said that they were on the couch. Let me ask you, the size of the bathroom in that particular apartment, how big are we talking, or how
Really
small? Are we
small.
talking? Really small.
Really small.
Okay.
Like a galley bathroom.
Okay. I see what you mean. So if I come through the door of the bathroom,
If someone's standing behind the door of the bathroom, it won't open.
okay.
It's a small bathroom.
Right. The plate that you said was off.
It wasn't completely off. It was missing a screw. It was hanging sideways.
Hanging
It takes
sideways.
it takes two screws. If you remove one, it's going to rotate over sideways.
So when it was rotated over sideways, could you see kind of down back into where that overflow drain was?
Yeah, that's the point. That's where you enter the snake when you snake out a bathtub. You remove the overflow plate.
Okay.
So
And you're not about to say excuse me, let me back up a little bit. Having one screw on an overflow plate, that's not a way that you would typically leave an apartment when you go to get it ready for a new tenant. Am I right in saying that?
No.
All right. With regards to when you're doing this repair, where is Adam Montgomery?
Right outside the bathroom door.
Okay. And are you guys talking at all during that time?
Not really. He's doing more pacing than talking. So
More pacing than talking.
yeah, he was just kind of waiting for us to finish.
With regards to that particular apartment, I'm going to grab that invoice back for a second. After this time period, were you ever called to go back there to do other sort of maintenance repairs?
I think I had to go back one more time to fix some lights on the ceiling.
Lights on the ceiling?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about that trip?
They were just popped off the ceiling. They were hanging by the wires.
Literally
Yeah.
off the ceiling?
Yeah, the wires weren't disconnected. I mean, a light isn't heavy. The lights we use are real light. They'll hang by the wires and still work, but they were hanging by the wires, so put them back up.
Any
Yeah. Someone said he talks in bullet points. I like it a lot. Just like, the information's just coming out. Like, okay, we're listening.
idea how those lights got pulled down? Excuse me. I'll withdraw the question and I'll rephrase. With regards to those lights, did Adam Montgomery tell you how they got pulled down?
He said he took them down because he thought there were cameras in them.
With regards to other electrical work, did you do any other kind of electrical work on that unit while he was residing there?
I had to replace the thermostat.
You had to replace the thermostat?
Correct.
Okay. Any other electrical repairs that you know?
No, that's it.
And let me ask, when you, later on that particular apartment, when you do clean-outs, could you describe for us what you do in the apartment for a clean-out?
Throw everything in bags and bring it to the dump. Rip the carpets out and bring those to the dump.
Okay. Do you remember doing a clean-out of this particular apartment after the Montgomerys left?
I do.
Okay, little sidebar.
May I step down?
Thank you.
What?
On that particular apartment, when you do clean-outs, could you describe for us what you do in the apartment for a clean-out?
Throw everything in bags and bring it to the dump. Rip the carpets out and bring those to the dump.
Okay. Do you remember doing a clean-out of this particular apartment after the Montgomerys left?
I do.
I went back a little bit because it's such a short sidebar. Like, what? And then they let him go. Yes, Patsy says, a no-nonsense kind of guy. Mm-hmm. Go Georgia says, Adam sounds like he used METH. I'm saying that for YouTube as well as so paranoid and chaotic. He did, apparently, as well. He did. He was very paranoid.
For the clean-out that you said that you would rip different things out, just in general, correct?
Well, whatever's damaged and needs to be replaced.
Okay. What about appliances? Do you ever remove those?
I do.
Okay. And do you have any recollection whether you ever removed any appliances from that unit?
Yeah, we threw the fridge away.
Okay. All right. Mr. Cloutier, those are all the questions I have for you. I appreciate your time today. I believe defense counsel may have a couple.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may step down.
Thank you.
He's like, okay, I'm out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:45. Perfect timing for our mid-afternoon break. I remind you, don't talk about the case with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. We'll come back in about 15 minutes. All right?
Another
All rise for the
teleport.
jurors, please.
Yay, teleport time. Are we excited? Just speeding it up a bit, and the printer's still going. My goodness. Where is it even?
Take a short break. You'll remember that if you want, when you want his Middleton, we'll just need a little bit of extra time.
Your Honor, I think You know what, why don't we just go ahead and do that now? We're going to take him out of order. We'll have him right now so we can get him done today. I want to make sure he's done on time.
Perfect. So we'll bring him up from right there. And then we'll just, we'll bring him in once the jury is seated. Is that what everybody agrees to do?
Either way, Your Honor, that's fine with the state. No preference. Whatever's best for court staff. Pardon me. We would, because we will be handing him some documents.
Oh, they're talking about cuffs and things. Okay, so this is probably the incarcerated witness they were talking about yesterday. Bringing in, okay?
Thank you.
So I don't want to make the decision for you. You tell me what you want to do. Do you want him on the stand beforehand, or do you want him to be brought in?
I think it's okay for him to be brought in, Your Honor. That's fine.
So let's bring him up, put him in there. As soon as we get the jury in, we'll bring him in. Okay? All right.
Okay, so. Are we ready to teleport, everyone? Get ready, buckle up, here we go. This is why we start 2.5 hours later. We could start 2 hours later, but I start 2.5 for buffer time, because you just never know if there's more delays, you know? Always play it safe on time, and I like to be punctual. So 2.5 hours, so it's an hour normally for lunch break. Sometimes they go a little longer, 15-minute for morning break, afternoon break. So, you know, it takes us to an hour and a half, maybe almost 2, and then just some buffer time, especially for the sidebars. So we skip forward. Oh no, we got crickets again. Yeah, there they are, crickets again. There's no Adam in the courtroom. Okay, so while we wait. Yeah, so all these witnesses, like USA Kiwi, so he didn't find anything in the drains? Apparently not. He didn't say anything about that. And of course, at that time, no one would have known to check. No one even knew that Harmony was missing. You know what I mean? And many thought that she was living with her mom, which she wasn't. That's sad, because there would definitely be evidence in that drain. Okay, so that was witness number 33. So now we're going to see witness number 34. Oh my goodness, let me go forward a little more.
Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Mr. Brendon Middleton to the stand, please.
All right.
Brendon Middleton.
Again, Your Honor, he will need to handle documents. I think we've already discussed this. Good afternoon, Mr. Middleton.
Stop it. They're going to have to make me get up. But they stop pouring the water. No, we do love the water ASMR. If you guys ever wonder, some people ask, okay, it's maybe TMI, but like, why don't I ever get up and like go to the bathroom and stuff? I was an airline pilot for 9 years. You learn how to sit for a very long time. We actually call it pilot bladder mode on. So it's like, so it's just, I've just trained that way. Just sit for hours with you.
Sir, if you could just remain standing for just a moment.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. Okay, we're going to see him now. So Beach Bum said, a question for the chat. Do you know if Harmony ever attended school? Apparently she did. Wait, in Massachusetts. With her foster parents. And I think, although, no. She was only 5. She was in foster care. But they did say that afterwards, when they realized, whoa, like Harmony's been missing for how long now? And she should have been 7, that she was never registered at a school in New Hampshire. So that was another red flag while the investigation started, because they started calling around at schools and being like, has she ever been registered there? Nope.
Raise your right hand, sir. You solemnly swear that you will tell this jury the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Thank you.
There's some fresh water there.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And Mr. Middleton, as we're being recorded here today on the record, would you please state your first and last name and then spell both your first and last name for us?
Brendon Middleton, first name Brendon, last name Middleton.
And Mr. Middleton, how far did you go in school?
I got my GED.
Okay. And let me ask you, at this time, are you currently residing at the Hillsborough County House of Corrections?
Currently, yes.
Okay. And when's your release date, sir?
I just found out yesterday I get out in July.
In July, okay. I'd like to ask you, with regards to, that's where you're living now, but where were you living back in March of 2020?
The Welcome Home,
The Welcome.
Manchester, New Hampshire.
Manchester, New Hampshire. Is that on Concord Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me ask you, when you were, also one other date. So we've talked about March of 2020. I want to jump forward a little bit in time and talk about July 6th of 2022. Where were you living then?
I believe I was homeless around that time.
Home at that point?
Either Welcome Home or homeless. I've lived there on and off a couple times.
Okay. I'd like to ask about a name, Britney Bedard. Do you know who she is?
I know the name and kind of remember her face, yes.
Okay. And what about Travis Beach?
Wait, I think I've got it too fast. No wonder. I'm like, damn, they're talking fast. Oh, sorry. I had it faster. Okay, here we go.
Do you know that name?
I do.
Okay. And how do you know him?
I met Travis through work when I was doing tree work at Accurate Tree Service. And Brittany was eventually his girlfriend.
When you met him, Brittany was his girlfriend? Or I'm sorry, you just said
later in
eventually.
time. I met Travis and he was single at first.
Okay. All right. Back in specifically March 3rd of 2020, did you agree to rent a U-Haul van for Travis Beach?
Yes.
Okay. Could you go ahead and explain to us, why did you rent a van for him that day?
To my knowledge, Travis had contacted me. Him and Brittany were dating. They were looking to move furniture from her father's house. They didn't have a card or the money to do so. I've always been told and raised to help my friends and people I care for, so I agreed to do so. I met them.
So this is the guy whose ID they used to rent the U-Haul. Okay. I don't think he was actually there. I don't know. I don't think he was in the U-Haul or something. I think they asked, please can you help us rent this? And he helped to rent it for that day.
At the South Willow U-Haul, or the gas station next to U-Haul, I went to U-Haul, rented the van for them, drove it over to the gas station, met them, and had left it in their hands.
All right. Let me ask you a couple of quick questions about that. The U-Haul, I believe you just said, is the one down on South Willow Street?
Correct.
Okay. And the gas station where you met them and gave them the U-Haul, where was that in relation to, like, the South Willow Street U-Haul?
I believe it's right next door to it.
Okay.
I could be wrong. Maybe there's a store in between, but to my knowledge and what I remember, it's right next to it.
And how did you end up paying for that U-Haul?
With my debit card.
Okay. When you rented it, did you have to fill out paperwork or check off some boxes?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did you have to go through that before they would give you the keys to the
Yes.
van? All right. Did you have to sign for it at one point?
Yes.
Obviously, this was back in March of 2020, so I take it you don't have a copy of that paperwork with you.
No, sir, I do not.
If I could approach, please, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Middleton, I'm going to present you with a copy of what's been marked States Exhibit 94 for identification purposes only.
I'm just saying this just so that you guys know. Katie says, I missed this. Who is this? Can anyone tell me? It's always right up there. I always put the name of the witness, and, I said they rented the U-Haul. Initially, I'd put on the new Travis Beach, but for people who don't know or only joining now, like, who's Travis Beach? So this guy rented the U-Haul. Very important witness as well to figure out, well, who rented the U-Haul? What happened? I can't wait to see Travis Beach, because I think Travis Beach would have been with Adam in the U-Haul when they drove all around the county, is what Travis Beach said, according to the probable cause affidavit, where Adam was throwing a lot of things away, which we can only imagine what that would be, which is horrifying.
And we'll go ahead and take that out for you. You can go ahead and just generally flip through. I'm going to turn a cover page, kind of look at page 1 of the substantive exhibit. Take a minute to look through that and each of the next pages. Take your time. And then I've got a couple of questions for you when you get done, okay?
Cynthia says Adam is in protective custody, no doubt, so he's not a threat and probably has a big target on his own back. Yep. Gabriella, the U-Haul's important because it's what Adam used by asking friends to help him rent the U-Haul to dispose of Harmony's remains. That's what the allegations are, in pieces, many pieces.
License number generally, that group of information, do you recognize that as a copy of your contract that you signed for this rental?
Yes.
And when you looked through there, did you see anything familiar, like your name or your license number or date of birth, something like that?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to the other details of the rental, are they all contained inside that document?
Correct.
Right. Other than the fact that this does not have your hand signature on it, with that difference and the fact that the first page here has got a little red sticker, any other sort of changes from when you remember going through that same paperwork and those same fill-in-the-blank sections as when you see it here?
No, as far as to my knowledge, this is everything that I remember.
Also, I do not know why he's incarcerated right now. I haven't looked at that. One could speculate, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Right. At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for the identification to be stricken from State's Exhibit 94, please, and it to be a full exhibit and published to the jury.
No objection, Judge.
All right, the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit, and it may be published to the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Middleton, I'm going to let you hold on to this exhibit. No, you're good with it.
Okay.
What I want to do is ask you a couple different questions about some of the information that you filled in on this particular rental that's seen there in the documents and the ones that you signed for. And you can look either at what's in front of you, or if you want to turn around and look at the screen, if that's easier to see, let me know.
Okay.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Right. Mr. Middleton, I want to go ahead and start with a little bit of this agreement that you signed for to get this particular U-Haul, and I want to go ahead and go to the very first page of the document if I can, and so that to let you know, and the jury is also going to be looking at the same pages that you're looking at. Exhibit 94, and we're going to look at the very first page. So at the very top, could you go ahead into the area where it says customer information and contact search and tell us a little bit, the name that's filled out, is that your name, Brendon Middleton?
Yes, it is.
And did they spell it correctly?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And with regards to the address that was put down, the 60 Londonderry Road in Wyndham.
So that address was the address on my license at the time. I had gotten out of rehab a couple years before that, and didn't have my driver's license. My friend that lives at that address, a very close friend of mine I've known since 6th grade, they had taken me in. Her mother had taken me to go and get my driver's license reinstated, things like that. That is the address I had, or needed an address to use. That was the address I had at the time.
All right.
So that's what the address they used when I filled this out, because that is what was on my ID.
I understand. That makes sense. Question for you on this is, again, you said that your name was correct. I also want to ask with regards to the phone number on there, that's 603-401-9158. Do you see that there?
Yep.
Is that your phone number at the time?
One of many old numbers, correct.
Okay. And what about the date of birth, sir? Is that February 14th, 1996?
That is correct.
I wish you a one-day belated birthday.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Going on with continuing to the document, I want to stay here.
That was sweet, right, of the prosecutor? Like wishing you a happy belated birthday, which it seems like his birthday was yesterday. So he may be in jail, I'm just speculating, or in prison for, being in possession of controlled substances or something like that. He's talking about being in rehab before, and this is all about his testimony of how he helped Travis Beach rent a U-Haul, and Travis was obviously helping Adam. So
here on the very first page again of Exhibit 94, and I want to talk about the address of the rental and where you rented it to. Does it reflect the same place that you just told us a moment ago, the South Willow Street address where you got the rental?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with regards to the time and the date, is the document accurate in that you got it on March 3rd of 2020 around 3:49 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to staying at the lower part of, again, the same page, first page of the exhibit, I want to talk to you a little bit about the information where it says dispatch. If you see there, what was the equipment number that was assigned to the van that you got?
BE4352W.
All right. And the specific time and date that it got sent out, what was that under dispatch date and time?
March 3rd, 2020 at 5:49 p.m.
And then finally, with regards to the pickup odometer, and of course, you're familiar with what an odometer is, right?
Correct.
All right. And what did the odometer, what was it recorded as reading when this van went to you?
5,092.
5,092 miles?
Yes, correct.
Okay. What I'd like to do now is kind of stay with that first one, and I want to ask you about the difference between when the time went out and when the time went in. So you can stay with the dispatch section, or if you'd like, you can also look at the screen. I want to talk about the return just underneath. So again, are we talking, what's the return date that this van went back to U-Haul?
March 4th, 1:47 p.m.
Okay, so that's the following day?
Correct.
All right. And what was the odometer reading when the van went back?
5,225.
Okay. And so if I could direct your attention to the screen just for a minute, I want to be able to put both the out time and the back time, the out odometer and the back odometer up there for when this van got dispatched out. And just to confirm with the jury, this is the van that you rented. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So let's see, that's 19 hours, 57 minutes for a rental and what, approximately 5,225 minus 5,082, around 133 miles or so? Give or take?
Yeah, I would say so.
I'd like to now, if you would go ahead and flip over to the second page of that exhibit. Again, staying with Exhibit 95. I'd like to talk a little bit about, there was an additional contact that you listed with U-Haul for the rental, and who was that contact?
Travis Beach.
And the phone number that was put there for Travis Beach, is that, you gave that to U-Haul, or did Travis give that to U-Haul?
I believe that Travis gave me the okay to give his name and number for it.
Okay.
Again, I mean, this was a few years now, but to my knowledge, yes, I had the okay to do that, and he was willing to do that as well. So.
And I know you said before that, I believe you testified a few minutes ago, you met him at the gas station to get him the van.
Correct.
All right. Did he go into the U-Haul with you to do the rental?
He might have. I don't exactly remember. I just know that my vehicle was over at the gas station, and I did not leave it unattended, so I don't know if one of them came with me or none of them came with me. I can't exactly remember, but I know of me personally, yes, I went into the U-Haul.
Right. And when you say them, one of them came with you, who are you referring to? Who's
I want to say it might have been Travis, but then again, it could have been Britney. I don't really remember.
So them is one of those two, Travis or Britney?
Yes, correct.
All right, thank you. Skipping now, if you could, I'd like to go to the fourth page, if you would. Oh, you were the authorized driver on that, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to go ahead and if you could go to the fourth page for us of the exhibit, and I've also got it up behind you. I would like to ask you a little bit about, again, the customer information. That's your name, again, being listed down there with 60 Londonderry Road of Wyndham. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And separate from that, also, again, the rental out time, is that reflected on there? That March 3rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right. 5:49 p.m. is when it finally went out?
Correct.
Right. Moving a little bit lower, the equipment, where it's listed below where it says equipment, is that same BE4352W that you read before? That was the equipment number back on page 1?
Yes.
All right. And what is the string of letters underneath that?
AJ78147-AZ.
And are you familiar with what the license plate was on that U-Haul?
No, I do not remember.
Okay. Well, I'd like to go ahead and bring you through a little bit farther into the document. First of all, was it your signature block that would have been down at the bottom that you would have signed on page 4?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to jump now to the next page of the document, page 5. Again, it's got yourself listed as the customer. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. And then the phone number, again, I want to make sure that that's accurate.
Merle says search a 66-mile radius around the spot from where they rented their truck, which I'm sure investigators have been doing since they got this information. But people have said there's lots of bodies of water and obviously nature all around and everything, so they have never found harmony yet.
That's the phone number you gave before, 401-9158?
Yes, sir.
Skipping along to page 6, if you would, please. I'm going to flip one more. And I want to talk about the rental date time for when it was returned. Do you see that at the top left-hand part of the screen? I'm sorry, the top left-hand part of the page?
Yes.
Where it says rental date and time and then return date and time?
Yeah.
Okay. And could you read for us what the rental date and time was, please?
March 3rd, 2020 at 5:49 p.m. and the return date was March 4th at 1:47 p.m.
And later on that page, if you look a little bit below there, again, down from there and slightly to the left, I wondered if you could go ahead and read us the equipment section where it says equipment before it goes MI out and MI in. What's the equipment information that was listed in your rental?
BE 4352W.
And the next string of numbers and letters?
AJ 78147AZ.
Approach again, please. So that was AJ 78147AZ.
Correct.
Mr. Middleton, I want to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 100B for identification purposes only. With regards to that exhibit, do you see that same string of letters and numbers in there, the AJ 78147AZ?
Yes, sir.
You see that also on this particular document?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Having seen this document, does that help refresh your recollection of what the license plate number was for that man?
Yes, now it does.
And what was it?
AJ 78147.
Okay. And the mileage back in where it says MIN, could you read again what that last mileage was, the reading from the odometer?
5,225 miles.
All right, thank you. Finally, on the next page of the document in front of you, Exhibit 94 still, is that a promissory note?
I'm sorry?
Is that listed as what's called a promissory note at the top?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what a promissory note is?
Not exactly. You'd have to kind of, I believe, from what I read, it's me promising the money that's owed.
Okay. And that's okay. If you don't know, I don't want you to guess. I just want to make sure that...
Yeah, no, I do not fully understand that.
All right. That's all right. Thank you. With regards to that, though, on this particular document at the very top of the page, is your phone number listed again? And your name, your address of 60 Londonderry Road that you gave in Wyndham. So basically your name, your email, it's all of that listed again.
Yes, sir.
And does it also include your date of birth again?
It does.
And then finally, with regards to that same document, if you would look in the middle, sir, of, again, top of page 87, does it specifically list out what the license plate is of the vehicle that was rented?
Yes.
And what does it list?
AJ 78147.
Thank you, Mr.
You're welcome.
On this particular trip, when you rented this, not trip, but when you rented the van, at that point, I believe you testified on direct that you then got it to Travis Beach at the gas station. Did you ever see that van again?
No, sir.
Are you the person that returned that van?
No, sir.
When you got him the van, did you get your car back? Or was your car right there, I should say?
Yes, I had parked the van. I had gotten back into my car, and I left, and they left in the van.
And who did you see leaving the van, just to be clear for the jurors?
Travis and Brianna.
Brittany.
Brittany, I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure we're accurate.
Yeah,
and was that Britney Bedard who you were talking about
Yes,
before?
correct. Britney Bedard.
Did you know Adam Montgomery back then?
I've never heard of his name at the time.
And what about Kayla Montgomery back then?
No, sir.
Back then, did you have any idea who they were?
Nope.
Did Travis ever talk about the name Adam Montgomery when he asked you to get this rental for him?
No, sir.
Did Britney Bedard ever talk about an Adam Montgomery or Kayla Montgomery when you were interacting with her and Travis that day to get this rental?
No, sir.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor.
I think we're all excited to hear from Travis Beach. I don't know when he'll be on the stand.
Mr. Middleton, I had asked you about where you lived at a couple different times, not only back in 2020, but also on July 2nd of 2022. On that day, do you recall Manchester police officers coming to talk with you?
I do.
And did you agree to talk with them?
I did.
The rental that we just went through, is that what you talked about with them on that day?
Yes, sir.
And at the end of the conversation, did they tell you why they were asking?
Yes, I had asked them.
Well, hold on, I'm not going to go into it. I just want to know whether or not you told them.
Yeah, I did.
They told you why they were asking?
Yes, they did.
Did you know Harmony Montgomery?
No, I did not. I mean, at the time I had heard of what was going on, but I did not know her.
And so at that time, when you rented it, you had no idea what that van was going to be used for, did you?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have one or two.
Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Middleton. I do not have any questions.
Thank you.
You may sit down.
Appreciate
Could
it.
ask for the witness to be excused, please, Your Honor.
Any objection? This witness is excused.
Appreciate it. Take care.
Okay. Shame.
State may call its next witness.
But you see how Adam covered his tracks, like asking Kayla to bring the CMC bag to the Portland Pie Company. That was interesting. And then here as well, asking Travis Beach to ask someone else to help him rent a U-Haul. You know, he's always building in these protective layers for himself so that others can be blamed for maybe what he's doing. It seems like to me, right?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's going to call Ms. Rose Smith, please.
Rose Smith, okay. Okay, let's see how Rose Smith is connected. Well done to everyone today for not bringing in spoilers, because I know, you know, sometimes people watch elsewhere, then they come here. People, you see, they learn over time not to bring in the spoilers. So thank you so much. Don't worry, the sound will be boosted. If the sound is quieter, we can already hear it's going quiet. It was very loud there for a second. But I'm always monitoring the audio. I'm always monitoring, you know, the sharpness of the image and trying to give you the very best trial coverage I possibly can.
When you get to the witness stand, please. All right, thank you, sir. Would you please raise your right hand, ma'am? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Smith, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first name and your last name for the record?
Roseanne Smith, Roseanne Smith.
Okay.
Most people call me Rose.
Ms. Smith, let me ask you with regards to, are you currently a New Hampshire resident?
I am.
And how long have you been living in New Hampshire?
Since about 1980.
1980. And how far did you go in school?
High school and then some college.
And with regards to work history, what are some of the different jobs you've had in your time?
I was a child care provider. I am currently a yoga teacher. And I drive for a non-emergency medical transportation company.
Move this just a little bit closer. Right there, so that everybody can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good.
And there is some water there. If you'd like, feel free to pour
Thank
yourself a fresh glass, if you would care to. Ms. Smith, you said you drive sometimes for was it a medical care transportation?
It's a non-emergency medical care transportation service, and that is fueled by Medicaid.
And what's the name of that service?
That's Pelican Transportation.
Do you still drive for them?
I do.
And how long have you been doing that?
For 5 years.
5 years, okay. For providing those sort of transportation services, could you just explain to the jury briefly what your day-to-day interaction kind of looks like with a different patient who needs transportation for medical services?
Yes, I provide service to recovering addicts going to methadone clinics, to kidney dialysis patients going for kidney dialysis. I bring people to Easter seals. So I provide a service to people who cannot drive themselves.
Okay. Let me ask you, are you familiar with a person, or did you ever drive a person by the name of Kayla Montgomery?
I have.
And have you ever driven a person by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I did.
Where did you give them rides to? I'm sorry, what kind of rides did you give them? What services did you drive them to?
I drove them primarily to the methadone clinics on Market Street.
on Market Street?
That's correct.
When you first started driving them for trips to the methadone clinics on Market Street, where were you picking them up generally in the city?
Yes, December 14th, 2019, I began picking them up from Dubuque Street from their parents' house.
And later on,
Damn, that's a good memory. Okay, I'm sure she looked at notes or something before. What, December 14th of 2019, a week after Harmony was murdered. Okay.
did you ever pick them up from the vicinity of 644 Union Street?
Yes, I picked them up from Union Street as well.
With regards to the two of them, would you drive both of them at the same time, one at a time, the entire family with children? How would you drive them?
I would drive the entire family, and they would go in and dose, and I would sing Baby Shark with Declan and Seamus.
And those were the two children that they had with them?
That's correct.
Okay. And did they have a child with them named Harmony?
No, they did not.
I'd like to ask you specifically about one particular incident in 2020 with regards to a ride that you gave Kayla Montgomery. And what I'd like to ask you about this is with regards to a conversation you may or may not have had then with Adam Montgomery, okay? All right. You have to say yes or no. I'm sorry. It's how we record here.
Yes.
All right. Do you know the incident that I'm talking about?
I do believe I have.
Okay. So
2021, right around March and spring. Well, hindsight is 2020. It was around 2021 that the incident happened.
Well, then that's what I'd like to ask about, March of 2021. Thank you for correcting me. So in March of 2021, would you say, would you or would you not agree that this incident was not like other this driving was not like other driving that you've done for them?
Absolutely, it was something I will never forget.
Okay.
And ma'am, I'm going to need you to raise your voice. It's a big room, and everybody here needs to be able to hear you.
Okay.
Okay, we've got the sound boosted here, so I hope that you can hear her. Okay, so Rose is a non-emergency transportation driver, drove Adam and Kayla to the methadone clinic, but already from December 14th of 2019, and now she's talking all the way to March of 2021. If you remember, they got arrested in January of 2022. Yes, so that's a long time to drive them and kind of get to know them, right?
Thank you.
It was not like other rides.
Okay. I'd like to ask you, when you first saw, did you see Kayla Montgomery on that day for this particular ride?
Yes, I did.
And without going into what Ms. Montgomery said, when you saw her face, how did she appear to you?
Her left eye was badly bruised and starting to swell shut.
Did you drive her that day down to the methadone clinic?
I drove both of them that day.
And with regards to, pardon me, excuse me, with regards to that drive, had you driven Ms. Montgomery the day before?
Yes, I had.
Did she have that black eye the day before?
No, she had not.
So on that day when you drove her down to the methadone clinic with the black eye, who else was in the car with you and Ms. Montgomery?
Adam.
Adam. And by that you mean Adam Montgomery?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, so just to confirm, I'm just saying this says this was right around when the truck was rented. No, this was a year later. So Harmony was murdered on or about December 7th of 2019. The truck was rented in March of 2020. And this lady, Rose, is talking about an incident from March of 2021 where she was driving Adam and Kayla and noticed that Kayla's eye was black. So she'd been, and swollen, so she'd been hit in her eye. Or, you know, we'll hear more, but it just seems like she's very sad talking about this. So let's see what happens.
Smith, I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize who this person is?
Yes, that is Adam Montgomery.
So this is the other person that you drove in that car?
That's correct.
Were Declan and Seamus with them on this drive?
I do not believe so. I think Kayla said she left them with a neighbor.
Hold on just a
Oh,
second.
okay.
I don't want to ask what Kayla said quite yet. So
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Okay, the children were not in the car with them that day.
Okay. So they were not with them that day. When you saw Kayla with the black eye and you were driving down to the methadone clinic and back, how was she moving in her car? Could you describe physically what you saw in terms of her movements?
She didn't move very much, and she didn't say very much because Adam was in the car.
At some point in time, did you pull out your cell phone? And can
She had asked to use
hold on just a minute, Ms. Smith. I'm sorry. I can't ask you what she said to you.
No.
So I just want to talk a little bit about what happened in the car.
Okay.
Physical movements, okay?
Yes.
And I apologize. That's on me. I should ask more clarifying question, or a more specific question. With regards to the drive to the methadone clinic,
Yes.
did anything occur in the car on the drive down to the methadone clinic?
No.
Okay. And then for the drive from the methadone clinic on Market Street back to Union Street.
Yes.
Let me ask you, the event that I want to ask you about, did that occur when you were back at Union Street?
Yes.
Okay. When this event occurred, where was Kayla?
In the front seat beside me,
Okay. And where was Adam at this point?
walking away from the car.
And with regards to there with Kayla, what, if anything, did you try to give Kayla?
I tried to give her my phone.
What did you believe she was going to do with the phone?
She said, well, I can't do, she said.
No.
She wanted to call for help.
Okay. And with regards to that, how was she physically at the time? I know you've described the black eye already. How was she physically when you went to try to give her the phone?
She was shaky.
Where was Adam when you tried to give her the phone?
He was walking back towards the car, but
And so at that point, you said he was walking back towards the car?
I didn't see Adam there. I saw rage. Saw pure rage walking towards me.
What did Adam do as he...
It's amazing how terrified some of these witnesses look talking about Adam, huh? So also, trigger warning, now they're talking about domestic violence. This is a good moment, especially with so many people here, to tell you guys about something. If you didn't know about it, please teach this to others. The domestic violence distress signal. It can also be used as another distress signal if someone's getting kidnapped, if someone needs help in a bar, in a cafe, in public, anywhere. Okay? If you see someone doing that, you got to call for help. You got to call the police, you got to call a manager, you got to do something, because they're signaling that there's something very bad going on and they need help. Okay? So just remember that. You could like and share this live stream now with hashtag DV awareness would be great. You know what's also sad is, remember when Kayla said on the stand, she said that Adam was hitting Harmony repeatedly in the head. And then she tried to block his arm so that he could stop. And she says the way that he looked at me was as if he was going to hit me. And then she says it was weird, like he had the crazy eyes. What makes me upset is it sounds like Harmony was Adam's punching bag until Harmony was no longer around. Then it was Kayla. That's what it seems like. Although Kayla could only testify within a very small time frame, according to what the judge and all the attorneys had decided for the abuse that she may have suffered from Adam. So got to keep that in mind as well. But Adam definitely directed a lot of rage at women. As his ex said, he's a very violent person. That's what Crystal said, Harmony's mother. And Crystal also said he hates women because his mother abandoned him and he's got this inner rage and hatred towards women. So, interesting.
Were you in the driver's seat?
Yes.
And where was Kayla?
Beside me in the passenger seat.
And what did the defendant do?
He reached into the window of the car and twisted my phone out of my hand and said, "You're not giving my wife that phone."
What did you say to him when he did that to you?
I looked at him and I said, "Adam, I love you. Please give me the phone back. I'm trying to help you guys."
What did he do then?
He then gave me the phone back and I was able to give it to Kayla.
Did he say anything else?
No.
So that you begged him for the phone back,
I begged him for the phone back. I did report that
Let me ask about that. You said you reported that.
to my boss, not the police. I reported that to my boss, and I told her that I didn't think I should be picking them up anymore, that I had been very frightened by what had happened. And thereafter, I carried pepper spray.
Thereafter, you started carrying pepper spray because of this.
Yes.
If you put Rose side by side to Uncle Kevin, the physiology is the same. It's the same terror and overwhelm and that like PTSD from encountering that side of Adam. Can you see it too?
Can you just have a moment, please, Your Honor?
I don't want to miss anything.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I apologize, Mr. Smith. Just sometimes we need a minute to confer. One thing I just want to clarify with you, and to make sure that I understand accurately.
Attorney Agati, if you would use the microphone and keep
Sorry,
your
Your
voice
Honor, I
up,
thought it was
please.
close
Thank
enough.
you.
One question that I would like to go ahead and ask you, and just trying to clarify, is I know that you testified a moment ago that this occurred, in your memory, that this was back in March of 2021.
Yes.
And I want to ask you whether or not you are sure with regards to that particular date.
I am.
Okay. Do you feel that at all that, or excuse me, have you ever provided statements to others that it occurred in the spring of 2020 other than 2021?
I had to meditate on that. And I concurred with my boss. We have records.
You have records.
My boss at Pelican Transportation has records.
Okay, so let me just try to clarify. So when you say I had to meditate on that,
And I asked my boss.
you asked your boss. Okay, all right. Meditation out loud. So you asked your boss about the date and when you asked to not have to drive them anymore. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct.
Okay. And after doing that, you looked at some records?
Yes, my boss has all the records of when we picked them up and when we dropped them off.
And after speaking with your boss, now your memory is that this was in 2021 rather than 2020?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. I don't have any further questions. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
And hi, Ms. Smith.
Hi.
Are you able to hear me okay?
I can hear you fine, yes.
I'm sorry about what happened. I can tell that it shook you.
Mhm.
But this was March of 2021.
Yes,
No doubt in your mind about it.
that's correct.
When Adam took the phone, you told him that you loved him,
I did tell him that.
and he gave you the phone back.
He softened, and he gave me the phone back.
Thank you so much, Rose.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
thank you.
Very briefly, Ms. Smith, you
Yeah.
said that he softened.
He did. The
Softened.
anger in his face went away, but the rage that he had in his face and then that knee-jerk reaction that he had to it by snatching my phone out of my hand, it was very frightening.
I understand.
It was assault. Thank you. All right.
Nothing here, Judge.
May I step down?
Thank you.
Now that was a strong witness, huh? Damn. Because you see what the defense did there. They're like, oh, so when you said, I love you, Adam, give me the phone back, he softened and gave you the phone, right? Meaning like, he's a nice guy. So the state came back and like, wait. Just go back to that. Like, so you say he softened, but yeah, but it was terrifying. It was assault. I mean, that rage. That was a great witness. Bye, Rose. She's a
All
nice
right, ladies
lady.
and gentlemen, that is going to conclude the testimony for today. It's about 10 of 4. You've been very, very attentive. We all very much appreciate that. I'll remind you, don't speak about the case to anybody, not each other or anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't drive by any locations. Don't look up any names or any people on social media. Please avoid all media having anything to do with this case. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Thank you so much for your time and attention, ladies and gentlemen. All rise for the jurors, please.
Cook 13 Doodle says we all need a Rose in our lives. Yeah. Ooh, forensic Fuhrer, that's right. She used the word assault. Important that the jury heard that.
Anything? Yes. Okay.
Okay, what is it? What is it, Caroline? Anything? Is it over? No, they're gonna stop the stream. Oh, we gotta play the crickets. Okay, wait. Where are the crickets? And that's the end of the court day. The cameraman always shows the chair at the end. Wow, so that was an eventful day 7, huh? My goodness. Okay, so we have now seen 35 witnesses in total. Today started off with a DNA expert, Ackroyd-Isales, and then Emily Thompson and a guy, Mr. I just scribbled this, so I'll go look at his name exactly when I do the timestamps now again. Sorry, 2 people that worked at the Portland Pie Company. Eugene Wasson, who worked at Home Depot. Detective Max Rahill. We won't forget his cross-examination. He was not there for it. He was like, oh, my word. Britney Bedard as well, who knew Travis Beach, who was with Adam in the U-Haul. So I'm excited to see if we'll see Travis Beach tomorrow, maybe. Dennis Cloutier. Okay, he was there too. Brendon Middleton, the incarcerated guy who was there, and Roseanne Smith. Rose. Very busy day. Wait, so how many did we see today? We saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 witnesses today. That's 35. So, wow, if they have like 9 or 10 tomorrow, then they've already gone through 45 witnesses. But we don't know who they have on tomorrow and how long they'll be. But the trial is going along great. Today is, of course, it's the 15th of February. This trial is set to last for the whole of February. So it started last week. So it's been, what, about a week and a half or so? And they said it would be 3.5 weeks or so. So I would say 2 weeks to go, right? Okay, but sure, that last witness, that was, for her to say that was assault, and Adam Montgomery is facing 2nd-degree assault charges, 2nd-degree murder, and tampering with a witness. I mean, the tampering with a witness, I don't know which witness. Which witness specifically. Was it Travis Beach? I don't know. But the point is, it's becoming much easier to prove those, isn't it? Especially with this witness saying that was assault. Well, then why would it be difficult to believe that he assaulted a 5-year-old, especially with all the other things we've heard from DCYF, and even though they just said it was unfounded claims and they just saw red marks on Harmony's face, they did see it. Kevin's testimony, Uncle Kevin, that was on the first day, was actually it was day 2 officially, right? It was the opening statements day. Wow, that was also very powerful, and his demeanor reminded me so much now of Rose and how terrified. So once you see that side of Adam, it leaves a lasting impression. So can you imagine how terrified Harmony must have been? And then Adam is so upset that he's not telling her, according to Kayla's story, that Harmony is not telling them when she needs to go to the toilet. But if these people are so terrified, imagine how terrified she was. That is absolutely heartbreaking to think about. Simply Me said, I think I have a confession to make. I'm addicted to Grizzly True Crime. Oh, thank you so much. I am here almost every day. So if you are subscribed and you have your notifications on, you see me a lot. And especially if you are a patron and or a member, yeah, you see me more as well. If you ever don't see me on my channel, I'm usually over there doing something with the members or the patrons or something. So yes, here and there, blue moon, I'll take some time off. But I don't like being away from you guys either, okay? Marilee said, what an ending for the day. I know, that was like a mic drop moment. Just like, wait, what? Incredible witness. Lots of respect for Rose Smith. Thank you all for being here with me as we watch day 7 together. Tomorrow will be Friday. I can't believe how fast this week is gone, actually. Tomorrow's Friday already. And it'll be day 8 tomorrow. So I will see you then, okay? Stay safe. Make sure you look after your mental health, okay? Because these cases can get under your skin. I don't know if any of you have had any dreams, nightmares, anything. I hope not. But I do find myself waking up sometimes in the middle of the night. Although, can I really say that? Because I go to bed in the middle of the night. But you know what I mean. Have a nap and then I wake up and I'm like, oh my word, I just think about things. So, I hope that you're all okay. I'm okay, don't worry. And I will see you again soon. Jessica said, do you ever get you time? I hope you got to relax. I am doing me time with you guys. I'm doing the me time right now. I'm here with you. This is exactly where I want to be. So, yes. I will see you all again very soon. Thank you so much. Leave your comments below. I love reading your comments and your thoughts. I'm going to do the timestamps for you now. I always do it right after the stream because otherwise it will just be overwhelming the next day. It's always so much to do. So I'll keep you posted and I'll see you soon. Thank you so much, mods, for everything you do. Really appreciate it. And if you want any links, last thing, go to grizzlytruecrime.com. All the links are there for my books, for whatever you're looking for, any ways to support me, anything to learn about me. There's a whole About Me page if you want to just, I don't know, read about where I'm from and what I've done in the past. And I don't know. People always ask me these questions on email. It's on my website. Okay, thank you, everyone. See you soon. And justice for harmony. Bye.